天上太阳，风呀风风风嘞，心中太阳是毛泽东嘞，看看到我们的结伴嘞，这里本身咱家做主人，一呀一自由，呀呀自由啊，这里本身咱家做主人。天上太阳，风呀风冲冲嘞，心中的太阳是毛泽东嘞，看看到我们奋勇前行嘞，革命江山一叶一片风嘞，一呀一自由，来呀自由啊，革命江山一叶一片风。 我心中的片海洋，这的冰片绿一片风，长白千里歌声嘹亮，拆人江畔风起飞扬，接着江湖人。为了发来，我的微博闪闪发，眼泪面你用情歌唱，我们心中的红海洋，冒出情书，我不会输了你的脚把拉进心肠，沿着真理出远离。万寿将万圣将，天上太阳红亮红彤彤的，心中的太阳是毛泽东的，看到我们的解放呢，真理本身当家做主人。一夜一会有呀呀会的我啊，真理本身咱家做主人。天上太阳红亮红彤彤的，心中的太阳是毛泽东的，看到我们奋勇前进的。革命江山一片红的，说了那子一个一片红嘞。What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Pike, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from the recently liberated sunny California, Los Angeles, the California Oblast of California. That's right, folks. We're live and alive in the middle of it all. Oh, I'm having a fucking fantastic morning, and I hope you guys are as well. I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is the day, the first step to liberating the American heartland. Okay? Folks, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, okay? It is Tuesday, August 6th, 2024, and it's 11:22 a.m. I'm right on time, as a matter of fact. I'm going to tell you a lot that occurred in the world of HasanAbi Piker for all the parasocialists out there, for all the parasocialists update. Okay? I will be doing that. Do not worry. I will be telling you all about that. I'm obviously in a great mood. Ended the broadcast last night. After another half day, basically, you know, just 8 hours and 45 minutes, 9 hours. Like, what the fuck are we doing here? I mean, why do you pay this guy? Really? But yeah, end of the broadcast. And what did I do? I didn't really do much. I'm back on One Piece, back on the One Piece train, trying to get through. Finally met Yamato. Interesting character. Understand why it's like considered somewhat controversial by the fan base. But anyway, beyond that, hung out with my mom a little bit, and then I went to sleep. Only to wake up to phenomenal news. That's right. Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota, is the VP pick for the Kamala Harris presidential run. Now, I am obviously very excited about this because it just feels weird. It feels weird when you're like making not only predictions that come true, but also the Democratic Party is like listening to the things that you're saying. You know what I mean? So we're going to be talking about all of that good stuff today, obviously, but also personal news wise, I had a pretty solid morning this morning. I went to go play basketball, right? I went to go play basketball, and usually, you know, I take Kai to the dog park, I play a little bit of ball, right? Things are great, except my manager gives me a call, and he's like, hey, you're going to be on Dan LeBatard's show. Remember you said yes to that? And I was like, Dan LeBatard? I totally had forgotten. For the sports heads in the chat, I did Dan LeBatard's show this morning. I don't know if it was filmed live or not, but I was on it. Yeah. Oh my God. People are saying who Omega lol. Bro, y'all are... It's a very odd collab, but he is like... He's great. I mean, these guys have like really cool politics in general in the sports world. I know that I recall him like getting into some hot water due to his like progressive politics in general. But yeah, they wanted me to come on to specifically talk about politics, as a matter of fact. And it felt like he was very knowledgeable of my positions and everything else. So I thought it was sick. Yeah. So, hold on, let me post this thing that I usually post. But yeah, new HasanAbi head unlocked. Yeah. The politics / sports head are going crazy. Can't wait to watch. Yeah, it was a great combo. But we'll see. Oh, LeBatard Dan Friends, thanks for coming on the show. Episode will be out soon. There you go. Look at that. Following since 2023. 0116. There it is. But yeah, it was dope. It was a great convo. They let me yap nonstop. I mean, I did not stop yapping. And that was pretty cool. But yeah, made it quick up here. I love him with the show and Bone his dad. Yeah. Anyway, that's so cool. Actually, bonkers how you called Walz. Yeah, I did. Well, I didn't call it. I wished it, but it happened. Yeah, Brandon actually called it here. He called it.
Tell that to the folks in Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Minnesota.
Yeah, he's a big Diet Mountain Dew boy too. He's a big dew head. Nothing better than getting my day started with some 1 Minnesota Diet Mountain Dew. My goat, dude. My goat. Putting Minnesota on the map. Anyway, they call that manifesting. Maybe you have more pull than you think. Listen, if the Democratic Party operatives are watching, I'm gonna be at the DNC. We can have a secret meeting. Nobody has to know. I promise I will not talk about it. Like, I will not leak it. I will not reveal it. If you want to hear from me, we can link up, okay? I'm just saying. Ain't nobody needs to know. Just a quick, sneaky link, okay? In and out. Boom, boom. I tell you what's going on. I tell you what I think you should do. Just, if you are a staffer that wants to make a name for themselves, you know what I mean? That wants to come across like they're very intelligent in a room full of old people. And let's say you're watching right now, a wink and a nod, you know? I'm just saying. Hit my line. I got you, okay? And nobody needs to know about it too. Not a soul needs to hear about it. I will not be telling anybody. Okay. But anyway. Hasan, after getting shot with a liberal gun at the DNC, I'm advocating for endless war. No, I have a method. I have a couple things that I believe genuinely in my heart that are just like untested, and I don't think they're like political theories in general that are completely that off base. But a couple of them obviously are, don't capitulate to right-wing framing. Duh, that's an easy one. Everybody believes that. It's a given. But beyond that, one theory that I have is that Americans don't give a shit about foreign policy, but they also are on board with like pro-peace messaging. And when you pair both of those concepts up, I think that like the Democrats should not be afraid of putting forward a pro-peace message. Okay. So yeah, there's a march outside the DNC for Palestine. You will have to cross their picket line to get in. Hell yeah, baby. I'm gonna be like, fuck you guys. I love the Democrats. I love the Democratic Party. Like, why do you think I'm going, chat? The fuck? You do know that there are like pro-Palestine literal Palestinians like that also are in the Democratic Party. Anyway, I know. It's because you want to kiss Nancy Pelosi's ring, to be honest. Yes, I do. Okay. Hasan's true colors coming out. All I'm saying is I got some little theories. Okay. I got some little theories that, if you guys want to hear about, we can have a quick link, a sneaky link. Okay. And nobody needs to know about it. Ain't nobody needs to know about it. Hold on. I got to post this thing. God damn it. You trying to fuck Walz? Yeah, I'm trying to fuck him. Live stream the DNC secret meeting? No. Going liberal, I see. Yeah, dude. Yeah, definitely. Trump just posted about Adin Ross, 100 million views. You're fucking such a goon, dude. This is awesome. Okay. Folks. We got a lot to talk about, okay? But yeah, I played a quick game of ball, like a couple games of ball. I'm trying to post it on my Instagram real quick because, like, I am literally still a lethal shooter, though. Okay, I'm so fucking lived up right now. Yeah, my anti-Semitism is showing. So Kamala Harris didn't pick Josh Shapiro only because he's Jewish and because he helped the nephew of one of his political donors get away with stabbing his fiance 20 times. The anti-Semitism is sickening. Yeah. Fascists are planning more demo in the UK, including immigration officers in Bristol tomorrow. It's time to fucking jail their asses. Put them in jail. Put them under the jail. Put them in a jail that is like spelled weirdly, like with a G, G-A-O-L. You know what I mean? That type of shit. Like, that's how you know that's like American style prison. You know what I mean? Like old school. Yeah. Put him in the type of jail that isn't even spelled normally so that you know that shit is like really fucked up. Like, he's going to be sitting in a fucking Iron Maiden, that type of situation. Yeah, put him in those like fucking pots. Put him in those perma pots. Elon Trump interview on Monday. Content secured for next week. Oh, that's so sick. Oh, thank you guys. Oh, thank you to the Republicans. Thank you to the Democrats. Things are just like, things are looking up. Okay. Things are looking up. They're lining up. But yeah, we're gonna. No Jews allowed at the top of the Democratic Party, says Eric Erickson. Chuck Schumer quote tweeted, Eric Erickson said, news to me. That's crazy. Okay. Let's just fucking get popping. I mean, I no introductions, no nothing necessary. I will show you my sweet ass fucking 3-point floater. It's bag work. It's in my bag. Okay. This is very much a part of the bag. I will show you that, and then I will blast off after. Also, this is pretty funny. Big year for Midwest princesses. True. Here, I'm gonna show you the bag work real quick. But yeah, I woke up, actual banger pick, good news. I glazed up Tim Walz a little bit on my Instagram. Posted one of my older videos on him and the Democratic Farmer Labor whatever the fuck party in Minnesota, which I think is a sick ass name for a party. They're not just like the Democratic Party. They're they got labor in the name. They got farmer in the name. You already know what it is. Okay. Posted another sick ass photo with this man. I'm glazing him a little bit too hard. I know I'm glazing him a little bit too hard. I know. It's just like, if your boss looks like this, you don't need to worry about AI taking your job. And then here's my ball. Here's my ball bag. Watch this shit. Watch this shit. Bro, this kid's a lethal shooter. He's unstoppable. This kid's a shooter. Like everyone's saying like, what's up with this guy? What's up with this guy? Why is he such a good shooter? He's 6'4". He's brolic as hell. Like he shouldn't be that good at shooting. And it's like, no, I have it all. Okay. He's a football coach who ice fishes and protects women's rights to choose and trans people too. Like he's solid as hell. He's so solid. It freaks me out. Like it just like freaks me out that the Democrats actually went with the smart choice and not like the scared pick. Okay. Liberals are not happy about this VP pick. Shapiro actually failed the vibes test. Yeah, we got a lot of inside baseball analysis coming on this front. But yeah, they're pulling the socialists as a house on Walz too. Oh hell yeah, dude. Oh hell yeah. They got nothing. They got fucking nothing. First of all, he's not a socialist, bro. Shut the fuck up. He's the governor of Minnesota. Like, you can't say stuff like that. These guys are so fucking brain broken. Oh my God. Everything is falling in line, dude. All the cards are in place. Virtually every single thing. That's how you know they're failing big time. Okay. If you want to know, the Democrats are doing so well because the Republican messaging on this front have been so fucking bad. Okay. They're so bad. It's so bad. They're talking about how he like taught in China for a year and knows how to speak Mandarin. It's like they're gonna be calling him a fucking Chinese spy. They're gonna say he's the Manchurian candidate and shit. And you know, they're really just gonna push away what remains of like the rest of the normal people living in the fucking Rust Belt. Okay. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's actually so crazy. They're awesome. It's great. Everything so far has been going according to plan. You know what I mean? It's just patriots rise up. You know who you're voting for? Harris, Walz, Sharia law, Trump, Vance, come tavern. That's right. Like that's correct. We're voting for Sharia law. That's what we're voting for. We're big time. Like, there's so many massive flubs on the timeline. Oh my God, I can't wait to go over this. Oh my God. Balls to the walls, baby. It's Minnesota time. All right, that's it. That's what I'm blasting off with. I'm not even doing anything else. I'm not even doing anything crazy with it. Okay, Minnesota. Best part about that clip, he literally says the conservatives call basic kindness and legislature socialism, and conservatives get dunked on when they post it. Yeah. Democrats should get excited at the fact that they've accidentally lucked into like a good situation. They just like they've also been making a lot of comparisons to Bernie Sanders, a notoriously unpopular figure. Yeah, it's so funny. It's so awesome. And like the media instincts are also bad on this. Like they just don't fucking understand. You know? They're just they fuck, man, what a turnaround. I know. Like in what appears to be just a month-long sequence of W's from the Democratic Party, just doing basic competence, okay? Like doing basic decency and competence and not like objectively trying to fucking gaslight the entirety of the country on shit that they can literally, physically, visibly see, okay? Instead of fucking doing that, they were like, hey, how about we act like a party that wants to win a fucking election? Like, what if we were to say, hey, this guy that was at the top of the ticket, the current Democratic leader is too old. Everyone can kind of see it. Maybe we should swap him out for a younger, more vibrant, more dynamic a more dynamic candidate that isn't like dying. And there was resistance to it. There was resistance to that. And yet Nancy Pelosi fucking pulled through. Nancy Pelosi this month, in the entire month. 100%. Nancy Pelosi, you have officially reached GOAT status in my eyes. Like, actually. Nancy Pelosi unlocked Ultra Instinct in the same way that LeBron does when they when a green player disrespects him, you know what I mean? Like tries to dunk on him or something. And then LeBron goes on a fucking 30-point tear. Like that's literally Nancy Pelosi this past month. Like it happens sometimes where like somebody will try to like dunk on LeBron or something. And then he gets like really pissed off. She did that shit. La Nancy. No La Mickey Mouse rings here. La Nancy. She was like, what are we doing here? Not even average Argentinians glaze Messi as much as you glaze LeBron. Okay, baby boy, calm down. Okay, this is the GOAT. We're watching the fucking best player of all time. Shut the fuck up. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, soccer, football has a lot of legends. Okay, and so does basketball. But the difference between LeBron James and like the average fucking basketball legend is significant. Okay, when you got like Pele, you got Maradona. You got so many motherfuckers out there. You got Ronaldo. Not even Cristiano Ronaldo. You know what I mean? Maradona. Ronaldinho. Anyway, she saw her husband get hammered and it changed her life. She became a communist after that, relinquished her position, started advocating for good shit. Yeah. All I'm saying is, you know, sit back and enjoy the fucking show, you know? Like, look at that. They were like, this man, when he started his career, they were like, oh, he's just always driving in. He's always driving in. Fucking lethal three-point shooter now, too. He improved his bag in every capacity. Highest fucking game IQ of all time. I'm sick and tired of hiding it. I'm sick and tired of hiding my LeBron glaze, okay? What other player is 6'9", 250 pounds, and can play every position? Literally every position. That's crazy. That's unacceptable. Okay? The one thing he can't do is shoot free throws consistently at a high percentage, and that's fine because who needs free throws anyway? Bro, forgot about Magic Johnson. Okay, fair. These are fair. How did this become about LeBron? Holy shit, it's a classic HasanAbi morning. Dude, listen, it's because, you know what it is? I like talking about how good LeBron is because it brings out the Klansmen, okay? It brings out the Klansmen. Everybody immediately starts talking about how LeBron is not the GOAT, and then you can tell. You can tell they're speaking, they poked new holes in their fresh white sheets, okay? Okay, anyway, let's continue. Jokic and Luka clear LeBron. LeBron too old. That's crazy. Put some respect on your elders, okay? Don't let LeBron hear this. He will dunk on you. So why the fuck am I talking about this? Because Nancy Pelosi, like I said, unlocked Ultra Instinct and did Nancy Pelosi unlocked Ultra Instinct and did the damn thing that I have never seen the Democrats do ever, honestly. Okay? I've never seen the Democrats behave like a competent party. They swapped out Biden right after the RNC, right after Donald Trump had been shot, cut into that media cycle immediately, put Republicans on a defensive posture, got them to also openly show the rest of the country that they had no option. They had no alternative for like a move like this happening, even though they were calling for it for years. Okay. And all of a sudden, we're in a situation now where like people don't even associate Kamala Harris with like all of the worst aspects of the Biden policies. Like there was 2 years of negative real wage growth in the fucking country, and people don't even tack that on Kamala Harris. Like that's not even a point of contention, partially because the Republicans are fumbling the goddamn bag. They can't even have a normal fucking candidate. They can't have a normal campaign. They're having the hardest time. They're too busy going, no fair, no fair. Why did you do this to us? How dare you actually play like a fucking normal? How dare you actually act like you want to fucking win? You're supposed to be the permanent losers in this situation. This doesn't make any fucking sense. And all they've done so far is basically dispute whether Kamala Harris is a black woman, which is like a ridiculous thing. It's like dumber than fucking being a flat earther because at least the earth looks fucking flat. Kamala Harris is like, you can do a visual check to figure out if what this person is saying is correct or not. She's black. She's a black woman. Like, what the fuck do you mean she's not black? Like, what are you saying? Like, that is such an insane thing to say. And like, that's what they're going on with. And JD Vance has an entire library, like a Lord of the Rings extended director's cut, like with commentary edition, entire like 8-hour long sequence of podcasts that he's appeared on, where he went on like the Groyper Rapist podcast, and he goes on there and he's talking about how like women that don't have fucking children are sociopathic actually and should be like forcibly bred in camps. Like, what is happening? What are you guys doing, dude? What are you doing? Like, you forgot. You're suffering from your own success. You literally forgot how to run like normal campaigns. Just say you want to fucking cut taxes, man. Like, just say you want to fucking cut taxes, dumbass. The fuck is wrong with you? Anyway, yeah, this is the moment. This is something that, it's so funny that Walz is the pick because progressives, even fucking leftists, have been writing for the Minnesota Democrats for quite some time. Like, I myself have offered some coverage on that, like, way back in the day. As soon as there was a one-person majority, like one-seat majority in Minnesota, they went to town. They went on they went nutty with it. They were like, oh yeah, no more hungry children, actually. Sorry, sucks to suck. Yeah, we're going to do paid family leave. We're going to do all these things like no more captive meetings that are obviously anti-labor. Like all this stuff, they just went boom, 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 boom. They fucking put those numbers on the board. They went crazy with it. And honestly, it was great. This is why, like, Walz, for a lot of people, Walz might be out of nowhere. You know, they're like, who the fuck is this guy? He just seems like an old man. Ironically enough, he's like around the same age as Kamala Harris, even though he looks much, much older. Who's this like folksy guy? No, he's been doing the damn thing. I've said it before. Obviously, yeah, Midwestern Dems with a one-seat majority are Leninist vanguardists. Like we've made all these jokes years ago. I have talked about how like this is exactly like the Minnesota Democratic Party is like exactly what the Democratic Party is supposed to be like, is exactly supposed to operate like this. Okay. And you know, they're doing it. They did it. And yeah, we're going to talk about Hamas as well, by the way, but and the Republicans literally don't know. They don't know what to do. They have no way of dealing with this shit. Okay? They have no way of dealing with this shit. They just have no way of dealing with it. They don't know. The Republicans are in panic mode, okay? Yeah. Also, before the fucking Maoist third worlders get mad, China and, Walz literally fucking taught high school in China. He lived in China, okay? He literally has openly stated he doesn't want an adversarial relationship with China.
I've been focusing on, and I lived in China, and as I said, I've been there about 30 times, but if someone tells you they're an expert on China, they're probably not telling you the truth because it's a complex country. But it's critically important for us. I don't fall into the category that China necessarily needs to be an adversarial relationship.
Like, Van Jones says Dems appeasing anti-Jewish bigots. I think Van Jones needs to shut the fuck up. He needs to shut his bitch ass up, okay? Go fucking cry about Joseph Robinette Biden dropping out of the race more, bitch. Suck my fucking dick, Van Jones, you fucking bitch. You used to be a goddamn Maoist in San Francisco talking about America KKK. Now, you big fucking phony, you're running your mouth like this on CNN. Suck my fucking dick, dude. Fuck you, Van Jones. Fuck you, dude. Bitch ass. Stupid bitch. Fuck him. I mean, seriously, fuck him, dude.
It was a little risky, though, Van, that she didn't go with Shapiro to kind of lock down Pennsylvania. I mean, yes, David Challing was saying earlier.
God, he's such a bitch, dude. Yeah, all these guys can fucking cope and seethe, okay? All these guys can cope and fucking seethe. And by the way, all the Republicans are coping and seething. Like, shut the fuck up. You called that anti-Jewish false sentiment? Yeah, I did. I did call that. But I don't expect the fucking CNN liberal to say it. You're a fucking libtard. What's wrong with you? Why are you doing this? Yeah, this is my video on
let's talk
Minnesota. This is how you get shit done. Which you can watch on YouTube if you're like wondering what these legislative victories look like. Back when Will Stancil was like, I mean, Will Stancil, I guess, is still a big time advocate for fucking Walz. So he's right on that one at least. AOC live on Instagram. What's she talking about? Yeah, they're going to get real fucking racist with it, by the way. The Dem ticket is reportedly swapping out Josh Shapiro with a government who's beholden to CARE, the infamous U.S.-based Hamas front group. Last week, a top CARE official publicly mourned Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh's death, declaring that his martyrdom is not in vain. Yeah, so Minnesota has a lot of Somalis, okay? Minnesota is a state with a big chunk of Muslim refugees, a big chunk of Muslim population. It's not as big as, like, obviously the Michigan Dearborn population, but Minnesota's got a lot of Somalis, all right? And like the thing is, this, in my opinion, also plays a big role potentially for, you know, I don't know, maybe for the future of America's like foreign policy. Who knows? Who knows what kind of interest he's going to have? But he's just not. He doesn't strike me as the type of dude, especially listening to what he said about the Somali population that he has defended. That he's defended consistently. Honestly, it makes me feel hopeful that he won't be like a fucking psychopath. He's also a vet. He's a veteran who he's a football coach. He was a teacher. He was a veteran. He literally fucking sat on a bunch of committees, including I think like the Veteran Affairs Committee. Like he is. And also on top of that, even all the way back in like 2007, I believe, like he literally was like way back in the day, he was already like anti-Iraq war as well. So like he's got interesting takes. Progressive favor with mainstream views on Israel, Iran. Yeah. Like he's definitely gonna be a hawk. He's definitely gonna be a hawk on like Iran and Israel and shit like that, which is obvious. Like, you know, don't be crazy. But he's had like some unique ass takes in terms of he's had some unique and very interesting takes in terms of like escalating against Syria and shit like that. He's an interesting guy. Like I think that overall, he is a really, really solid pick. I already see Dem operatives running the anti-Semitism line and hyper online leftists talking about him making an official Falun Dafa day. Can't have anything even slightly good. Anyway, we'll see. Here, I'll watch the dude, there's so much going on and I'm like a little bit heated. I'll watch AOC's live stream. She's talking about Walz, and then we'll move on.
And what our values actually are. And Trump and JD Vance are like the creepiest people you've ever met in your life. Like truly. Like I think I mean, where do we even start with JD Vance? Like, he's weirdly obsessed with women's bodies and reproductive systems. They are creepily obsessed with LGBT people. Like, nobody, I don't think normal people are this concerned with what's going on in other people's situations, you know, like you kind of keep your hands to yourself, right? They don't know how to do
great
that.
Take, AOC. Great take,
and
AOC.
We're here to kind of make things normal, but not just normal, actually try to commit to a policy agenda that
wait, how come my fucking my blue check mark doesn't show when I write in the chat, but other people's does?
Want to try to make that part of our conversation. And I think one of the things that's really interesting about this moment is that
I didn't see a blast off. Did you publish it? Oh my God, did I forget to blast off?
Together.
Hold on, dude. I'm all over the place today. I'm sorry. I've been like really excited.
That Governor Walz was her running mate, and I believe there was a reporter that had tweeted saying, you know, both someone like me and Joe Manchin are supportive of Tim Walz as the pick, and that really is no small.
I forgot to blast off.
It's really.
Does anyone have the
nuts?
Does anyone have that?
I'm trying to think.
Sarah Fuckabee Sanders meme.
Respectfully,
does anyone have the Sarah Fuckabee Sanders meme? Chat. Can you resend that to me?
It's not common, not often that you see that, and so it really.
The Waltz versus Sarah Fuckabee Sanders meme, when it's like.
And I also want to speak to
when you want to.
A lot of our progressive values and our progressive base. Because what's also interesting about this
Sarah Huckabee Sanders
we're not leaving
versus Tim Walz, like when she made child labor.
Sure that we push for the future that we want and the kind of country that we want for the working class. And what I think is really fascinating is that how all of these forces and all of these influences are coming together in this particular moment. And so, no, it's not about checking any of that at the door, but I do think that this selection of Walz is kind of to me, it feels like a watershed moment. It does feel like a generational shift. And by that, I mean the generation of the kinds of politics that the Democratic Party is starting to practice now is a real departure from what has been practiced in years past. Sometimes.
Here we go. We blasted off. And I'm running the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. 43K in here without a blast off. We're so fucking back. We're so fucking back, boys. If you want an uninterrupted broadcast experience, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free. You already know what it is. Twitch Primes are free, folks. We blasted off. We're back.
Of Senator Sanders in 2020.
We're locked in, baby. We're locked the fuck in.
Candidates that were younger than him. There's a reason why young people elected and
here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Senator Ed Markey in Massachusetts over younger candidates and options, because I think, and something that I've heard from a lot of other elected officials before, is that young people and young voters are far more substantive than I think elected officials are used to us being in the past. Like, it's, you know, I think a lot of elected officials had dealt with this, I don't know if it was a stereotype or their experience of young people as being apathetic or uninvolved. And if anything, right now, I feel like sometimes when people don't vote, it's not because they're uninformed. It's actually because they're very informed, and maybe they don't like their options, or maybe they're unhappy with something, but they are very keyed in and informed about what's going on. And now what I'm also sensing is like there is an enormous substance to the youth vote. They want to know about what's happening to end the war in Gaza.
What the fuck, Rando Jen? Thank you for the 10 gifted.
Commitments we're going to make to stop the climate crisis.
I don't entirely agree with this. I think like for this community and for a lot of the people that she communicates with, dialogues with, that are young and progressive, yes. Like you got the Sunrise Movement, you got people like that. Those people are definitely very invested in like policies, very invested in changing America's outcome, changing America's future, especially when it comes to foreign policy like Gaza, right? But then you have the Adin Ross constituency, right? Like there are a shit ton of people. Those are non-voters for the most part, but there are a shit ton of people in that Adin Ross part of the equation that absolutely are just like completely oblivious and say things like, yeah, literal iPad kids, and fans of Adin Ross that are like voter eligible. Not all, obviously, a lot of his fan base is like 12, but still, there are a lot of people who like don't understand politics at all. I'm reminded of that conversation that he had with Your Rage a while back in Kai Cenat, where he was talking about how like Joe Biden is the reason why abortion is banned. You know? The replies to the no more genocide tweets today. Liberals think Biden stopped aid to Israel months ago. Wait, what? The bottom pic is from a charter school bill, not a child labor law bill. Oh, I didn't realize that the pic was flicked up from a charter school bill. You do realize that the child labor law bill did happen, though. Like, Sarah Huckabee Sanders did actually fucking unrestrict child labor regulation. Like, that photo might not be from the child labor one, but she did do that. That was an actual bill that she passed. So that's not fake.
Of being populist, working class, labor Democrats with the added integration of a modern intersectional lens that is aware of racial rights, that is aware of women's rights, that's aware of and fights for civil and LGBT rights, and integrates the material identity values, not just superficial. We're not talking about tokenism. We're not talking about just pure representational politics. I think people are just so much more aware that this is so much more about being the first, but it's about like embodying what a first means, which means fighting for the people and places that we come from. And I think that Tim Walz does that. I think that Kamala Harris does that. And, you know, I think that what our role is from a grassroots perspective is to continue to organize with discipline and to continue to organize with a lot of commitment on a policy basis.
What was my first reaction?
Coalition.
I jumped out of bed.
As we stop the tide of fascism. And I think lastly, one of the things that's so incredibly important for everybody to understand is that this is not going to be easy, okay? We're in a very exciting moment. And I think that this excitement, and I hope that this excitement sustains through November. But it cannot just be about excitement. Our success is directly correlated in how we translate this energy into actual individual.
All right. We've heard this a million times. No disrespect to AOC. I got to move on. There's a lot going on. Hearing you glaze walls, maybe bet 50 on him at 600 plus 600. So you made me like $300. Thanks, Goat. Yeah. I'm gonna need a cut from all of the fucking predicted Andys in the chat who just come in here, listen to what I have to say, and then fucking make decisions off of that and go to the betting markets. Y'all are gonna need to actually gift some subs back to the community. Okay. I'm sorry. It's for far too long. You've been coming in here. You've been repeating my statements to sound informed and smart, maybe to get pussy too on top of that. Okay. And that's fine. Okay. Spread the good word. But like, you can't be out here making predicted, putting money down on predicted, making a fucking big bag, and then not gifting community gifted subs back to the community, allowing people to no longer see ads at the top of the hour, in the middle of the hour, that type of shit. Okay. Anyway. So here's what the RNC research has found so far on Tim Walz. I'm gonna give you guys like I'm gonna try. I'm really excited. I'm a little bit all over the place. So like I'm having a hard time just explaining to you, just centering myself and just like having a normal fucking coverage over this, because it's like the Democratic Party doing actually smart moves has like broken my brain a little bit too. It's not just the Republicans that are brain broken. I'm brain broken as well, because like I don't ever expect this shit either. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm so used to them being dickheads that it like literally broke my brain a little bit too. But yeah, here, let's start off with the Kamala Harris pick. Let's get a little bit on the background, and then we'll continue. We'll talk about like what the we'll talk about what the Republicans are doing
And
right
the breaking news is big in this unprecedented campaign, this season the likes of which we have never seen before. We have one more major development. Vice President Kamala Harris, the presumptive Democratic nominee now for President of the United States, has selected Minnesota Governor Tim Walz to be her running mate. A week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, maybe seen as a dark horse. Now he has emerged as the choice. Our MJ Lee, Jeff Zeleny, John King, Jamie Gangel, all reporting on this. MJ just saying maybe Walz, a vibes pick, seen as a Midwestern happy warrior. John King is here with us in New York, watching this unfold before our eyes. Let's just start, reset at the top of the hour, what Tim Walz means for this ticket now.
It means, number one, the Democrats have their ticket. They're about to go into their convention, and after Kamala Harris clinched the nomination with the most unorthodox nominating process of our lifetime, the President of the United States steps aside after winning the primaries. She wins a virtual voting among the delegates, and then she wants to make this decision. She wants all this cleaned up before they get to Chicago for the convention, so that can all be about prosecuting the case against Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and against the Republicans. So a very truncated process, a lot of pressure on the vice president. So as the voters out there get to judge, how she's handling this first big executive decision. So why Tim Walz? We're showing pictures of him right there in a jacket and a shirt with no tie on. Earlier we had pictures of him in a T-shirt. I do think the contrast here is going to be striking. This is a small town Midwesterner. This is a man who won a Republican House seat and held it in very difficult years for Democrats.
I asked this question to Sam Cedars and got jumped on. My question is, what has changed? Why is everyone so hyped about Walz? How would this address our foreign policy concerns? You will get jumped on because this is a moment where people are finally tuning back into politics, and a lot of people are just straight ticket liberals in general, and they don't personally give a single fuck about American foreign policy. That is by design, mind you. The American foreign policy is brutal, it's ruthless, it's bloodthirsty, it's maniacal, and that is precisely the reason why it is not in the forefront of American minds ever. Foreign policy has the capacity to make or break elections only when it reaches a certain boiling point. We could technically still reach that boiling point, by the way. When people talk about nothing ever happens, they mean nothing ever happens to America, right? They don't mean nothing ever happens, because things are happening all the time. A genocide is happening, for example. But that's the reason why people will yell at you and say that you're spoiling the fun that they're having right now. Ultimately, I always manage my expectations. I grade on a curve when it comes to American politics. When I'm doing election analysis, I'm not doing election analysis from simply my moral perspective, even though I'm very honest about my own personal motivations and my own personal, moral opinions, my own morality. I almost always try to associate it with electability so that the broader American base of support develop a better understanding. But in terms of this changing the outcome of American foreign policy, I don't think there is any sort of, so you're just sheepdogging for clout? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. And not because I also personally think that marginal improvements in the right direction make ease of access for labor union participation and organizing ahead of time in a country where there is no organizing, in a country where if you say I want paid family leave, they call you a fucking socialist and say that you've killed 100 guerrillian people. Considering that I've been doing this for the past 10 years, I think I know what the fuck I'm doing. Maybe I keep doing what I'm doing, but I wish you well in your in the way that you're doing it. Yeah, the big time clout that I get. So big time clout that I get from being a leftist. Anyway, so this is obviously significantly better than the former option that we were locked in with. Another leftist streamer made the argument that Walz would be a bad pick based on the good policies he's done, which is why it had to be Bashar because he's a bland candidate that Republicans would attack him on. What? No. So where was I? But yeah, ultimately most Americans do not care about foreign policy. And if you bring it up, they're like, oh, fuck you. You're a radical. You're a piece of shit. Even though you're right. You're not wrong. Right. But as far as foreign policy goes, do I think Walz is going to be like all that different from the average Democrat? Probably not. Okay. But as it stands, I was a big time Bernie advocate, as you guys know. And I literally also said the same shit about fucking Bernie in terms of foreign policy. And I said this time and time again, Bernie Sanders had like a bunch of differences, a bunch of moments where he differentiated from the average Democrat, especially on Israel. But like ultimately, it's not like he's going to be he was ever going to be like the true anti-war vanguardist leader that you think he was going to be. He was not. So you have to grade on a curve. You have to manage your expectations. You don't have to care about American elections, but if you do care about American elections, you have to understand that, you know, there's obviously like American elections are going to be spoken about within the confines of America. And Americans are very selfish. They don't really give a shit about our foreign policy. And it is not something that moves the needle. Having said that, in terms of Israel, okay, in terms of Israel, it does move the needle a little bit in key districts, in key states like Michigan, for example. Okay. But yeah, Walz has a really interesting background on foreign policy from his time living in China, where he was a teacher in China, and also has talked about not having an adversarial relationship with China, which is like genuinely weird to hear from a fucking Democrat. So, you know, there is definitely some good there. Okay. He speaks a little bit of Mandarin. He was anti-intervention in Syria. He has been at times anti-interventionist. He's been at times a party loyalist that voted along the party lines. So that is important to understand, though. That is important to put within the context of like the rest of the Democratic Party. In terms of his stuff with respect to Muslim populations, he has a big Somali constituency in his state. He has actively defended them on the record time and time again. That's why they're attacking him and saying he's like beholden to care. Okay. He's not going to be aggressive in being like anti-Israel or anything like that. Make no mistake. But having said that, we'll see. We'll see. Okay. I am not going to make any predictions on that front. I suspect him of being like super. Do I suspect him of being like above and beyond on the issue of Israel? Who knows? Probably not. He is just like every other fucking Democrat. He's just like every other Democrat and on that issue.
He held on to it. So he has that small town rural appeal, which is why did Donald Trump pick J.D. Vance? Sort of the same idea. Can you go into small communities and make the case? He's the chairman of the Democratic Governors Association. I can tell you his fellow Democratic governors love him. Love him. They think he's smart. They think he builds consensus. They think he's really funny. And so they like being in his company. And that matters in a campaign. In terms of Harris being out, are you confident that do you have the loyalty and do you trust your partner out there on the campaign trail? Does that person at tense moments, and there will be a lot of tense moments in the next 90 days of this campaign, make you laugh and make you smile and maybe take some of the pressure off you? Can you do the small market television? Walz fits that bill. Now,
yes, Walz can do retail much better than Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris still has that like elitist California stink on her a little bit when she's running around. She plays well. She plays well to younger voters for sure. But like ultimately, you put this man in the fucking Rust Belt, he's going to thrive. That's where he's from. You know, that's what he does. That's his shit. He's a goddamn teacher from fucking Minnesota. All right. So that he's got like a lovable older coach energy because that is what he is. He's got a decent amount of time in the legislative body. He has performed and outperformed the Democratic Party routinely as the governor. He's a popular governor. He's done a lot. His legislative accomplishments in 2023 onward is pretty solid as well. Like he is 100p a He is 100p a phenomenal pick. A great pick, okay? Top of the leaderboard pick. Absolutely stoked for this. Absolutely stoked for this. He also has a DUI on his record. That, yeah, say no more. That makes it even better. So, the Democrats have obviously set us up for low expectations time and time again. Up until the last moment, I straight up thought that they would still go with Shapiro, because Shapiro was the scared pick. Okay? Josh Shapiro, governor of Pennsylvania, was the scared pick. Okay? That was the pick you do when you're not confident in your abilities of running and winning PA on your own. Okay? And honestly, I genuinely thought, like, it's still gonna be a bad pick. It's still gonna be a bad pick. It's not gonna be a good pick. And ultimately, they went with the good pick. I do think that they are responding positively to what they are hearing and what they are seeing from the progressive wing of the base of support in the Democratic Party. I do think that. Now, obviously, this presents an opportunity. Keep pushing on this front, specifically on Israel, okay? Every unlikable leftist I've ever seen is really out here like he's not leftist Jesus, therefore I will be not voting. Yeah. Don't listen to these people, okay? Don't. It's fine. Those people probably do a phenomenal amount of activism. They're at the forefront of all these movements and stuff like that. It's great. Those people are your allies. Those people are necessary. But this is elections. This is electoral politics. They don't fucking vote anyway. Who gives a shit? You're like, yeah, that's fine. Who cares? Like, I was duking it out with some people in my own Hoscord. There was a Nigerian Hoscorder who was like yelling about the VP pick not being like a revolutionary pick. And I was like, listen, brother, I love you, but like, it's like saying the Global South is upset about, the fucking Minnesota State comptroller. Like, yeah, of course, this does not, this is not like a Global South pick. There is no Global South pick. We're talking about American empire, right? The most that America could do is step aside and allow the revolutionary potential of the third world to continue, okay? That's the most you can expect from the imperial core, which is not going to happen anyway. I'm over here looking at a hemorrhaging country, a country that's bleeding, and a country that is on its last leg, basically fucking being actively more violent year over year, and trying to create a system, or at least like envisioning a system where it's like at least a little bit better in terms of organizing, so that there can be actual progressive momentum in this country, labor momentum in this country. That's it. That's what I care about. I thought crime was down. What? Crime is down. The fuck are you talking about? When I say hemorrhaging, I'm talking about, when I talk about America dying, I'm talking about like American empire. I'm talking about income inequality. I'm talking about the very obvious instability that we are staring down currently. Anyway. How is a guy that created free breakfast and lunch not a radical pig in a good way? It's insane to me. What do they expect? America's getting more violent every year. Yes, I meant on its foreign policy. I don't mean that like America internally is getting more violent. America's always been pretty fucking violent in general. Crime is down, but that's besides the point. I'm talking specifically about America's active participation in global violence. Okay? Anyway, let's continue.
Now, we're going to see how he plays out. And again, I'll be a broken record on this. There is no data in the 37 years I've been doing this that says your vice presidential pick makes the difference in the end. However, it can hurt you. We could have a conversation about has Vance hurt Trump, or at least stalled Trump's momentum a little.
Walz is the one that sent the National Guard in during the George Floyd protest and has been making it harder to persecute cops and implements reforms in Minneapolis. Yeah, that's actually a really interesting take, because there's a big column A, column B on that front as well, because he does have some weaknesses. You just mentioned two solid ones. But he's also the same guy that, if I'm not mistaken, allowed the Keith Harrison prosecution to occur, right? Or hold on, no, not Keith Harrison. What's fucking Keith Ellison, not Harrison. Sorry. He's the one. Wait, hold on. He's the one who pushed, like he's the one who at least didn't get in the way of Keith Ellison, not Harrison. I apologize. And I think that that in and of itself is like pretty solid. Yeah, he also lamented on his abject failure of riot response. Somber Minnesota Governor Tim Walz confronted criticism after a third night of destructive protests in response to George Floyd's death in police custody. National Guard officers said the mission lacked clarity. So he is, like I said, he is an interesting guy even on this front as well. But of course, no politician is perfect, and Walz is not perfect either. No leftist who votes thinks that we're going to vote ourselves into a socialist utopia with one election. Ultimately, meaningful change will come from some amount of violence here at home, and news like Walz being picked for VP speaks to a future where that great change comes with potentially less violence here at home. But maybe I'm speaking out of my ass. I think it's a good idea. This is a good thing for Norman leftists who vote. Yeah. I think ultimately, look, man, ultimately, I want nice things. Okay. I just want what? Oh no. TikTok and Instagram, Hasan D. Pike. They got my username wrong. Twitter leftists are gonna hate on any option unless it's a Che reincarnate. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as Twitter leftists. Okay. We're having a conversation about electoral politics. It doesn't mean anything, okay? Twitter leftists are completely meaningless in this conversation, okay? You want to know who actually played a big role here? Motherfucking Nancy Pelosi. That's who played a big role here, okay? She played a much larger role than like any number of hammer and sickle accounts. So it's fine. Power doesn't come from above, it comes from below. Walz and Harris will be easier to organize under than Trump, but of course they're still going to send in cops to beat the shit out of us anyway. Yes, exactly. Fun fact, Tim Walz is the only person on either ticket that doesn't wear makeup. He's also the only person, aside from Donald Trump, since the Carter administration that doesn't have a law degree, I'm pretty sure, of some sort. Right? Like, or is it like a VP that hasn't had that? Which is pretty wild. I mean, the motherfucker's a teacher, bro. He's a teacher. What are we talking about? That's it. He's a teacher. He's a football coach. He was in the army. Like, he's pretty fucking solid. I don't really give a shit about like him being a veteran. I do care a lot more about him being a teacher. Just like with Ketanji Brown Jackson, I cared that she was a public defender. Okay? Like, these are very important things. This is life experience, especially in more formative years, that truly changes the way you view the world. Okay? If you're not a fucking like out of touch rich weirdo like half of the fucking Republican Party, for example, like, that's cool. That's a good thing. That means that you are going to be the kind of guy that legitimately would advocate for certain positions because you have lived experience on those positions. Okay?
Sometimes life is as much about the lessons you learn as the lessons you teach. When I grew up, community was a way of life. My high school class was 24 people. I was related to half of them. I learned to be generous towards my neighbors, compromise without compromising my values, and work for the common good. My dad was in the Army, and with his encouragement, I joined the Army National Guard when I was 17. I served for 24 years. I used my GI benefits to go to college and become a public school teacher. I coached football and taught social studies for 20 years. And I tried to teach my students what small-town Nebraska taught me: respect, compromise, service to country. And so when I went into government, that's what I carried with me. I worked with Republicans to...
That's the thing. Like, he also is like pretty popular in Congress too. Like, people love him. Like, amongst, like, listen, the VP can play a big role in obviously, you know, dominating Congress. I hate you leftists so much. Brother, you can hate me all day, every day. I still want you to get fucking, I still want an easier future for your children. I still want you to be able to get fucking healthcare. I still want you to be able to get educated for free, you know? I still want all the government handouts that are given to fucking massive multinational corporations that rake in billions of dollars of profit by abusing people like yourself to actually not get those handouts and for you to get those handouts instead, okay? It doesn't matter. You can hate me all day, every day, okay? I still want that for you because I know that when you get those things, you will be less angry because the hatred that you have is simply the anger that you have for the anger that you have festered, that you have manifested in your body due to all the fucking underlying material circumstances that you're subjected to. Okay? Your life sucks, you get mad. And then people tell you, you should get mad at this fucking guy. Okay? Rich people turn around and tell you, you should get mad at this other person. Okay? This other person who says you do deserve nice things, as a matter of fact. That's how it works. I hope that regardless of how you feel about me, I hope that, you know, you still have a happy future. All right.
Pass an infrastructure bill, cut taxes for working families, signed paid leave into law. I codified abortion rights after Roe got overturned because I go to work for the common good. But enough about me. Let's talk about you, because that's what this election is about. It's about your future. It's about your family. And Vice President Harris knows that. She too grew up in a middle-class family. She too goes to work every day, making sure families can not just get by, but get ahead. We believe in the promise of America, in those values I learned in Nebraska, and we're ready to fight for them. Because as Kamala Harris says, when we fight, we win.
Who the fuck are you and what did you do with Hasan? Wait, what? I've never fucking strayed away from my advocacy. One of the things that I routinely mention is Medicare for all means for all, okay? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what your political background or your ideology is. Even Nazis get healthcare. Like, that's how it works. This is something that I've always advocated for and will continue to advocate for, regardless of what fucking people think about me. It doesn't matter. Like, yeah, there are heated moments where I fucking yell at people when they come in and they like immediately attack like random marginalized groups or whatever, and they piss me off. But ultimately, it doesn't change my mentality on whether they deserve. It doesn't change my calculation on whether they deserve nice things or not, you know? That's how it works. All right. Also, I'm in a really good mood. People who only watch clips of you saying you've changed law. Yeah, I know. People who only watch clips of me are the same people that like will watch one clip of me where I, you know, describe a position that I've maintained for like 10 fucking years, right? And then they'll go, wow, incredibly rare HasanAbi W. And it's like, bro, it's just me being pro-trans. You know what I mean? Like, you think that's a rare take, brother? That's like the reason why you've seen all the negative fucking takes about me in general. Anyway. So, yeah, people would be like, wow, Hasan said he wants everyone to have health care. Rare HasanAbi W.
We are getting you on here before you are starting your workday, so I don't know if anyone's heard what your thoughts are on Kamala Harris naming Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her VP candidate. What are your thoughts there?
Oh, I love it. I'm very excited about Walz. Walz he's a fighter. He's done a lot with a very slim majority in the state legislature in Minnesota. And I've been writing for the Democratic Party of Minnesota for quite some time. So I'm actually very excited about Walz. I definitely think he was a better choice than Shapiro. A lot of people immediately think, oh, is it because of Israel or whatever? No, like Walz is also, going to be pro-Israel. Most Democrats are. In general, that's American foreign policy. My frustration with Josh Shapiro was actually because he was pro-school vouchers. Like he worked with the Republicans in the state when he became the governor to push for a school voucher program, and I think that's very right-wing for me. I don't really like that. I think that's immediately it spells that you're anti-teachers union, and that's a pretty solid, pretty important constituency for the Democratic Party. Tim Walz, on the other hand, is a teacher. So I'm very excited to hear how he will communicate a more progressive agenda for the Democratic Party. I think they actually have listened to the voters. They've been doing a lot of good things this past month, especially. They've almost become this competent party that I never really experienced. I never really thought they could be.
Did you bring a tripod to the court? Yeah, I always bring a tripod to the court to film myself playing basketball and stuff. But like this time, it actually worked. So that I could whip this up because I forgot about this. Outside of playground lol. Yeah, I'm flexing to all the right wingers that as someone who is a staunch anti-pedophile, I am allowed near playgrounds as they are not.
Getting you on here.
It's like this is something that you are not legally allowed to do. Half of the Republican Party's base of support. Anyway, my fiance says you have big pick me energy, bro. You appeared in her dreams too, bro. Yeah. Have you talked to Dan before? No, I have not. This was Matt Dakar. Thank you for the 50 community gifted subs. What a crossover. What a crossover. People are saying, who the fuck is this sweaty dude? Yeah. All of my like sports broadcaster friends that I've worked with over the years are going to be so shocked that I appeared on a fucking sports show. Anyway. First time I hear you thanking someone for gifted subs. I always thank gifted subs. PFD's gonna lose his mind at this. Yo, isn't he in LA right now? I'm gonna see if I can get him on the broadcast. I'm gonna send him a real quick text here, okay? See if he's around. This is becoming a sports broadcast at this point. We are a pro sports. Please don't take more days off this election cycle and only get so insane. Did you glaze LeBron on the show? I did. I talked about like Democrats on immigration are like LeBron James. LeBron James actively choosing to play chess against a grandmaster like Magnus Carlsen instead of playing a dunk competition where he would clear it. I did that analogy. I was like, don't talk about immigration. The least you could do is like, if you're going to talk about immigration, just like talk about how bad the Republican Party's immigration policies are. Another reason why Tim Walz appeals so well to rural areas in the Rust Belt. Yeah. The video's out, by the way. Are you pro sports? I am. How about Anthony Edwards? I love Anthony Edwards. Okay. Let's continue. Have you covered the racist riots in the UK? Yes, I have. I did extensively yesterday. Dude, this has been awesome. This has been so awesome. I'm telling you right now, I'm all over the place right now. I haven't been able to like give you guys the fucking good stuff because a lot happened in such a short period of time. But honestly, fuck. Let's just continue. I'm going to lock in.
And it can help you in the idea that, again, popular with governors, that helps you raise money. Popular with governors, that helps get more people on the team. Popular in small town America, create a little buzz for Democrats in places maybe where they're not always seen. And that is one of the Democratic Party's problems. In the years I've been doing this, Michael Dukakis was my first.
What? Bad take? You're basically saying the Republicans are right about immigration and we can't beat them? Saying immigration is good is actually better than avoiding the issue? No. My thing is, either set up a counter narrative that is objectively based and rooted within reality, okay? Or if you're going to talk about it, if you're going to talk about the issue of immigration, don't fucking literally play into their narrative. You're wrong. You don't understand the point I'm making. I'm making the opposite point.
First campaign, 1988. He won 10 states.
Massachusetts miracle.
Yeah, Iowa and West Virginia were states won by Michael Dukakis in 1988. Those who are blue-collar Democrats who worked with their hands on farms or in coal mines or in factories. The Democrats have lost those votes. Tim Walz knows how to win those votes. Again, the presidential candidate decides who wins the election. But a vice presidential candidate can help a little bit, and she's made a governing choice here too. A progressive governor who was in the military, in the House, then elected statewide and re-elected statewide. So you have governing experience here, again, in a different mix, a Midwestern mix. She's a West Coast politician. So it's an interesting combination. You know, politics, I always call it a casserole, right? You're bringing all these ingredients together and trying to make them work. The last thing I'll say is, in my travels over the last year, you know, one of the issues is people are so disillusioned with politics. That's why you have so-called double haters, people who don't like Trump and don't like Biden. Well, now President Biden's out of the race. So that gives the Democrats an opportunity. They have this opportunity to shake up the race, to get people to look again. So somebody who's a little different, a little unorthodox. Kamala Harris is different. She's a woman of color, right? So she's different in her own right. Now to bring somebody else different into the mix when you're trying to get another look, it's an interesting pick. And
you mentioned him being a happy warrior. That's not something that you always hear in politics. There's been a lot of people who have been really, really annoyed, pissed off is probably the best word you could use.
I'm going to stop being annoying and shut up after this, but have you seen this Squid Tips video about V and motorcycles? It's really good, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. What? I have no idea what any of those words you just said are. I'm sorry.
At the candidates recently using very dark language, et cetera, et cetera. He's not that guy.
No, he makes the case against Trump and Trumpism with a smile. And he says he urges people to make it with a smile. And he urges people to say, don't demonize the voters. Don't demonize the people with whom you disagree. Try to have a conversation with them. Try to win them over with your own arguments and with your own details, not by saying you're a moron or you're an idiot or go away, I don't want to listen to you. Try to find out how they got there.
Minnesota nice.
What is the source of their disillusionment and their disaffection? Not just push them away because they disagree with you.
Yeah. Let's go to Jeff Zeleny now. Jeff, there is this question about what the relationship was before all this. How much did Kamala Harris know Tim Walz or have ever sort of talked to and had conversations with Tim Walz before the dark horse became the pick?
HasanAbi likes Anthony Edwards, a known homophobe. I'm sorry, bro. It's not the homophobia. Okay, I don't know if you know this, but like that has no basis in my analysis. Okay, have you seen the way he balls? Okay, it's like Kyrie. I got a lot of love for Kyrie. Okay, And it has nothing to do with his takes. Don't come in here and pull some shit like that, okay? Anthony Edwards also, yep, you're right, pro-abortion. This is true. Ne haber anne? Gördüm anne, konuşamam şu anda. I said, let me see.
Sir, I'm told not much. They did not have much of a relationship. But another source just a moment ago pointed me back to a visit that Vice President Harris took to the Twin Cities in Minnesota in March. And she visited a Planned Parenthood clinic. Of course, she has been the leading champion on the, at the time, Biden-Harris campaign for abortion rights. And that has been one of the really anthems of her candidacy. And Governor Walz was at this Planned Parenthood clinic. It's the first time a sitting vice president has visited such a clinic. And I'm told that she walked away impressed by his demeanor, how he carried himself, and she liked him, but did not know much about him. And of course, at the time, this would have been unthinkable. Just 16 days ago, she was the running mate. She was not looking for her own running mate. So that is what is remarkable about this. But really, in the last 2 weeks, Governor Walz went from a third-tier contender in the views of someone who's close to him to one of the top three. And they believe that was largely because of what he was doing sort of very publicly. He was doing every interview he could do, trying to make the case to some Democrats and make the case why he is the type and flavor of Democrat that could help win voters back. If you think back to it,
Mehdi with another 50 gifted. God damn, I didn't even see that shit, dude. That's crazy.
If you think back to sort of the Democratic Party, how it was not that long ago when Barack Obama won in 2008 and 2012, they won a lot of areas that are now red. John was just talking about many of those areas. Governor Walz is someone they believe who can help sort of win back these areas. There, of course, are limitations to this. Vice President Harris is at the top of the ticket. She is the standard bearer. So we will see in the coming days how much he can sort of give some calm and relief to some voters who are unsure about this. But the contrast is something I'm told the Harris campaign very much liked, and the chemistry is something that she also liked in the final days of this search. Guys?
Not a lawyer. Tim Walz also not a lawyer, which is unusual, right? I guess Al Gore wasn't a lawyer. I mean, it's not often you... Yeah, social studies here. You don't often you see, politicians at this point who haven't had experience in the law, especially on the Democratic side. Let's go to MJ Lee for more reports.
Tim Walz literally met with Netanyahu. Oh my God. What's next? Are you going to tell me that he delivered a speech at AIPAC where he talked about how he's committed to the security of Israel? Wow. Look at how shocked I am. This is my shocked face. Oh my God. I can't believe it. That's so strange. That's such a strange thing that you're telling me about any American politician. I love people that literally will openly recognize that, like, AIPAC dominates Congress, okay? Dominates Congress. Like, you regularly talk about this. And then you turn around and you're like, look, another Democrat went to AIPAC and another Democrat met with Benjamin Netanyahu. It's like, yeah, no shit, dog. How is this shocking to you? How is this shocking to you? You're bringing up shit we know already. I know this already. I know. This is not like even remotely surprising to me. I don't know why it's surprising to you. What the fuck? Like, you should know this. If you are someone who is already, like, very invested in Palestinian emancipation, you should be aware of this already. What the fuck?
Reporting on how we got to this point. MJ, what are you hearing now?
Yeah, John, I do think
So why the fuck are you supporting him? Brother, there is virtually no other fucking candidate. Like, there's like 3 that haven't touched AIPAC. Okay? What are you on right now? I'm saying that is the bipartisan position. Okay? What do you mean? You have to personally look at the rest of Congress. This is why I've also, time and time again, defended AOC on the issue of Israel too. People will be like, I also use a fucking controlled opposition, blah, 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 blah. It's like, bro, you guys are so nutty because you have no understanding of how American Congress fucking works in terms of like being pro-Israel. It's a non-starter, okay? Like, it is a fucking non-starter. What are we talking about?
We should just take an extra beat to take stock.
It's always the same. Every election season is the same. I know. I love it because it's always like younger people that are just like first invested in politics. And you can tell like there's two different types of like young voters who are just getting into politics. Like one, the disillusioned voter that like is completely outside of the electoral politics scheme in general, recognizes a bourgeois democracy. It's fucking bullshit. It's a bullshit duopoly, but still chirps that there isn't like a Maoist candidate out there. Okay. And then the other type of voter who's like is like diehard invested in the Democratic Party and still thinks that the Democratic Party has their best interest in mind. Now, obviously, this is a unique moment in American politics. It's very different than the way I talk about how the Democratic Party operates in general. If you've been watching me for a long enough time, you probably know what I'm going to say for the most part on the Democratic Party's future prospects and how they operate normally. This is unique. This is a unique instance. But even before this instance, even before the last month of the Democratic Party demonstrating that they can be competent, there was still hella fucking chatters in here being like, oh, but like you got to still vote, right? Like you got to do lesser evil voting, blah, 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 blah. Like all this shit. And that is because they're not disillusioned and haven't been fucked over time and time again after going out and door knocking, after going out and like being invested in a candidate or whatever. So it's like their maybe second election. So they don't know yet. They don't know how bad it is. They don't know how bad it gets. You're already being called a liberal. This is just an impossible conversation to have with anyone who's remotely online. I don't care. I am. Yeah, sure. Whatever. This is no different than when people go, oh, dude, you're a capitalist. I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. Yeah, I love capitalism. I love the Democratic Party. I'm a liberal. I'm a reactionary conservative. I'm everything at all times, okay? And yet, for some weird reason, my position has not changed for the past 10 fucking years. And every single thing that I've said should happen is literally happening. So who gives a fuck? Stop trying to fucking fit me into the to like this neat little confine that you've created, neat little box that you've created in your mind. Just listen to what the fuck I'm saying, okay? I don't give a shit. I don't care. Yeah, okay. Label me whatever the fuck you want. Oh yeah, I'm 100% disillusioned because I actually have door knocked thousands of doors, but I understand that it's just me. To be fair, I don't think you're doing liberalism. I think the actual liberals in chat might be mishearing your take though. Anyway, let's continue.
Of really the really remarkable and extraordinary series of events that led us to this moment. It was 16 days ago that President Joe Biden dropped out of the 2024 race. And as you've been talking about, Vice President Harris was able to lock up this nomination so quickly, but so much so that there was not even at any point, even a blip of a real conversation within the Democratic Party about whether they should consider anybody else other than Kamala Harris. And now we have not only Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket, but within a matter of days, she has deliberated on and chosen the running mate of her choice. And it is now going to be the Harris-Walz ticket running against the Trump-Vance ticket. So we have seen such a remarkable and unprecedented transformation of the Democratic ticket in just, again, a matter of days. And I do think we should note that this moment really marks, in some ways, Kamala Harris defying President Biden. As we have talked about so much for years and years, President Biden and the advisors that are closest to him have made the argument repeatedly that the person at the top of the ticket had to be Joe Biden, that only he was capable of defeating Donald Trump, that with anybody else, the country really risked a second term Trump presidency. And in that, they were at least implicitly suggesting that the Democratic bench of talent was inadequate. But now here we have Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket, now Tim Walz right there below her, and the two of them certainly do now represent sort of the future of the Democratic Party in a way that we would not have seen had Joe Biden remained at the top of the ticket. Now, one thing I will say, as we are now talking about this ticket facing up against President Trump and J.D. Vance on the other side of the aisle, I do think there's something to be said for the way that Walz has conducted himself.
How much of this was Kamala making the decision? How much was the DNC? I think Nancy Pelosi actively was petitioning for Walz, so I will give her the credit for that as well. I'll give Nancy the credit for replacing Biden, and I give Nancy the credit for fucking pushing for Walz. That's my goat, okay? I despise her worldview, but that's my goat when it comes to fucking making picks, making stock picks, and that's my goddamn goat when it comes to changing the history and the trajectory of the Democratic Party in such a dramatic fashion that this race went from a Donald Trump lock, okay, to what you are seeing unfold in front of your eyes. What? POV, you begged like a dog and didn't get it? They're calling you out? Wait, what? Dude, there is no point in this process where I said I don't want Walz. I said I like Walz a lot. I've glazed Walz for at least a year plus at this point. Anyway, let's continue.
In the last several weeks or so, as he has made the case effectively, a lot of Democrats would say, against Trump and Vance. You know, he is the guy that made the weird messaging really take hold as he described the Republicans on the other side of the aisle as those weird guys. That has been a really politically effective messaging, and he has clearly shown, whether he was intentionally auditioning for this job or not, that he can be that effective messenger for Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party. So all of these things would have gone into that decision-making process. I know that we were talking about this a little bit in the last hour, but I do think sort of that vibes decision, how much that factored into things, just the idea that this is somebody that she would have had good personal chemistry with, that he is widely described as somebody that people just enjoy spending time with.
Let's go to senior White House correspondent Weijia Jiang.
We're gonna get to like the way that the weirdo Republicans are reacting to this. I mean, here, John Podhoretz treats boy himself. Appointing Tim Walz, who praised Ilhan Omar, is like appointing the head of Sister Soldier's record label to run the Federal Communications Commission. And that's not like a random guy who's extremely online. That is the editor of Commentary Magazine, okay? This guy is supposed to be like a representative of the normal Republican side. They are actively bludgeoning themselves in the fucking head. Okay, timely reference, brother. Oh, no. I mean, he's always been a fucking gross weirdo. Okay? But it's great. Great messaging, man. Thank you, John Podhoretz. Thank you. Doing great. Doing great. Chaya Raichik running with the Libs of TikTok account owner, Chaya Raichik, running with hashtag Tampon Tim. You might be wondering why hashtag Tampon Tim? Because they made a push at Capitol to fund menstrual products for students in Minnesota public schools, saying that it is pads and tampons are as essential as toilet paper and soap in school bathrooms. That's why they're calling him Tampon Tim. Bro, you're so fucking stupid. You are such a dumbass. Like, what are you saying? What the fuck? Like, what's wrong with you? How could this be seen as a bad thing? What's next, dude? Are you gonna fucking yell at him for feeding children? Is that what we're doing? Yeah, oh man, stupid ass Tim Walz. He wants to feed our children with free breakfast and lunch, dude. What a fucking animal. What a bad guy he is. Team Trump is already out with a brutal ad against Kamala Harris's VP Tim Walz. They're really good at this.
Signing a bill into law that requires schools to stock tampons in boys' bathrooms. Or weirder than signing legislation allowing...
Yeah, this is not gonna work, man. It's not working. You're fucking a gross loser, okay? You are a gross loser. It's gross. This shit's not gonna work. It's not gonna fucking work at all, man. It's not gonna work.
Minors to receive sex change operations. Try electing the man who signed those bills, Vice President of the United States. Enter Chief.
Conservative attacks get too overeager and try to cram so much rage bait in to the point that you don't even understand what they're talking about anymore. It just comes off as conservative drivel, which I guess works well if you're already a GOP voter, but not much else. Exactly. Exactly. It's like literally fucking what Jesse Waters did the other day. Remember when he was like, oh, the Democratic Party has actively become the party of Dylan. We understand what he's saying because we're fucking brain broken. He's talking about Dylan Mulvaney, a trans TikToker who was on one fucking Bud Light can. You are signaling to the most insane people in your base when you talk like that. But ain't nobody else cares about that shit. You're delusional. It's like, it's literally like fucking, imagine a thing that is like obviously very top of mind in this stream. When I say top of the, everybody goes, oh, top of the hour ad break, right? But no one outside of this fucking community perks up when they hear top of the, like the way you do, okay? Because you've been adjusted to have this Pavlovian reaction. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, okay? But you cannot run a fucking national narrative like that. Because most people won't know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay? But at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. It's like trying to run the Democratic Party with Mao references. Yes. It's ironically what like a lot of leftists that are, diehard leftists who are, activists for sure, who are always on the ground at the forefront of like community movements, right? Getting mad that like Tim Walz, the governor of fucking Minnesota, is not like saying we should nuke Israel or something. Okay. Like that's not like, what are we talking about? That's not going to happen. Like, he's not going to fucking... Ain't nobody that is coming near a crumb of power is running like that. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, let's continue.
Weirdo Tim Walz. As governor of Minnesota, Walz supported legislation that endangers minors, hurts women, and puts radical ideology ahead of common sense.
Yeah, Tim Walz hates minors. That's why he wanted to feed them with food. And everybody knows what a good governor, like the governor of Arkansas, is supposed to do is teach minors a lesson about the value of $1 and what it takes to earn $1. That's why Sarah Huckabee Sanders deregulated child labor laws deregulated child labor laws, you know? He wants to hurt women by allowing them to get medical procedures and defending them, getting medical procedures such as abortions.
Now Kamala wants Walz to enforce those laws on a national scale. Tim Walz, too weird, too radical.
Too weird, too radical. Yeah, he's so weird, dog. Definitely. I really do hope, I really, really, really do hope that the Dems don't get scared by this and just lean into it. And they're like, these guys are fucking weird. They think feeding children is a radical proposition. You're gross. They want to constantly talk about trans people. That's like 10,000 total people across like 8 states. And they're always trying to dunk on them. They're weird and they're bullies and they're scared. They're powerless and they're fucking scared. And they constantly want to get you to be invested in this narrative because they don't want to feed children. We are the party of feeding children. Say that, run that every day. Walz has done a phenomenal job running that narrative over and over again. Okay? I'm pretty sure Ben cut a video praising Sarah Huckabee and Walz feeding kids ruins their work ethic. Yeah.
I'm not going to get involved in making a choice. What I will say, though, is I've been impressed by Tim Walz's ability not only to communicate to the working people of Minnesota, but to also be an advocate for them. So I like Tim very much, and I wish him the best.
Wow, I can't believe how far left is Kamala's VP Tim Walz. Last week, Bernie Sanders specifically named him as his dream choice. I can't believe one of the most consistently popular congresspersons in the United States likes Kamala's VP pick. Surely this is a good angle of attack. It's like, that's amazing. That's amazing. That's amazing. They are so online, dude. He's a senator, congressperson. What do you mean? What do you think Senate is a part of? Do you think Congress is just the House of Representatives? Honestly, this election cycle is so weird for me because my mom is so deep in Q. I genuinely think she might just die if Trump loses. But like, we as a country need this. That's insane.
You think he'd fit the bill?
I think he could be a great vice president, yes.
Yeah, Bernie likes him. That's real bad.
Urinals and women's restrooms for women who have penises and they just want to stand and pee.
I think people are just making too big of a deal about it. I don't really care.
Naughty words. Okay, so we should or shouldn't?
I mean, I don't really care.
Okay, what about tampons and pads in men's restroom for men who have periods?
If you're really getting that worked up about it, why does it matter? Like, I don't care. It's just sitting there. I'm not going to take it.
Okay, so we should provide men with tampons.
I mean, if a dude wants a tampon for some reason, he can have a tampon. That's not my business.
What would he use it for?
I don't know. That's his problem.
What would he use a pad for?
His problem.
Do you think they should seek medical advice if they're having bleeding?
I mean, they want to. I don't really.
Dude, this was one of my fucking #1 locks in perpetuity. The hyper focus on like what people are doing in the bathrooms being like the actual weirdo position and not the fact that like trans women get to use the women's restroom. Like, you are legitimately a fucking weirdo for bringing a camera into a bathroom, constantly thinking about where people are shitting and pissing. You are weird, okay? I've been saying this for so many fucking years, and I am legitimately glad that there are at least some goddamn Democrats out there who also fucking say the same shit. And now it's becoming a part of like national discourse. And it is such a successful narrative. Okay? It is such a successful narrative that like the Republicans have nothing to counter it with. Okay? They have nothing to counter it with. They're like, I'm not weird. Shut the fuck up. You're weird. You're also a childless cat lady and not black. And you wanted people to have tampons in the restrooms. And I don't want that. I don't want that at all. I'm going to put a camera in every bathroom to show you how not weird I am. It's like, dude, it's great. It's great. It's awesome. Keep doing it.
Really care. Why should I care?
I don't know. I care about people. If they're bleeding out of their penis, I would want to.
I care about people's personal rights. They can do whatever they want. It's none of my business.
Yeah. Transphobes get so worked up about period product in men's bathrooms, but you can so easily point out that it could just be so they can give products to the people they know who need it. Yeah, exactly. Fox News has nothing on Walz.
That still matters. So let's look back at his record. Walz's first executive order as governor was to create a diversity, equity, and inclusion council. He also supported.
No, I can't believe he did that. Oh my God. I hate him.
Open borders.
You know, he talks about this wall. I always say, let me know how high it is. If it's 25 feet, then I'll invest in the 30-foot ladder factory.
And he pushed socialism.
He's saying that walls don't do anything to fucking curb immigration. He's right.
Don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness. Just do the damn work.
Ooh. Oh, wait, and there's more. He said
they're posting his dubs. They're clip chimping him the shit. You can hear the audio cutting mid-word. It doesn't matter. This is weak shit. You got nothing. You got no smoke.
Signed an executive order protecting gender-affirming care or surgeries for minors in his state. And in 2020, he was the governor of Minnesota during the George Floyd.
Oh, they just skipped through that. Okay, got it. All right, great.
Riots that burned part of Minneapolis to the ground.
Yeah, it's crazy that they were like, hey, medical decisions should be kept between a doctor and the patient. Okay? Wow. Hey, guys, I'm so angry. Aren't you angry? No, medical decisions should famously not be kept between a patient and a medical professional who literally has all of the data and knowledge. It should be between a doctor, a patient, and me, random guy on Twitter. I should be making these decisions. Not a doctor and a patient. Why am I not in the center of these fucking conversations? It's not between a doctor and a patient. It's me, random guy living in Staten Island. I get to make these decisions. Small government, by the way. I love small government, except for when I make the decisions about medicine.
It was so bad that Walz himself called out his own response.
Please stop shitting on Staten Island. Excuse me. I will never stop shitting on Staten Island, okay? What the fuck? That is one place I will never stop shitting on. You're out of your dang mind, okay? Holy shit. Hell no, dude.
I got a call from a friend and a dedicated public servant. Senator Torres Ray called in her district, and it was on fire. And there weren't any police there. There weren't any firefighters. There was no social control, and her constituents were locked in their house wondering what they were going to do. That is an abject failure that cannot happen. If the issue is that the state should have moved faster, yeah, that is on me.
I like that he's like openly taking ownership of his failures as what like a good, like taking accountability. Like that's insane. They're making fun of him for taking accountability. That is insanity, dude. Like that doesn't make him look bad, dumbass. Folks, accountability has got, it's woke. This man is taking accountability. What a woke fucking loser.
Back with us. Reja, it is official. Kamala Harris has posted on X and Instagram.
That's right, Lindsley. She just posted on social media to sort of lay out her case for choosing Governor Tim Walz, to really introduce the American public to this governor who, unlike many of the other top contenders who were vying for this spot, doesn't really have a household name. And she writes about, you know, one of the things that stood out to her was his conviction on fighting for the middle class. You can see here, she points out that he was, you know, is a governor, a coach, a teacher, a veteran, and he has delivered for working families before, as we've been talking about. He served Congress.
By the way, another massive lock that I had was if Shapiro was picked, everyone in the Democratic Party, in the elite side of the Democratic Party, would regularly fucking left bait and regularly shit on the progressive wing of the party that will now actively push for the Democratic ticket, but they would have actively fought against the Democratic ticket, and the Democratic Party's establishment leaders would constantly have this narrative at top of mind. They would constantly be talking about how, like, oh, the left is anti-Semitic, that's why they don't like Josh Shapiro. I knew that that was going to happen if Josh Shapiro was the VP. And I said this yesterday when I was talking to Michael from Pennsylvania. Okay? And the Dersh now, because they didn't go with Josh Shapiro, it's now up to the Republicans to keep crying about how the Democrats are actually anti-Semitic. That's why they didn't go with Josh Shapiro. Okay? Great. Wonderful. Let him fucking cry like this. Let him chirp like this. Everybody knows this is bullshit. Okay? That's it. If the pick were Shapiro, these ghouls would have had the race of the keyboard to type George Soros. No, it's great. Did Harris reject Shapiro just because progressives don't like that he was Jewish? You know? Oh. This is another phenomenal take. Dude, Republicans objectively not being normal.
All right, ready.
Walz is dangerous. Reminder, he just changed the Minnesota state flag to replica Muslim Somali flag. Tim Walz is effing dangerous as it gets.
Wait a minute.
He got so horny, he couldn't even write Somali. Muslim soulmate, he wrote.
There, that's better. All right.
It's great. America hating traitor. I mean, the new flag is ass though. Yeah, but I don't give a shit, dude. How do you not see that this is just like, this is what a psychotic person thinks? Okay? He's a secret Somali? Like that's what the argument is? That's the best argument you got against this motherfucker?
For 6 terms, and now he's in his second term as governor. And then if you read all the way, you know, this is quite a lengthy statement from her. She said, "What impressed me most about Tim is his deep commitment to his family."
It's actually fucking insane. Both my dad and my sister have been paired and they didn't pick him because he's Jewish, lying to me. Meanwhile, I haven't seen anyone on the left discussing his religion whatsoever except the people from the right trying to make it seem like it's about his religion. Yeah, but Megaphonics, isn't your dad a hog anyway? Like, that's the other thing I don't understand. That stuff is like, that stuff is just for, you know, the base. I thought your dad was a hog. Is he not a hog? Yes, but my sister is ostensibly a liberal Zionist. It's crazy the amount of people on Twitter trying to flame Walz for retiring the year his unit deployed. Like the dude didn't do 24 years, shaking my head. Dude, this, by the way, is... You remember what I talked about with respect to transphobia? About how, like, transphobic people genuinely exhibit patterns of, like, mental illness. And the more transphobic they become, the more they start suspecting, like, random cis women of being trans. And we saw that happening with the Iman Khalif situation. Okay? You remember that? This is the other version of that, where looking at a fucking white dude and being like, he's actually secret Somali. Like, that's the other side of the mental illness, okay? They're just being this way on every issue now. Okay? They're like, oh yeah, he's a secret Somali, invested in Sharia law, and wants to turn America into a into a Sharia nation. You only have this kind of attitude if you have just completely lost your dang mind.
Gwen, Gus, and Hope, referring to his children. And she said, "Doug and I look forward to working with him to build an administration that reflects our shared values." So in addition to all the experience you see on your screen right now, it really came down to who Tim Walz is as a person. And that really mattered to Vice President Harris as she made this decision that came down to the wire. In fact, she didn't make it until this morning. And I just spoke with somebody who was very familiar with the entire process, who said that on the phone call to Tim Walz, the vice president said that we are underdogs and let's get to work. So she's not, allowing all the momentum, the excitement that we have seen in recent weeks to cloud all the work that is ahead. And they really wanted to try to capitalize on this moment, get even more excitement, because the team is well aware that, that enthusiasm could dwindle. And so they want to gen up as much support, as much excitement as possible while they can, with, of course, today's big announcement. And I should point out, Lindsay, that you mentioned, but in case our viewers didn't hear this yet, what's really interesting is it was so close that her team printed out multiple versions of campaign signs for tonight's rally in Philadelphia. You can imagine that Harris, Shapiro was...
What do you think about his closeness to Israel? He is not closer to Israel than any other fucking regular Democrat, which means he is close to Israel. But so is every other Democrat, okay? Like, we talked about this with Bashir too. Like, that's it. Every fucking Democrat is close to Israel. I don't know if you're like new to this story or maybe you just recently started paying attention. There are the only Democrats that are not close to Israel. The only congresspersons that are not close to Israel are like a select few. Okay?
Is among those, and it will be in Governor Shapiro's home state, where we see now Vice President Harris and Governor Tim Walz, really make their case for the first time in public to the American people.
Yeah, let's hope they pass out the right signs, right, Ouija, at the event. I want to ask you something about something you just mentioned, the underdog framing. I mean, that in and of itself is strategy, right? Because who doesn't like rooting for an underdog?
Right, and who doesn't want to...
Do you think Walz is progressive? My liberal Minneapolis mom described him as that, which I thought was odd. Yes, he is. No, Tim Walz is definitely. Thomas Massey, but you never give him kudos? Yeah, Thomas Massey's a one Republican. You're right. honestly, I agree with you, but let's be honest, you weren't saying this when Biden was the nominee. If you think Joseph Robinette Biden's rabid Zionism is not above and beyond in comparison to the average congressperson, especially the average Democrat, I don't know what to tell you. Biden is unique in his rabid Zionism. Like the rest of the Democratic Party, from Nancy Pelosi to even fucking Chuck Schumer, who also simultaneously invited Benjamin Netanyahu to come speak and deliver a speech in front of Congress, literally has moved on to the liberal Zionist position. Biden is running to the right of Netanyahu, okay? The fuck are we talking about? Maybe not to the right of Netanyahu, but like firmly planted on such a pro-Israel stance that he is basically a fucking Likudnik. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Yeah, Biden called dead Palestinian civilians Hamas numbers. Biden routinely lied and still continues to lie about like Palestinians going in and you know, Hamas going in on October 7th and like lighting fucking babies on fire. It's just objectively not true. That never happened. Okay. He still lies about that. He lied about seeing beheaded babies. He said that the Palestinian Health Ministry is run by Hamas and therefore he disputes the numbers. He gave a bear hug to Benjamin Netanyahu early October and never strayed away from that fucking course in terms of like giving unconditional support to Israel. He is part of the reason. If progressives can't be happy about this, we're fucking cooked. No, I think many people are happy about this. A lot more people are happy about this. He said that Palestinians have an ancient gene that makes them anti-Semitic, okay? During his Holocaust remembrance speech. Biden is above and beyond. He outflanks some Republicans, not just Thomas Massie. Like, he outflanks a big chunk of Congress on how firmly committed he is to defending Israel unconditionally. So no, it is definitely different.
Give more money to an underdog that is actually doing quite well. And in our latest CBS News poll, Harris is actually up by 1 point nationally and tied in the critical battleground states. And that 1 point is really important because Biden never enjoyed that lead. In fact, when he left the race, he was 5 points behind. But 1 point is still, you know, not significant enough for them to lean back and say, okay, we can relax now. And that is why it's going to be a slog ahead, including this week when Walz and Harris go to several battleground states to try to maintain that kind of support, because it's not just about, you know, getting people out in November. Between now and then, it's about making sure their operation continues and they have the infrastructure through money.
Weijia Jiang, thank you.
A working class politician.
Anyway, Tim Walz, here, this is what he said about the uncommitted vote in his own state, by the way. This is something to remember. It is pretty significant.
Votes right now, 20% of the vote going to uncommitted, and we've seen that already in this primary in Michigan. What message are voters in your state trying to send to President Biden, and what do you want to see President Biden do in response?
Yeah, look, they're engaged. We're really proud in Minnesota. Civic responsibility. We have some of the highest voter turnouts. These are voters that are deeply concerned, as we all are. The situation in Gaza is intolerable. And I think trying to find a solution, a lasting two-state solution, certainly the president's move towards humanitarian aid and asking us to get to a ceasefire, that's what they're asking to be heard. And that's what they should be doing. We've gone through this before, and we know that now we make sure we've got 8 months. We start bringing these folks back in.
That's why I said he's interesting, because, like, again, big Somali population in his state. He has routinely gone out to bat to defend them, defended Ilhan Omar, and also on top of that has, like, delivered a speech to CARE, which is unheard of, okay? Like, outside of, like, specific Michigan congresspersons and, like, Rashida Tlaib and shit like that, you don't ever get that kind of, you don't even get that kind of lip service from the Democratic Party. Okay? That's why they're going to, that's probably why they're going to run with the, that's why they're running with the he's a secret Muslim narrative. For those of you who don't know, CAIR is the Council on American Islamic Relations, okay? Dude had a dynamite interview on Ezra Klein. Yeah, I know. I was very Waltz-pilled after that interview. He was great. He was great on that. He does a really good job. He does a really good job of not just like saying that Republicans are weird, but also then basically saying like, look, I push for progressive policies because I want to help people. I want to help people that, got me elected. And I want to make sure, like, Republicans, whether they admit it or not, doesn't matter. They also benefit from paid family leave. Republicans also benefit from feeding children at schools, right? Like school lunch programs, like free breakfast and lunch programs. That's popular. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican or not, okay? Republicans don't want that to happen, so they just hyper-focus on weird stuff, okay? And he's right. He's right. He's 100% correct on this. Yeah. This is a great take. Exactly. Thank you for doing the obvious correct thing instead of letting a bunch of consultant freaks trick you into map math. But Pennsylvania is a critical state. Yeah, but what if you just try to win all the other ones by choosing the best possible campaigner? Yes. It's 100% true. Also, I just found out that Jim Acosta follows me, which is weird. Like, this is the moment that I found out that Jim fucking Acosta follows me. What the fuck? What do I DM him? A topless pig? Should I send him a pic of me shirtless? Mario Goetze. Okay.
We listen to what they're saying. That's a healthy thing that's happening here. But I would note that that the former president lost twice as many votes here in Minnesota to Nikki Haley. And I've seen some of these exit polls out of North Carolina and others. 80% of folks said they're not voting for him who voted for Nikki Haley. We'll get these folks back. I think it's take them seriously. Their message is clear that they think this is an intolerable situation and that we can do more. And I think the president's hearing that.
About 40,000.
Yeah, but Hillary won the popular vote, but still lost because of the electoral college. I think this was the best choice, but concerns. Bro, I don't think you understand. Okay? I don't think you understand something very important, which is that Democrats can win Pennsylvania without Josh Shapiro. Okay? He is objectively a solid, if not one of the best choices for vice president. Like, what is this? 5 minutes and 26 seconds of Tim Walz being awesome.
Buddy, Tim here. 11 days till the election, but that's
I
my
love
pro
this
tip
video.
of the day out on the road. I got to show you this. This right here is the headlight harness on a 2014 Ford Edge. Ford, this is unacceptable. It burned out hot on the connector. So for $7.99 at Napa Auto Parts here in the city, you can replace this. Just clip off the back.
Not only can we, he was actually a very weak option that anyone who looks into realized he was brand new and had tons of skeletons in the PA political scene. Exactly, dude. Exactly. Josh Shapiro is weak. He was a weak fucking candidate, okay?
Back, use some shrink wrap connectors on there, tape it back together and put it back in. It's about a 5-minute fix and you're back on the road safe and sound. So pro tip of the day, second one is get out and vote for One Minnesota. Get out and let's take this state in a direction we know it needs to go. Go vote.
This is when he This is the beautiful moment that everyone will be playing in campaign ads if the Democratic Party is even remotely smart about the strategy. Okay? This is when he signed into law free breakfast and lunch programs for all school children in his state. Okay? This was an emotional moment. This is a phenomenal thing that he did. He's literally a fucking school teacher. Like, what are we talking about, dude?
Hey, Minnesota, Governor Walz here.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come the fuck on, man. That's crazy. That's beautiful. That's wholesome.
Here out at the state fair with my daughter.
Hope.
Every year we as a family
She's named Hope because she's an IVF baby, by the way.
do something.
Another fucking solid part of the story is like the IVF part, which is what some Republicans want to fucking ban. Oh my God.
Something new. I get to pick something, a classic, the old mill ride, to do that. And then Hope gets to pick something new.
I think we're gonna go do the slingshot.
Which I don't know what it is, and they're keeping it from me. But then we're gonna go get some food, corn dog.
I'm vegetarian.
Turkey then. And
Turkey's meat.
Not in Minnesota, turkey special. And we will go do some of those things and report back.
Oh my God.
Dude, it's like, oh God, I'm losing my mind. Dude, I'm losing my fucking mind. It's like a gift. Like, you will not see JD Vance in a situation like this. You will never see Trump in a situation like this. You won't even see Kamala in a situation like this for the most part. Okay? This is what I've been saying when I say the Democratic lineup for talent is fucking deep. The fact that they were stuck with Joe Biden was unimaginable to me, because there are governors like him out there. Beyond him, there's Andy Bashar is pretty fucking solid too. Like, come on, dude. Come on. There were motherfuckers talking about Pete Buttigieg. There were motherfuckers talking about Pete Buttigieg, bro. There were people talking about Pete Buttigieg as a good candidate for the VP. Y'all don't even know about the Gretsch momentum yet, okay? You don't even... J.B. Pritzker, another big boy, another fucking solid pick. Oh my God.
Yes! Oh my God. Keep going.
Yes!
That was good. Good job, Dad.
Oh, thanks, Hope. All right, Minnesota, it's worth it. Woo. Wow, that is wild.
That was pretty cool, actually.
That is wild.
No. That'll be good.
It was okay. It was so worth it.
Yeah, JD Vance's fucking interaction with his children, where he told his son to shut the hell up about Pokemon for 30 seconds when he was on the phone with Donald Trump. That is not even Oppo. That's information that he voluntarily revealed to the world. Put his whole fucking pussy out there. He said it with his entire chest. He was like, that's the kind of fucking shitty ass dad I am. Give me a goddamn break, dude.
It was good.
Thanks for talking me into it.
You're welcome.
Why is it so hard to understand? When somebody else gets them right, it's not like a damn pie. Oh, somebody got a bigger piece of pie. I don't get it. Rights aren't that way. There's enough for everybody. There's enough for everybody to be included. Same thing with jobs. Same thing with housing. Same thing with healthcare.
Dude, imagine a Whitmer Walz ticket. Yeah, Whitmer Walz ticket would be Reagan numbers for the Dems.
So, you saw it. We are not going to allow them to make the case. Yes, they're a threat, but we're not going to stay in their frame. We're not going to stay where they're at. We're not going to play their game. We called them out for the weird nonsense that they believe, and we presented a different argument to the American public.
Dude, the thing was, I heard that story from you and thought it was hilarious the way you said it. Then I heard the actual clip and it was so cringe. Yes, JD Vance reads like a fucking alien, okay? He's not even as good as Pete Buttigieg is in terms of being like a TED Talk style liberal, in terms of like communicating. He has all of the worst aesthetic. He has all the worst aesthetics of like the elitist, bi-coastal, out of touch fucking libs.
One where everybody matters. One where we can achieve. One where we solve problems.
The crazy
And
thing
what's
about
so
it
great about
is my son, who's 7, is in the hotel room with me, and he's really into Pokemon cards right now. He's going through.
That's why I said he had his whole pussy out too. Look at this. Look at this fucking harlot, dude. Pussy out for the whole world to see. You goddamn harlot. Fuck you doing here? Look at it. Look at his pussy directly with your eyes, okay?
Pokemon phase. Are you guys into Pokemon?
I am. Back in the day,
Okay,
yeah, that's
okay.
a big phase right now, I think, in general.
Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, he's really into it. So he's trying to talk to me about Pikachu. And I'm
Yeah,
on the
I
phone
saw
with Donald
AOC
Trump.
tweet.
And I'm like, son, shut the hell up for...
Yeah, son.
About Pikachu. And I'm on the phone with Donald Trump. And I'm like, son, shut the hell up for 30 seconds about Pikachu. The crazy...
AOC said, why are you sitting like that? Oh, that's awesome. The campaign ads write themselves, dude. The campaign ads write them fucking selves. Holy moly, dude.
Is we know here in Minnesota that message works. We are the majority. That's why they shrink the vote. That's why they make it harder to vote. That's why they try and bring fear. And that's why they try and get you to the point where you're pessimistic. And what difference does it make? On the theme of talking about what's real out there a little bit, we can't talk about public safety without talking about guns. So let's have that conversation. I'll go ahead and put my credibility up against anyone on this issue. I'm a veteran and I'm a hunter. And for many...
Finally, we're not debating them on the issues and just saying they're weird and feeding children. It's literally so easy. No, that is actually the issues, though. That's the beauty of it all. You're saying they're weird for not focusing on issues because on the issues, they're awful. And you recenter the conversation back to what you want to offer people. That's it. You have to earn people's votes. You have to earn people's votes. This is why governors are actually pretty solid in terms of like running for the presidency, because like governors are objectively popular. Governors oftentimes will be so popular that they outcompete the ticket in their states. Why are they so popular? Because they have an immediate impact on the fucking lives of the people that are voting for them. That's why you have red governors in blue states and blue governors in red states. Okay? A governor is basically like being the president of your fucking state. And then you have pieces of shit like gruesome Governor Gavin Newsom, but I don't want to talk about that. A hunter as a vegan, I'm out. Okay. Does it make it better that Walz was a teacher and not a lifetime politician? Absolutely, dude. Abso-fucking-lutely.
Years, I was one of the best shots in Congress, and I got the dang trophies to prove it. I know guns as well as anyone, but I'm sick and tired of talking about that because I'm not just a veteran, not just a hunter, not just a gun owner. I'm a father, and for many years I was a teacher. And we all know damn well weapons of war have no place in our schools, in our churches, in our banks, or anyone wants to live in peace.
Of all her potential running mates, you might have the most progressive record as governor. I know you were more of a moderate when you were in the House, but you've legalized recreational marijuana, you passed universal background checks on guns, you expanded LGBTQ protections, you implemented tuition-free college for low-income Minnesotans. There's free breakfast and lunch for school kids. Do you think your record is an asset to the ticket, or would it risk fueling Trump's attacks as you being a big government liberal?
What a monster. Kids are eating and having full bellies so they can go learn, and women are making their own health care decisions. And we're a top 5 business state, and we also rank in the top 3 of happiness. Look, they're going to label whatever they're going to label.
The funniest thing is climate change will make Minnesota one of the most livable places in the United States of America. So like, there's also that aspect of it as well. Straight up. Wasn't it? It was literally Minnesota, right? Like it was like Minnesota, Michigan, like all of those states will literally become the most valuable states in the nation as a consequence of climate change. Yeah, Maine, Vermont. My mom was a public school teacher and an elector and campaigned for him when he ran for state office. She talks about how even though he had a busy-ass schedule, he came to speak in her government classes. Yeah. Minnesotans are going to become insufferable. I mean, they deserve it. They deserve this momentum.
Well, he's going to roll it out, mispronounce names, to try and make the case. The fact of the matter is, where you see the policies that Vice President Harris was a part of making, Democratic governors across the country executed those policies, and quality of life is higher, the economies are better, all of those things. Educational attainment is better. So, yeah, my kids are going to eat here, and you're going to have a chance to go to college, and you're going to have an opportunity to live where we're working on reducing carbon emissions. Oh, and by the way, you're going to have personal incomes that are higher, and you're going to have health insurance. So if that's where they want to label me, I'm more than happy to take the label.
Have you?
So that's just a taste of what we were going to.
Yeah, I mean it's incredible. It's beautiful. It's wonderful. I'm on board. Like. This is great.
How are you going to build a water treatment plant in a town of 400 if you don't have a collective effort at it? So I have to tell you, they scream socialism. We just build roads, and we build schools, and we build prosperity into this. Their whole plan is to go backwards, to give tax cuts to the wealthy. And look, it was so surprising. These super successful Donald Trump, who inherited $400 million and then proceeded to fail at everything. Middle America, you earn it, but you know what? You're not on your own. Neighbors help neighbors. And I will, this one bothers me. I heard you talking about punching back at the bullies. They see people less fortunate as scapegoats and punchlines for their jokes. We see them as neighbors. And I said it with my mom. My dad dies when my little brother's young. We're teenagers. We get Social Security survivor benefits. I'm all for pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. We didn't have any boots. Social Security was the boots, and we pulled ourselves up, and we paid that back. And I think J.D. Vance gets none of that. It's the aw shucks, I'm from here or whatever. So my hillbilly cousins did not go to Yale, but I'll tell you what they did. They contributed to our community, and they're proud of it.
Look out for your neighbors.
Bro, he fucking lasers JD so much. He literally, oh my God. Like, even when he was talking to Ezra Klein, who is, again, a liberal and a bit of an elitist and one of those, like, bi-coastal Andes, like, Ezra kept trying to talk about, like, how J.D. Vance, it's actually really interesting that he became, like, the hillbilly that has this anger and resentment. And all of that is fucking fake. And you could see in that conversation where he's talking to Ezra Klein, where he's like, no, dog, that's just, like, those are my fucking neighbors. Like, that's not... Like, he even managed that conversation pretty well as well, I think. Will the standard voter care? I think so. It's entirely dependent on the hundreds of millions of fucking dollars that they are fundraising currently and how they put that to work. If the way you feel about this guy right now, from just my like regular coverage, from his media slots, like from his regular old, appointments that he's doing in the media before he was picked as the VP. Like, think about the way you feel And then try to think about like what a normal person, how a normal person would feel when they hear this shit. Do you think that like a normal person reads this as inauthentic? Or do you think a normal person would read this as like a pretty authentic, run-of-the-mill, salt-of-the-earth kind of fucking guy who is genuinely being like, I don't know about this socialism shit. I care about building roads, man. What the fuck are we talking about? I care about being neighborly. That's it. It's great.
You're on a debate stage with, say, J.D. Vance. And
okay, I feel like I'm strike breaking here by showing this take.
And he accuses you of being a big government liberal who's attacking our families, making life worse for our families, doesn't share our values, doesn't care about families like yours. What do you say to him?
Yeah, first of all, it was up to him. I wouldn't have a family because of IVF and the things that we need to do reproductive. My kids were born through that that way. And also I make sure that I'm the guys and our folks are investing in prenatal care. We're the ones that are there for universal pre-K. We're the ones that are providing school meals at this. I'm not going to back down one bit on this whole family values thing and it's us. That construct that he's putting out there is absolutely untrue. We're making it more affordable to have children by having paid family and medical leave so that you can go home when your kids are sick and take care of them. Or if you're a dad, I don't have to go right back to work 5 days later after my wife had a C-section because our insurance wouldn't pay for it. We're boosting those things up. There's nothing pro-family other than having women be incubators for their vision of this. Once again, it's weird. I don't want J.D. Vance talking about my family. I certainly don't want him talking about my daughter or my wife. It's none of his damn business. But I said the one thing is we need to talk about how we've invested in families. We have the most generous child tax credit, and it's what Vice President Harris is proposing for the country. People are poor because they don't have money. And when kids don't have the money on the front end, all of the things that a chain reaction of can't learn, can't go on. So I'll challenge him on that. Where is J.D. Vance's pro-family? He's forcing people to have not.
He's so good. What the fuck? I didn't know Minnesota went this hard. Bro, watch my old video that I did in 2023, specifically about the memes at the time were Democrats with a super majority in a blue state become Clintonites and like annoying establishment Democrats. Democrats in the Midwest with like the slimmest one seat majority are like Leninist vanguardists in the way that they fucking legislate. They went so nutty with it. Yeah, here, this is the tweet. New York Dems with a super majority versus Midwest Dems with a 1 vote margin. Watch Hawks try to dunk on people who are poor because they don't have money as like he says the most obvious stuff kind of deal, but they're literally the ones that are like people are poor because they deserve it. Yeah. Is it controversial to say he seems like a better ticket leader than Harris? It obviously won't change, but he seems much better. Yeah, no, that's not controversial. What? Harris was chosen as the VP specifically because she was inoffensive. Oh, yeah. Let's talk about Minnesota. I was told not to tweet this until the House is adjourned for fear of jinxing it, but the Minnesota legislature just completed what is not controversial, but Harris is a transition candidate to Walz in 2032, in my opinion. No, he'll be too old by then, probably. But him being in this election wouldn't work as well because he has looked ancient for a decade. Yeah. He'll be 68. That's not too old. Yeah, but I'm in the pocket for Big Gretch. Also, he reads old. Remember, he's 60. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are the same age. Look at one, look at the other. And I'm also a Big Gretch. I'm a Big Gretch defender. Damn. The Democratic Party's future in a matter of 30 fucking days actively changed from dire prospects Don't make me destroy her like I did Bashir. You didn't destroy Bashir, okay? Like, you did not destroy Andy Bashir. The very same angles of attack against Bashir exist for Walz as well. He is like also in the same AIPAC constituency. It doesn't matter ultimately. That's not a part of the calculation in this situation. He's a better communicator than Bashir is. Is good since Kamala isn't black, so she chose a Somalian VP. Yeah, exactly. Knock on wood, but the Dems are looking competent right now. I think one of the best aspects of this is that they have to basically defend Kamala Harris. Making this choice means that she has to lean on the more progressive parts of her campaigning. Like whether she wants to or not, she basically said, this is our ticket. This is what we're running with. Oh. What? You should read up. About to learn everything. The Art of Power. My story is America's first woman speaker of the House. So long, suckers. Yeah. If Walz is the VP pick, they need to get an ad out ASAP with a bunch of former students saying stuff like this. Whatever happens today or tomorrow with the Veep stakes, I'm so dang proud of Tim Walz. I was a C-ish student in high school. Shocking, I know. Mr. Walz took the time to make sure that I was successful, not only in his class, but others. He made learning exciting. Honestly, I think you're framing it incorrectly. What? Boring? New poll dropped. NPR head-to-head 51-48. Multi-candidate field 48-45, 5%. Stein getting 1% pickup. Look at that. Jill Steiner's on top. Also, Biden's job approval rating is the highest it's been in well over a year. 46% approve, 51% disapprove. Marist poll, Trump's +6 edge on immigration is much smaller than usual. This has been the GOP's strongest issue. Trump +3 on the economy is also lower than usual. Trump dominates among strong leader voters, but Harris crushes him among voters who want honest and trustworthy. Public school teach won't do well with private school preppy weirdos. Yeah, good thing that there are an infinitely larger number of people who are public school educated than the small number of private school educated people. And you're wrong on that too. Plenty of private school people still have like a conscience and a heart.
The reason I ran around that corner is because we want to get.
This is the first rally. We're going to be watching this later.
Minutes, but I want you to know something. I know we didn't practice this, but I have 2 questions for every Pennsylvanian in this audience.
Oh, 2 largely undefined Dems, yet Gen Z has 2.5x higher negative views towards the one with a Jewish last name. Mark Kelly, favorability, unfavorability among 18 to 29-year-olds, 27 to 10. Josh Shapiro, favorability, unfavorability among 18 to 29-year-olds, 19 to 25. When Dems fret about elevated anti-Semitism among the youngest voters, this is a data point they're worried about. Yeah, no, that's what it is. Thank you, Fox News Radio political analyst. Yeah, they're like, oh, Shapiro, that's because he's Jewish. Oh my God, this would have been a disaster. This narrative now only being a narrative from the Republican Party is another gift to the Democrats, okay? It's another gift to the goddamn Democrats. Can you imagine Democrats fucking running with that narrative against their own base, the progressive base, their own left flank constantly? Holy shit, dude. Holy moly. Ay, ay, ay. It would have been so fucking, it would have been unimaginably annoying if Josh Shapiro was the pick and they were constantly being like, the left don't want to vote for him because he's Jewish and they're anti-Semitic. I'm having nightmares about that fucking scenario. Now we can focus on the top of the hour ad break instead. Which, of course, comes at the top of the hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you could do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
I know Donald Trump's type.
The 2024 election is in full swing. For every key campaign moment, the Washington Post is there, bringing you live coverage with insight and...
Like, I regularly talked about Josh Shapiro not on the issue of Israel, but specifically on his right-wing attitude towards school vouchers for this reason, okay? Like, Josh Shapiro is not exactly tested and true as a governor. It's not like he's been around for that long as a governor, right? Him calling his own students in his own state that were protesting against genocide, Klans members, was completely unacceptable, okay? But beyond that, he's just like a regular ass fucking Dem on the issue of Israel. Okay? Sure, in his background, he's called Palestinians like subhuman and shit when he was in his 20s and volunteered for the IDF when he was in high school. But that stuff is like his current attitude towards Israel is basically the fucking same as the rest of the Democrats. Okay? That's not the major point of contention. The major point of contention with Josh Shapiro was, from my estimation, his right-wing attitude towards school voucher programs, and beyond that, his own skeletons in his closet as a person who's like a major careerist within Pennsylvania politics. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break, by the way, before I forget. Let's hear what Fox is doing. They're coping right now.
Their liberal utopia is every American's worst nightmare.
This is a ticket that really represents the spirit of those 2020 BLM riots. They're riots that Tim Walz, as governor, sat back and let happen.
She has picked a dyed-in-the-wool radical progressive to join on that ticket. Shows exactly what her priorities are.
And they will have plenty to...
Great. Talk about that. Talk about the policies. That's great. Oh, he's a radical progressive. Why? Because he wants to feed children. Because he's feeding school children. That's awesome. That's phenomenal. Please. Please keep it going. Keep it coming. Stick to the issues. That is losing. You will lose.
This is great. We're going to have massively trained troops. No, you're going to have 19-year-olds who are cooks. Trying to make sure we don't see our cities burn. This is that catch-22. The more police are there, the more tension it is. The more tension it is, the more chance you have to get things. Don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness. You know, he talks about this wall. I always say, let me know how high it is. If it's 25 feet, then I'll invest in the 30-foot ladder factory.
I'm nutting. I'm
Very
nutting.
interesting.
I'm
All
nutting
right, so
too
as we
hard.
await this first campaign rally, Jesse, will some of those words come back to haunt this ticket?
Kamala Harris choked.
She chose Bernie Sanders. This is Bernie Sanders right here. The squad loves this guy. Loves him. You see pictures, they're like almost undressing together. What? And she managed to pick someone who looks older than Biden. I would have gone with the younger guy, but who knows if this was even her choice. Eric Holder was running the vetting op. He chose him, probably. You know, he's Obama's wingman. He probably was like, Kamala, you're picking Walz. Let's just lose this and get on to 28. Because this is like a sacrificial lamb pick. This is the pick you put up there to get crushed, and then so you keep your better candidates ready for the next cycle. It's also a trick pick, because this guy's not Minnesota nice. He's Minnesota nuts. Yeah. They keep saying this guy's, oh, there's Midwestern white value. Come on, this guy's a lunatic. Sanctuary cities, driver's license for illegals, sanctuary cities for sex changes for children. And if you don't want the sex change for your kid, then the state will come take your kid away from you. This guy put tampons in boys' bathrooms. 4th grade boys' bathrooms, tampons. He wants CRT taught. He was all about toppling the Columbus statue. This guy changed the flag of this state to look more like Somalia. What is wrong with this guy? In COVID, he had a snitch line so your neighbors could rat you out if you broke his lockdown rules. This man is out of his mind. He actually went and joined the army, and then right before they deployed to Iraq, quit. And all his unit is like, whoa, bro, where'd you go? They can't stand this guy. I've never seen this guy ever try to get out of a DUI. He said he was deaf from being in the Army. And then he blew a .12. I didn't know that. And Jessica, I have to ask, why did he honeymoon in China?
What?
He's been to China 30 times. That's strange.
Oh.
I find that
was he there with Hunter Biden?
Suspicious.
Okay.
Someone should look into it.
Okay. Do you care to answer that question?
Well, we obviously got different research today. Okay. Jesse's side and my side.
You just didn't get yours.
Oh, no, I got mine.
Okay, so
I got plenty of mine.
So here's the question, Jessica. To Jesse's point, apparently the Trump campaign is rather pleased with this pick. They think it'll be easier to beat them.
Yeah, they're definitely projecting that. I saw J.D. Vance this morning in front of a huge Kamala sign where you couldn't even read the chaos. So everything is going really well for that side of the aisle. And they were going to act like this no matter who the pick was. And they weren't going to come out and say, oh, we're really scared of Josh Shapiro. But there was a clear line. If you need Pennsylvania to win, Josh Shapiro made a lot of sense for that. He has a 61% favorability. He's a great speaker. He's definitely a lot more moderate. But Politico is reporting that the teams just didn't mesh as well, that Kamala and Josh Shapiro did not have nearly as a good sit down as she did with Governor Walz, and that Governor Walz brings a lot of experience that she wanted on the ticket, not only his time in Congress, where he was, I think, the 7th most conservative Democrat in the House, you know, someone who is a gun owner, someone who does have those Midwestern values, but his executive experience in Minnesota. And I've seen, and Jesse just radiated some of them, the attacks on him as a socialist. I don't know what kind of socialist runs the number 6 best state in America for big business. Target is there for a reason. 3M is there for a reason. United Healthcare is there for a reason. General Mills is there for a reason. And the kinds of things that he has gotten past are exactly the kinds of things that Kamala Harris wants to talk about. Things like paid sick leave, $2.3 billion into public schools. He did a huge infrastructure bill.
Was this your top pick?
Yeah, actually it was. In the last couple of days, I was honestly happy with all 4 finalists. And if it had been Andy Beshear, Mark Kelly, Tim Walz, or Josh Shapiro, I would have been happy. But what you're going to see is the right trying to define him as Jesse did. But you're going to see that side-by-side picture of Tim Walz after he signed free school breakfast and free lunch. And someone like Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who is a star in the Republican Party, got a prime speaking spot at the RNC, signing a bill to allow kids under 16 to be able to work. That is the contrast here. A guy who wants to put food in kids' bellies and someone who wants kids to be able to work. And he's the real deal. He is what J.D. Vance wishes that he were.
So you're questioning whether or not he's a socialist, and we just played a clip. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness, were his own words.
I don't think people know what the definition of socialism is.
Okay, first of all, I think that this pic reveals who she is, because we don't know who she is. She's pro, she's against, and we don't know who he is. Something like, you know, America has no idea who this guy is. We've only got how many days before the election, and we're going to spend all this time talking about he is, he isn't, he is, he isn't. It's almost like she doubled down on someone like her. In other words, we don't know who he is, just like Trump doubled down on someone like he is. But the truth is that this guy, Tim Walz, was Bernie Sanders' choice. AOC's dancing. Rashida, let me finish. AOC is dancing. Rashida Tlaib is dancing. All of the progressives, the squad, Jamal Bowman is dancing. Look, this is a guy who wants drivers, illegals, to get driver's license. This is a guy who allowed rioters in Minneapolis to destroy the city, to loot and to burn down, and literally said to constituents, well, you just stay in your house. No police, no nothing. And when that third precinct was being burnt down, he basically said to the cops, you better get out of there. He didn't send anybody in to protect the people, the businesses, or the victims of those riots, those violent riots that were so peaceful. So the fact that he is the pick, and she turned against a guy who brings her a swing state, Josh Shapiro. He's got a 61% approval rating. 6 out of 10 people support him. Minnesota has always been a Democratic state. The guy brings nothing. He's a nobody, and here's the reason that she picked him, because nobody knows who he is or what he is.
Well, I suppose perhaps we'll learn a little bit more about him when he speaks moments from now. Greg, what do you think?
Well, you know, I'm always interested in hearing the repeat phrases that come up when something happens, and you could see the coordination. For example, all of a sudden the word weird popped up last week over and over again.
His idea.
And what's the word now? And Jessica used it, Midwestern. So Ezra Klein says, Tim Walz is the Midwestern dad Dems need. And then Jessica mentions the Midwestern values. If you Google Midwestern, you're going to get Tim Walz. So what is Midwestern? Is Midwestern looking at riots and saying it was caused by the lack of equity and inclusion? Is that Midwestern? Is calling those events exciting, and that reflects a sense of optimism? Is that Midwestern? He abandoned.
I love how much the Republicans are like, why isn't Josh Shapiro the pick? It's like, bro, you're giving the fucking game away. Okay? Like, we know you have no investment in the Democratic Party's success. So maybe these dumbass liberals who were also in the pocket for fucking Shapiro should perhaps understand that that was a bad pick.
As for the, the National Guardsmen, when he said to, they shouldn't come here because they're just 19-year-old cooks. Well, at least the only thing they're burning are food, as opposed to the 19-year-olds burning down into Arby's. I think this is a match made in heaven, or hell. You have Walz and Harris, they're the, he defended the burning of his cities.
Yeah, Republicans cried that Biden dropped out. Now they're crying that Shapiro wasn't the pick. It's bullshit. Let him fucking cry and be like, oh, it's anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitic. It's like, it's anti-Semitic. Suck my dick, dude. Especially when talking about progressives as anti-Semitic is so funny. Because, like, they complain that the left wing of the party loved Bernie too much. And then they complained that the left wing of the party that loved Bernie so much, they voted for a third party, voted for Jill Stein. Like, consistently, out of all of the people that the supposed left wing of the Democratic Party or progressives in this country love, the fuck are we talking about? Anti-Semitism being a point of contention here is so fucking stupid. As a Midwestern undecided voter, the Republican rhetoric is weird, and Walz is everything I'm about. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Notice how they're saying Walz Harris because they can't even conceive a woman in power. I mean, that's
listen for that for just a moment.
Point. We know that already.
Should Republicans be careful not to
underestimate? Oh, yeah, I forgot. Kamala literally is married to a Jewish man, too. Like, like what is this argument, dude? the anti-Semitic Democratic Party is not like, bro, you are not clearing beyond 28%. Okay. In terms of the Jewish vote, I'm giving it 28% max for the Republican Party. That's my most, like, that is the most favorable percentage point in voters that they're going to get. Okay. Like, if they think that this is going to, if they think that this is going to like win them massive favors, yeah, good luck. They call him a bad Jew, so I don't think he counts to them. That's the other part. They will literally immediately be like a guy like Donald Trump will turn around and be like, Chuck Schumer, he's like a Palestinian. He's a bad Jew. Like, yeah, good job, man. Yeah, good luck. Good luck with that. That's definitely, like, you are getting the most conservative Jewish voters that were already voting for you. You are not picking up additional Jewish votes. It's just not happening. Especially because, like, if anything, one of the points of contention here are like young voters, and young Jewish voters are anti-Zionist by the same margins that young voters are across the board. Okay, the TikTok vote. Like, it's just not happening.
Earlier, long lines. What are you seeing inside?
People here are going crazy in a way that I have not seen in all of the dozens or more of Biden events that I have been to in the last couple of years. You look at this crowd, there are 10,000 or so, mostly young people, right now singing along to a Ludacris song. They have been very engaged the entire afternoon that they've been waiting. And it's got more of a concert vibe than a political rally vibe. And you can see behind me, people are wearing the kind of wristbands that they can control. Somebody in the back is controlling. They can be red, white, or blue, like you would see at a Taylor Swift concert or something like that. And so they are bringing out prominent Democrats from Pennsylvania. We just heard from Fetterman. We heard from Bob Casey. Josh Shapiro is going to come next. They are still making him talk as the battleground state governor, even though he was passed over for a running mate. But there is so much more excitement from the people that are here and from the people that are putting on this event than we saw for anything with President Biden. And we come to Philly with him more than we go anywhere else. Other than Delaware, he has been to Pennsylvania more times than any other place, but we'll pop into like a Union Hall, or the big one that they did here was at Independence Hall outside, and he was talking about threats to democracy. It looked really dramatic, but there were not a ton of people, and they are cheering like somebody else is about to come out. So I will throw it back to you.
All right, Peter, thanks so much. And Minnesota Governor Tim Walz set to make his debut as Kamala's new running mate. While we wait for that, hiding Kamala is taking a page out of the Joe Biden playbook.
Oh my God. Do not let anyone forget how wrong so many Democratic Party loyalists were and how right this guy was in terms of talking about how much momentum would immediately fucking land on the Democratic Party's fucking feet, dude. Oh, God damn, dude. Year of vindication. Year of HasanAbi vindication, motherfucker. Holy shit. Everyone that portrays themselves as like these big, brilliant thinkers that just toe the Democratic Party's line and repeat basically whatever the fuck they hear from MSNBC, turning around and just eating crow, okay?
On why Kamala has been dodging the press.
Well, she can't answer questions. She hasn't done one interview. You know, she's not doing any interviews.
Yeah.
Because if she did one interview where hard questions asked, she's incapable of answering it.
I'm a Minneapolis resident. Walz has been handling he let the city burn narrative for years. He uses an opportunity to show how well Minnesota is doing nationally. Yes. I think that's also a great take as well overall. I think that's that in and of itself also can be framed within the weird narrative too. Republicans are weird. They keep talking about like these beautiful American cities are, you know, shitholes and burned to the ground. Look at how well Minneapolis is doing. They're lying to you. They're lying about your backyard too.
The very few things she said about this administration actually trying to address inflation. And in 2021, when inflation just started to rear its ugly head, and they sort of downplayed it, ignored it, said it wasn't going to last, and it sure did, and it's still here. She had this sort of stumbling, mumbling answer as to how this administration was going to tackle.
Folks, I've officially become a Dr. Pepper boy. The strawberries and cream zero sugar soda has converted me. This is like, I've upgraded on I've always been a soda boy, as you guys know. But this is unique. I am now officially a Dr. Pepper soda boy as well. I also have next to me a Dr. Pepper cream soda one as well, which I will be trying. It is honestly, I'm invested, okay? I'm PhD Pepper. Okay. A lot of people have said this is a really good soda. I'm actually in the pocket. I've improved on my soda flavors.
Of the American voters. We saw this across the aisle, and we did not just see this in border states. We saw this all over the country. Okay, so she seems to be running away from the fact that she was tasked with fixing the problems at the border. It was just the.
I think after the strawberries and cream one, this one seems not as good, but it's still pretty good.
Judge.
Yeah, you know, Jesse, Pelosi calls Walz middle of the road. Is that middle of the road as per San Francisco guidelines?
The middle of Haight-Ashbury. That's right. Kamala is so scared, Judge. It's been since June she's done an interview. What's she so scared of? I thought she was this big tough prosecutor. Yeah, that was gonna take on Donald Trump.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're not afraid. We're not flailing. Oh, Kamala. Oh, she made a really big mistake. It's like, yeah, dude, she made a really big mistake for fucking getting an objectively popular governor on the ticket who has done so much.
He'll talk to anybody. He's trying to be the president of all Americans. Kamala's terrified of ABC News. She's terrified of MSNBC. What is she hiding? I mean, everybody knows what she's hiding because she's a mess and she's been protected by the Democrat machine. That's why she's laughing. Greg touched on it yesterday. She's just going to giggle until they drag her across the finish.
Yeah, that's crazy that they're saying this when like Donald Trump is refusing to do a debate with Kamala Harris unless it's on his own terms, which is pretty wild.
She owes everybody in Congress anything they want. She has to give them. She knows the deal. She's a puppet who's just going to start signing checks and giving away goodies for the entire term if she's elected.
You know, Jessica, there is some truth to that. I mean, even with Evan Gershkovich coming back, there are so many times in the last 16 days that she could have come out and set herself up as a real candidate. But she's just smiling and giggling and reading from a teleprompter. Why?
Well, first, on the hostage or the prisoners being released, she was the first person to hug Evan Gershkovich when he got off that plane.
You can
she was there to greet
too. I'm glad she hugged him.
But you're making it seem as if she is not present for this, that she hasn't been.
No, I'm saying she's not talking to the American people.
And I've been supportive of her doing more interviews. She's not afraid of ABC. She has agreed to do the Stephanopoulos debate on September 10th. I hope she will also do a Fox debate and one in another venue as well. But she's not hiding from that, and I've been consistent. I think that she should sit for long interviews and talk about how she's evolved on policy positions. I think that she
How do you think she'd do?
I think that she would do certainly a lot better than Jesse thinks. And he says in the last block, you know, I'm not taking anything for granted. The way that you're talking, you are taking it for granted, kind of like you did before the red wave that wasn't in 22.
We don't talk about red waves.
We do. Well,
not anymore.
Okay.
It's going to be close.
The idea that you're going to be able to paint Tim Walz as a San Francisco. It should be noted that The first time he went was
Sore
1 month ago.
subject.
JD Vance lived there for 4 years.
Okay. What do boys need tampons for?
I don't know about
Why
this
is he
tampon
giving
in the
little
bathroom.
boys tampons then?
Why is he giving illegals driver's licenses?
I don't know, because they need to drive to work. Easy
Where is
answer.
where you're going with this?
Asked and answered.
Anywhere. I'm
Okay,
asking a simple question.
Yeah, because they're human beings. And they participate in the American economy in much more meaningful ways than you drunk piece of shit. So yeah, no, it's a good idea.
If you look at any of the statistics relating to accidents with illegals, there's a real problem for Americans.
So most accidents are from undocumented people in
No,
America?
no, what I'm saying is when they get into accidents, they don't have
Okay.
insurance.
If you continue running a campaign like this, where you're attacking him in that way, where you're talking about Kamala as someone who doesn't know anything, who's incompetent.
That's great. Judge Janine Perot making an argument for undocumented migrants to not only have driver's licenses, but also to have insurance. There you go. Asked and answered. Problem fucking solved.
Pitch on inflation. A single policy pitch on the economy. That is
Well,
fact.
all right,
Have you
Greg,
gotten to the...
Greg, why don't you wrap this up?
Well, thank you. I was getting kind of bored over here.
Yeah.
You know, a couple of things. I'm always curious when I see liberals get upset when you point out the liberalism of their allies. It's like, why would Pelosi be upset when you mention that Walz is a liberal? Isn't it weird when you describe a better version of your politics as something that is less what your politics?
My family's Jewish and my dad loves it. There's a second Jewish second husband, and all of our Jewish friends have never even thought about voting for Trump. I actually have no idea what Fox News or Trump is talking about. Yeah, it's like the trying to run with the, first of all, the Jewish vote in and of itself is not like statistically important. Let's just make that very clear. It's not even, and part of that is because it's in like already deep blue areas regardless. Okay. So like, what are we talking about here? It's ridiculous. As far as like voting blocks goes, it is not a monolithic vote in general, but it's also literally like 75%, 76% Democratic leaning voters regardless. Right. So they think that they can put a dent in this by being like, we're super pro-Israel, not realizing that like a lot of older Jewish voters already understand that the Democratic Party is also super pro-Israel, if that is a consideration for them. And on top of that, they are very socially progressive, much more socially progressive. The 23%, 24%, 25% are already very conservative Jewish voters that still live in these deep blue districts, and they're, you know, voting for Republicans anyway. You are not going to be able to move the needle on this issue in a significant manner. And even if you were able to, you're still talking about the margins here. You're still talking about deep blue areas where not only will you not be able to do this, but even if you were able to do this, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't statistically matter in terms of like winning an election.
I love you, Philly!
Let's look at the most cucked man in America right now.
And you know what else I love? I love being your governor. Thank you very much.
He's like, I'm going to keep being your governor.
Y'all fill my heart.
He sounds so much like Obama. It's crazy.
And I want you to know, every single day I go to work for you. I put my shoulder to the wheel and I focus on 3 simple letters in our alphabet. G, S, D. I focus on getting shit done for all of you.
White Obama.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I want you to know I am going to continue to pour my heart and soul into serving you every single day as your governor.
Yeah, well, that's because he's not VP.
And
whether he wants to or not.
I'm going to be working my tail off to make sure we make Kamala Harris and Tim Walz the next leaders of the United States of America. That's right. Let me tell you about my friend Kamala Harris, someone I've been friends with for 2 decades. She is courtroom tough. She has a big heart. And she is battle tested and ready to go. Whether in a courtroom, whether fighting as Attorney General, whether remembering the people who have oftentimes been left behind when she was sitting in the halls of power in the Senate, Kamala Harris has always understood that you got to be every day for the people, for the people. And she has served with honesty.
How are people saying he's mad right now? Different from the people who just said you were mad yesterday. He seems fine. Because he is a careerist. And I genuinely benefit from Adin Ross interviewing Donald Trump. He does not genuinely benefit from not being the vice president. Like, that's the difference. People are like, oh, you're mad. You're mad. Adin Ross interviewed Donald Trump. Why would I be mad? It's content for me. I got a fucking 1 out of 10 YouTube video out of it. 60,000 people tuned in to watch me watch Adin Ross. I didn't have to do a single damn thing for that. He, on the other hand, wanted to be vice president.
You see,
he doesn't benefit
Billy,
from not being
I
vice
know
president.
We walk around with a little bit of a chip on our shoulder because we remember, right? And we remember that it was Donald Trump that ripped away the freedom of millions of American women to make decisions over their own body. We remember that. We remember that. We're not going back. We are not going back. You're right. Not going back. And here's the thing. We don't want to go back, but let's go back for a second. Just remember. Let's just remember, because I think there's some folks out there that still have a little bit of brain fog, having a hard time remembering what it was like. Now listen, he brought all that chaos and limited our freedoms back when he was president, and let's be honest, didn't know what the hell he was doing. He didn't. But this is serious, gang. He knows what he's doing now. He does. And the Supreme Court that he packed, the Supreme Court that he has packed, has ruled that he is above the law. He is outside of the law.
Dude, I never thought we would have fucking rallies like this for the Democratic Party. I never thought I would oversee this. Okay? Holy shit. Think back to a month ago when everyone's like, I'm totally checked out. What the fuck's going on? This sucks. Joe Biden can't even speak. God damn,
to go
dude.
against our enemies. They got a clear plan to isolate us in the world. And let me tell you something. I ain't going back. I am not going back. I'm not. And neither do you want to go back. We are not going back. We're not going back. No. We're not. And not only are we not going back, we're not going into the future with Donald Trump, not going in the future with him. A guy who has made clear, he's told us what he wants to do, more chaos, less freedom. And yo, friends, it was Maya Angelou who said it. When they tell you who they are, yeah, I believe them, and I don't want to see that.
Bro, that's crazy.
Donald Trump,
quoting Maya Angelou,
he's
bro.
Now got a partner with him.
Bro,
see
he
that
is
guy?
Obama.
Yeah.
He's literally Obama, dude. What the fuck?
J.D. Vance, he's not exactly off to a good start. I think we can all agree on that. But I think part of the reason why he's not off to a good start is this, and it's serious. He doesn't know who he is. And he's not being honest with himself, so he can't be honest with the American people. He can't. Now, so if I hear you right, and I think I do, you're chanting, he's a weirdo. Which means, man, I love you, Philly. Which means, if you're chanting, he's a weirdo, then you heard of my good friend and our next vice president, Tim Walz. Because Tim Walz, in his beautiful Midwestern plain-spoken way, he summed up J.D. Vance the best. He's a weirdo. And I want to talk about Tim Walz, because Philly, in a minute, he's going to come out here, and I want you to give him a whole lot of love. Tim Walz is a great man. Tim Walz is an outstanding governor. Tim Walz is a teacher. Tim Walz is a guardsman. Tim Walz is a great patriot. He is. And I'll tell you what else. Tim Walz is a dear friend. And I want you to know, Lori and I feel blessed to have Tim and Gwen in our lives. They are outstanding public servants. And I can't wait for you, Philly, the rest of this Commonwealth, and our entire country to get the chance to know the Walzes, the next vice president and second lady of this nation. Now,
dude, the other good thing is, like, I don't think Kamala Harris cares about, like, the VP pick outshining her in the way that, like, Donald Trump cared about it, in the way that even Hillary Clinton cared about it, in the way that Joe Biden cared about it, which in my opinion is also pretty fucking solid for her as well. Like, I think they just want to win.
They chose to launch their campaign right here in the birthplace of real freedom. You know, the other side, Trump and his sycophants, let me tell you something. They love to talk a good game about freedom, right? They love to cloak themselves in the blanket of freedom all the time. They love to talk a good game. But hear me on this. It's not freedom to tell our children what books they're allowed to read. That's not freedom. It's not. It's not. It's not freedom to say.
Dude, the other thing is, like, I think people forgot that Biden is the president. Like, this is literally the reason why his approval rating has gone up, because people forgot that Biden is still the president.
To tell women doing what
I'm not
they're
even joking
allowed
about
to
it.
do with their bodies, that's not freedom. It's not. It's not. It is not. No, it's not. It is not. And it won't be that way when Kamala Harris is our president. And it sure as hell isn't freedom to say you can go vote, but he's going to pick the winner. That is not freedom. That's not what patriots have fought for over the years. It is not. You know what we are for? You know what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are for? They are for real freedom. They are. The kind of real freedom that comes when we look that young girl in North Philly in the eye and we invest in her public school because we believe in her.
It's all bad. Thank you for the 25 Get the subs.
We believe in real freedom, the kind of freedom that comes when we invest in our police and we invest in our communities because we believe that young girl should walk to and from school safely and back to her mama at the end of the night.
What?
We believe in real freedom where the young girl can grow up and be whatever she wants.
What?
She can be a welder. She can go to college. She can be who she is. That is real freedom, and that is what we are fighting for. We believe in the kind of real freedom where she grows up in a community where she can breathe clean air and drink clean water and know that she will leave an environment to the next generation that is great for her kids and her grandkids. And Kamala Harris and Tim Walz believe in a real freedom where you can marry who you love and be who you are. Now, freedom is on the ballot. And our fundamental freedoms are at risk. And I know when it's at risk, it's easy to feel uneasy. And it's easy to get down. But let me tell you something, Philly. Let me tell you something, Pennsylvania. Let me tell you something, America. I am more optimistic than ever before. And the reason I'm more optimistic than ever before is because of all of you. And because of what a band of patriots started here in our taverns and our town squares and at Independence Hall just a couple miles from here nearly 2.5 centuries ago. You see, they came together. They came together to declare our independence from a king, and we're not going back to a king. And we're not going back. And when they declared that independence from a king, they came together and they said, we are going to form a union. And over the last 248 years, the reason why I'm optimistic, the reason why I'm hopeful, is because as we've written this American story over the last 2.5 centuries, it's been ordinary Americans taking up the baton from those patriots and saying, we're going to do extraordinary things. Octavius Catto understood that responsibility. Cecil B. Moore understood that responsibility. Gen Z, when they're organized and on TikTok, understand that responsibility. And I'm optimistic today because the task of perfecting our union, the task of defending our fundamental
Don't all the Democrats want to ban TikTok? What's happening?
to freedom-loving Americans all across this great country, and to the good people of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania who will decide this next election and understand our unique responsibility. I love you too, and this is a moment where we all have to understand that while we'll see Kamala Harris and Tim Walz's names on the ballot, that this election isn't just about their names on this ballot. This election is about all of you. And whether or not you're willing to do this hard work to fight for our freedom, whether or not you're willing to do this hard work that started here 248 years ago. I want to just say this. I lean on my family and I lean on my faith, which calls me to serve. And I am proud of my faith. Now hear me. I'm not here to preach at y'all, but I want to tell you what my faith teaches me.
I think he's much better than Pete Buttigieg at stumping like Obama.
My faith teaches me that no one is required to complete the task.
It is almost 1-to-1, dude. He could be an Obama impersonator.
That means.
And yes, he is a good orator for sure. But so was Obama.
To
So,
get off the sidelines, to get in the game, and to do our part. Are you ready to do your part? Are you ready to form a more perfect union? Are you ready to build an America where no matter what you look like, where you come from, who you love or who you pray to, that this will be a place for you? And are you ready to look the next President of the United States in the eye and say, "Hello, Madam President"? I am too, so let's get to work.
Howard Dean alting, that's not a real thing, okay? In this day and age, that's not a thing that people give a shit about. Come on, Donald Trump was president. People don't fucking give a shit about voice cracks any longer.
I think that could be, Judge.
I'm not ready to say.
Have you heard something that might prevent him from being
Kamala
a
Harris running
2028
for re-election?
candidate?
No,
something else, Jessica.
Could it be that he's Jewish and Democrats hate Jews?
Oh, that
Jessica?
could be it.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Let me tell you something. This guy is phenomenal. He may have stepped on himself in the past.
I mean, there might just maybe skeletons.
Oh, wait, are you talking? What about that whole story in Philly about the woman?
Let it go.
Why?
Well, we don't know everything.
Well, wait, I can talk. I have free speech. There was a woman that was declared a suicide when, in fact, it was a homicide.
20 stab wounds.
No,
including in the neck.
No. They declared it.
Now she wants to talk about it.
No, okay. Well, no, I just have to make it clear. At first, she said it was a homicide, the medical examiner. Then she said it was a suicide.
Right.
Now, they had to go to the highest court in the state of Pennsylvania to get the court to give them permission to even question this 21 stab wounds against a 27-year-old woman, I think.
School teacher, right?
School teacher. 2 of the stab wounds occurred after she was dead, but of course, they're alleging that she stabbed herself. Now, I ask you, what are the chances of someone stabbing themselves in the back of the head or in their back or after they're already dead?
Now, how does this relate to Shapiro? That's the question.
It was AG.
AG.
Yes.
There you go. Is that the story?
It might be.
Mm-hmm.
We have to investigate, but what the Supreme Court is...
I like that they switched up on him instantly. They listened to him be charismatic for like approximately 15 minutes and immediately were like, remember when he actually flubbed that murder investigation and which, he claimed was a suicide? Like, that's all it took. That's why you need to understand, like you now know why he was a liability. It took you 10 minutes to point out why he is a liability. It's because you already had that oppo in the back of your mind because you suspected him of potentially being the VP pick. Three fucking seconds in, bro. Come on now.
Homicide. I've taken suicides and proven homicides.
Well,
it can be done.
Going back to the screen here, I think it's fair to say there's a lot of enthusiasm in this room. I think they're about to highlight.
Oh boy!
You talking about this room or that room?
Oh, both, Jesse.
Okay.
Both.
Yeah.
This is the 5.
They're literally bent because they can't fucking use that against Kamala. Like, that's it. They're bent.
Which one?
The one about Jim Cramer. I don't even know what it's about.
Economy. It's about the economy.
Yes,
Here's
they're
the
saying
bottom
that
line.
if you want a strong economy, you got to vote for Trump. We
Well,
kind of
Jim
already
Cramer,
know that.
well, no.
What?
And,
Yes.
Well,
Yeah.
yesterday was, this is the end of the world. It's the apocalypse because the market, which started rebounding as it went up. Then overnight, Japan went totally back. So that story went away. And then today, what it went up 600 points when she announced Tim Walz.
I don't think that. I don't
Are you
think
tying
that.
the stock market to whether or not?
I certainly like that Donald Trump
That's
does.
new.
I'm just saying, if you live by it, you die by it.
is the
Well, usually it's
the
based on
expert.
fundamentals like profits.
And the stock market has been hitting record highs under the Biden-Harris administration. No, you've
Are
reported
you
it.
touting the stock market as a gauge of performance of the White House?
I'm just saying that if you're going to...
Okay, I'll take on your segment.
Sure.
And there's an AP reporter who went on another network who said,
Chad, it's always 1v4. She's the token lib. They always have a token lib in that
when
seat.
people go back to the grocery store, the enthusiasm goes away, and they realize these high prices are here to stay. And they're here because of the massive government spending that happened during this administration. And until we hear Kamala Harris, which I don't even know, we didn't listen to all of Shapiro. I don't know if he addressed the economy or inflation. But if she steps up to the microphone and doesn't acknowledge the number one problem for every American family right now, they're going to think she's ignoring it or doesn't know how we got here. And how can you fix a problem if you don't acknowledge what led to it? And so it's going to be really important that I was not kidding. If you go to KamalaHarris.com right now, there is nothing on there about the economy and how she plans to fix things for the American people. She says she's going to champion the middle class. This is what matters to them. Grocery prices, utility bills, gas prices.
Right.
Hello?
I mean, Jesse, let's talk about prices. Hold on. Have you noticed a drastic leap in the prices for Cialis and Rogaine?
Well, I know Rogaine's doubled. You'd have to ask Tyrus about the Cialis.
What? Oh, you're a dead man.
Yeah, you are dead.
Shoot.
You're dead to me anyway.
I think I can hear his footsteps coming over from
coming down
Studio
the hall.
D.
He was the first name that popped into my head. He was replacing you all last week.
Take it back.
I'm not
Jesse.
taking it back.
Okay.
I said it. I said it. He said worse about me.
He does?
Probably. Everybody has.
Here's the problem. Not a lot of people have the luxury of voting based on what social issues they think are important. People have to vote on their pocketbook, on food, on gas, whether they can live from day to day. And right now...
And the Republicans have no answers for that.
Donald Trump-
That's why they constantly talk about the genitals of children.
was 2.5%, inflation was 1.4%, consumer prices were 20% lower when Donald Trump was there. Okay?
Oh, fuck.
Kamala Harris can't even talk about this stuff, let alone print something about it that somebody else wrote for her.
They'll also
So this is an
remember
easy one.
COVID and injecting bleach into...
Oh, come on.
That's a hoax.
We're talking
no one
about
said injecting bleach.
That's a hoax. He said it in front of the entire nation.
We'll do it in real time.
the wrong product?
Go.
That's so funny. Oh, man. Look, yeah, it's on video. Okay, it's just like, I want to see where we're at with the fucking rally. We're just
Let's talk
waiting.
about those reactions, Rhonda.
Yeah, and also Ilhan Omar, who is a congresswoman and part of that so-called squad.
And from Minnesota.
From Minnesota. She also spoke favorably about him as well, too. And immediately, it's not like these statements came out, a day later. Immediately, you saw sort of all corners of the Democratic congressional arm say very favorable things about this pick.
Where the fuck? Come on, man. permission to get libbed up. Don't worry, I'm gonna lib you down in a minute, okay? No, I don't want to watch this. I want to watch the Fox News coverage over it. Oh, here it is. I want to watch them mauled. And I also want to see.
Your problem? It's
do a
things he
reset.
says, not what he does.
actually what he
if you
did,
focus
too.
on what Trump does,
What he
then you go
does-
like, okay, I'll take the mean tweets.
How about what he does for us?
At least we don't have. At least he doesn't have dementia.
Yeah.
Can you
Yeah,
say
at
that
least he can
about
walk up
Biden
this-
or Kamala?
Or Walz with the tampons for little boys. Again, let's go back to that. What do they need tampons for?
And he wants an electric
Gunshot wound.
grid.
So if you're tuning in just now, this is The Five, and that's a live look at Philadelphia, where we do anticipate to see for the first time since naming her running mate, the governor of Minnesota, Tim Walz. Kamala Harris is expected to speak any moment now, followed by her choice for running mate. Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania just spoke a few moments ago.
Hey, why don't we do our
very
homework?
impressed Jesse
do
Waters.
you know what the next 2 months are going to be like at this table? You're going to
I
have
hope
to
like
watch
this.
every day. It's going to be a wild 2 months.
You know, we never get enough time for one more thing.
Why?
I know, and now we have time, and we're so bad.
Why do you think it's a good idea to platform Fox News? Because I agree with them, and they're patriotic, just like I am. Or maybe it's really good to understand what right-wingers are getting brain broken by, so you have a better way of dealing with your stupid-ass fucking parents who are literally mind-melted by watching these fucking weirdo losers on a regular basis as they fucking churn out these exact same talking points to you, so you know how to address them. It's pretty, don't you think? Don't you think that's important? Listen, backseat gaming is one thing, but when you do backseat political commentary, what are you doing? Top of the hour himbo? Oh, dude, no two-parters. Take a week off. No two fucking parters. It's weak. It's weak nuts.
Ticket pitch. And I think that people do know more about them than perhaps my esteemed colleagues at the table do, or that they're letting on. And I think that you're going to be really impressed with Tim Walz. I mean, he's someone who's
I'm impressed.
No, you can't do two-parters. No two-parters. We've abolished two-parters. They're weak. They're weak. Two-parters are weak. You know this. Get better baits. Okay? Two-parters are when a chatter says something specifically to annoy me and then turn around specifically to annoy me, only to turn around and be like, oh, top of the hour. If you want to hit me with the ad break debate, you got to get better baits. I watched a bit of Ludwig yesterday, and I noticed he says the same thing as you after the end of a talking point. You know what I mean? Yeah. Only malding I've seen and viewed in the shows that that chatter successfully debated you. That's true. Two-parters are weird. We're not doing that. We're moving into the new year with the one-parter baits. But chatter is correct. At the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. And you can do that for $6 or for free. Javier O32, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Yeah, I saw the fucking duck camo. Chatter, shut the fuck up, okay? I don't own just the only pattern to duck camo. Please stop. I saw. Oh my God. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. It's coming. The bakery, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. It's happening. All right, let's get back to it. Music change.
Philadelphia.
Phones are up. We're locked and loaded.
Vice President of the United States, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz.
It's crazy because they like arrive on time too, which is like a subtle thing that Joe Biden never did either. God damn, dude, it's electric out here. What are they pointing to? The fucking crowd, dude. Walz is another elderly gentleman? No, he's the same age as Kamala Harris. He just looks old. By American standards, he's youthful, brother. He's 60. America isn't ready for a cornball dad with cats, a Midwestern corn. Want to remind everybody how wrong liberals were.
Good evening, good evening. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Good evening. Oh, it is good to be back in Pennsylvania. So let me say, on behalf of myself and the first, second gentleman of the United States, my husband, Doug Emhoff, thank you for the warm welcome. And let me just say, it's good to be here with all of the friends, all of the leaders who are here. I want to thank former Governor Ed Rendell, Senator Bob Casey, who we will re-elect this November, Senator John Fetterman, Mayor Sherelle Parker, and Chairman Jamie Harrison. And it is so good to be here with your incredible Governor, Josh Shapiro. And I will say, Josh is a dear, dear friend and an extraordinary leader. He and I have been spending a lot of time together over the years. And I told Josh, look, I am so invested in our friendship in doing this together, because together with Josh Shapiro, we will win Pennsylvania.
Why the boo for Fetterman? What did I miss? Are you serious?
And I thank you, Josh. I thank you. So Philadelphia, I launched my campaign for the President of the United States a mere 2 weeks ago. And it's been a bit of a whirlwind. And just last night, the delegates to the Democratic National Convention finished voting. And so I stand before you today to proudly announce I am now officially the Democratic nominee for President of the United States. And so now we got some work to do. We need to move to the general election and win that. And to all the friends, listen, we also need to level set. We are the underdogs in this race. But we have the momentum, and I know exactly what we are up against. Now, many of you know, before I was elected vice president or elected a United States senator, I was an elected attorney general, and before that, elected district attorney. And before that, I was a courtroom prosecutor. So in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women. Fraudsters who scammed consumers. Cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type. So, but let me just say, hold on. This campaign, our campaign, is not just a fight against Donald Trump. Our campaign, this campaign, is a fight for the future. It's a fight for the future.
Lock him up.
In Pennsylvania, we fight for a future with affordable housing, affordable health care, affordable child care, paid leave. We fight for a future where we build a broad-based economy, where every American has the opportunity to own a home, to start a business, and to build wealth. We fight for a future where we bring down prices that are still too high and lower the cost of living for America's families. So that they have a chance not just to get by, but to get ahead. We fight for a future where we defend our most fundamental freedoms. The freedom to vote. The freedom to be safe from gun violence. The freedom to love who you love openly and with pride. And the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body, not having her government tell her what to do.
Bars.
So here's the thing. Since the day that I announced my candidacy, I set out to find a partner who can help build this brighter future. A leader who will help unite our nation and move us forward. A fighter for the middle class. A patriot who believes, as I do, in the extraordinary promise of America. A promise A promise of freedom, opportunity, and justice, not just for some, but for all.
Big balls Walz, baby.
So, Pennsylvania, I'm here today because I found such a leader. Governor Tim Walz of the great state of Minnesota.
I don't think this dude had any ambition like this, by the way. That's another thing that is, like, in my opinion, overlooked. He was just good. He was good and he did the right things, and that's why he's here.
To those who know him best, Tim is more than a governor. To his wife, Gwen, he is a husband. To his kids, Hope and Gus, he is a dad. To his fellow veterans, he is Sergeant Major Walz. To the people of southern Minnesota, for 12 years, he was congressman. To his former high school students, he was Mr. Walz.
This speech is a bit lame, I'm not gonna lie, but it's all good.
And to his former high school football players, he was coach. And in 91 days,
not that it matters.
The nation will know Coach Walz by another name, Vice President of the United States. So America, for some folks, they're just getting to know Coach Walz's story. And I'll tell you, he is the proud product of a middle-class family in rural Nebraska. He is a veteran who served our nation in uniform for more than 2 decades
24
as a
years
member
of
of the Army National Guard, and he went to college on the GI Bill. He is someone who, long before he entered politics, worked as a teacher. When Coach Walz and his wife Gwen moved from his native Nebraska to Minnesota nearly 30 years ago, they both took jobs at the local high school. Coach Walz taught social studies, Gwen taught English. After school, Tim was the linebacker.
Normal ass people, bro. Normal ass people. Undefeated.
Where I've heard the stories about he had a knack for using the game of football to teach life lessons. He saw the potential in kids who sometimes didn't even see it in themselves. Under those Friday night lights, Coach Walz motivated his players to believe they could achieve anything. And together, they defied the odds, hear this out, going from a winless record to the school's first ever state championship.
Oh my God, it's so Jover. It's so good.
And I'll say and I'll add, Tim wasn't only a role model on the football field. Around that same time, Coach Walz was approached by a student in his social studies class. The young man was one of the first openly gay students at the school and was hoping to start a gay-straight alliance. At a time when acceptance was difficult to find for LGBTQ students, Tim knew the signal that it would send to have a football coach get involved.
Oh my God, I'm nutting. Oh, that's so good. That accident.
Right? So he signed up to be the group's faculty advisor. And as students have said, he made the school a safe place for everybody.
What a gift. What a gift.
In the high school yearbook, the students voted Coach Walz the, quote, most inspiring faculty member. And as I think everyone here can see, Tim Walz was the kind of teacher and mentor that every child in America dreams of having.
If he cries, I will cry. If he cries real tears, I might actually cry too. He cried,
the kind
we
of
crowed.
Coach, because he's the kind of person who makes people feel like they belong and then inspires them to dream big. And that's the kind of vice president he will be. And that's the kind of vice president America deserves. So it was Coach Walz's students who actually helped him decide to run for office. And he served 12 years in Congress.
He delivered a state championship? Are you fucking joking? Like, did they build him in a lab, dude? How did this guy...
He was the highest ranking. He was the highest ranking enlisted man to ever serve in the United States Congress.
Yeah, I take back everything I said about her speech. She's killing it right now. Immaculate.
And the top Democrat on the Veterans Committee. And he was known as one of Capitol Hill's best marksmen, winning a bipartisan sharpshooting contest year after year.
I think our brains are so warped by how unimaginably abnormal politicians are on both sides of the party that, like, when you have a normal dude like this, all of a sudden it just comes across as, like, insane.
To protect the freedom of workers to join a union. And he cast one of the critical votes to pass the Affordable Care Act. Which, of course, gave health insurance to tens of millions of Americans. I'm going to tell you, when we win, Tim and I will continue to make the Affordable Care Act even stronger.
What does that mean? I mean, come on.
We will win. Wow. Now, let's talk about what we're dealing with on the other side. So on that last topic, if Donald Trump gets the chance, he will end the Affordable Care Act. And take us back to a time when insurance companies had the power to deny people with pre-existing conditions. You remember what that was like?
No.
children with asthma, breast
They're
cancer
too young.
survivors, grandparents with diabetes. Well, Governor Walz and I will not let that happen.
Go harder. Expand.
Because we
Say
believe
you're gonna
health care
lower
should
the-
be a
lower the
right and not
Medicare
just a
eligibility
privilege
age.
for those who can afford it.
Talk about more price caps on
As
pharmaceuticals.
governor, Tim has continued to fight for working families. He secured paid leave for workers in Minnesota. And he refused as governor to allow any student in their public schools to go
hungry.
So he made school breakfast and lunch free for every child. And Tim Walz and I, we agree about many things, including when our middle class is strong, America is strong. And strengthening the middle class will be my defining goal as I am President of the United States. So Pennsylvania, ours is a fight for the future of the middle class, and it is a fight for freedom.
Plato, thank you for the 50 big ones. God damn.
In this moment, we are witnessing a full-on attack against hard-fought, hard-won freedoms and rights. Take reproductive freedom. Now think about this. Donald Trump said
Why do you think she
wants
never
to
mentions the
punish
lower class?
women.
Because every American thinks they're middle class, regardless of what their class is.
And as a result of his actions, today in America, 1 out of
That's it.
3 women live in a state with a Trump abortion ban. 1 out of 3. Some of these bans go back to the 1800s, even before women had a right to vote. Think about that. Well, Tim and I have a message for Trump and others who want to turn back the clock on our fundamental freedoms. We're not going back. Going back. And so let me say about Tim Walz, he has shown up to stand against these attacks long before he stood on the stage with me. After Roe was overturned, he was the first governor in the country to sign a new law that enshrined reproductive freedom as a fundamental right. And with Tim Walz by my side when I am President of the United States and we win majorities in the United States Congress, we will pass a bill to restore reproductive freedom, and I will proudly sign it into law.
That's new, but I like it. The win majorities in the Congress. That's actually interesting that she said that.
Tim Walz has also defended the sacred freedom to vote. As governor, he signed the most significant expansion of voting rights in Minnesota in over 50 years. And with Governor Walz's help, when I am president, we are going to finally pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. We're going to get it done. So Tim is a hunter. and a gun owner who believes, as the majority of gun owners do, that we need reasonable gun safety laws in America.
That's another lock because they kept saying like Kamala wants to take your guns away.
He expanded background checks and increased penalties for illegal firearm sales. And together, when we win in November, we are finally going to pass universal background checks, red flag laws, and an assault weapons ban. Through his work, Tim, the way I think about it, he really does shine a light on a brighter future that we can build together. In his state, he has been a model chief executive, and with his experience, I'm telling you, Tim Walz will be ready on day one. In fact, when you compare his resume shall we, to Trump's running mate, well, some might say it's like a matchup between the varsity team and the JV squad. So, Pennsylvania, ultimately in this election, we each face a question.
Leave it up to Walz. Don't do sports references, please.
Do we want to live in? A country of freedom, compassion, and rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? And here's the beauty of our democracy. We each have the power to answer that question. We each have the power to answer that question. The power is with the people. We love our country, and I believe it is the highest form of patriotism to fight for the ideals of our country. That is how we preserve the promise of America. And after all, the promise of America is what makes it possible for two middle-class kids, one a daughter of Oakland, California, who was raised by a working mother, the other, a son of the Nebraska plains who grew up working on a farm. It's the promise of America, because only in America is it possible for them together to make it all the way to the White House.
That beautiful dynamic, beautiful juxtaposition. You got lockdown urban vote, upper middle class professional, and you got like a straight farmhand coming from the Democratic Farmer and Labor Party of Minnesota. Like it's a great perfect representation of all the constituencies that you would want to fucking win over.
That's right. And so Coach Walz and I may hail from different corners of our great country, but our values are the same. And we both believe in lifting people up, not knocking them down. He and I, we both know the vast majority of people in our country have so much more in common than what separates them. When we look at folks, we see in our fellow Americans neighbors, not enemies.
She didn't mention her dad because her dad was not in her life when she was growing up.
And so my promise to you is this. Our campaign will reach out to everyone, from red states to blue states, from the heartland to the coast,
He also disowned her.
in rural, urban, suburban, and tribal communities. We are running a campaign on behalf of all Americans. And when elected, we will govern on behalf of all Americans. And so, with Tim Walz by my side, and with all of you at our side, let us fight for the promise of our future. And with that, I ask Pennsylvania, are you ready to make your voices heard? Do we believe in freedom? Do we believe in opportunity? Do we believe in the promise of America? And are we ready to fight for it? And when we fight, we win. And now, welcome the next Vice President of the United States, Tim Walz.
Wow.
Wow. Wow. He's going to cry, bro. Please don't cry.
Wow. Thank you, Philadelphia. Thank you, Madam Vice President, for the trust you put in me, but maybe more so, thank you for bringing back the joy. I'm thrilled to be on this journey with you and Doug, this incredible journey. And Pennsylvania, I know you know this, but my God, what a treasure you have in Josh Shapiro. Holy hell, can this guy bring the fire? He can bring the fire. This is a visionary leader. Also, I have to tell you, everybody in America knows when you need a bridge fixed, call that guy. And I think sometimes we forget, and you see people a little one-dimensional, but seeing a guy who cares so deeply about his family, a man with compassion, vision, and I'll have to tell you this, I know this from experience, there is no one you would rather go to a Springsteen concert in Jersey with than him. Than that guy. Bruce. And I can't wait for all of you and America to get to know my incredible wife, Gwen, a 29-year public school educator.
My fucking goat!
Don't ever underestimate teachers. And our two beautiful kids, Hope and Gus. I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket and to help Vice President Harris become what we all know is very, very good for us to think about. Next President of the United States of America.
Motherfucker, name one of his children Gus, bro. Is such a lock.
As a district attorney,
you can't be whiter than
Attorney
that.
General of the great state of California, a United States Senator, and Vice President of the United States.
You love that he claps for his own speech? It's actually a socialist leader trait. I'm not even joking.
Vice President Harris has fought on the side of the American people.
It says that it shows in
the predators,
crowd
she took on
psychology.
the
It shows that you're a part of like the group that you're speaking to. You're speaking with,
she
not
stood up
to.
against powerful corporate interests, and she never hesitated.
Slavoj Žižek has talked extensively about how Stalin used to do this.
People's lives. And I want all of you to hold this, and don't ever underestimate the power of this. She does it all with a sense of joy. I know a little something about that commitment to people. I was born in West Point, Nebraska. I lived in Butte, a small town of 400, where community was a way of life. Growing up, I spent the summers working on the family farm. My mom and dad taught us, show generosity towards your neighbors and work for a common good. My dad served in the Army during the Korean War. And with his encouragement, at 17, I joined the Army National Guard. For 24 years, I proudly wore the uniform of this nation. The National Guard gave me purpose. It gave me the strength of a shared commitment to something greater than ourselves. And just as it did for my dad and millions of others, the GI Bill gave me a shot at a college education.
Dude, that's so sick. Openly writing like what is like the closest that you can get to unconditional social safety nets
and I
is
followed in their
fire.
footsteps. 3 out of 4 of us married teachers. What we do. For nearly 20 years, I had the privilege of teaching high school social studies and coaching football. Including winning that state championship. Thank you. Don't ever close the yearbook. Don't ever. But it was my students. They encouraged me to run for office. They saw in me what I was hoping to instill in them.
I believe this. I don't think he had any fucking
a belief that one person
I don't think he
can make
I don't
a
think
difference.
he thought he was like running
So
for
in
president.
2006, I took a leap and
He's
I
the
ran
opposite.
for Congress.
He's literally the opposite of fucking Shapiro in that regard.
And because high school teachers are super optimistic, I was running in a district that had 1 Democrat since 1892. Well, my neighbors graced me with an opportunity to represent them in the United States House of Representatives. I'm proud of the work we did there together. I worked across the aisle on veterans issues, on agriculture, and on ways to grow rural economies. I learned the art of compromise without compromising my values. And now, as governor of the great state of Minnesota, I bring those experiences to bear in tackling the challenges that are facing our great state. Minnesota's strength comes from our values, our commitment to working together, to seeing past our differences, to always being willing to lend a helping hand. Those are the same values I learned on the family farm and tried to instill in my students. I took it to Congress and to the state capitol, and now Vice President Harris and I are running to take those very values to the White House.
Yeah, he's the complete opposite of Biden. He was a corrupt career politician. He's a normal
Now,
guy who rose to the merit from the
Donald
bottom.
Trump sees the world a little differently than us.
I think repackaging socialism or
First of all,
socialist
he doesn't know the first
policies
thing
or
about
social
service.
safety nets as neighborliness is so fire. I'm nutting, dude.
He doesn't
I'm
have
nutting.
time for it because he's too busy serving himself. Again and again and again, Trump weakens our economy to strengthen his own hand. He mocks our laws. He sows chaos and division. And that's to say nothing of his record as president. He froze in the face of the COVID crisis. He drove our economy into the ground. And make no mistake, violent crime was up under Donald Trump. That's not even counting the crimes he committed.
Oh! Fucking got him! Oh, that's a banger! Okay, come on. Come on, hold on now. Hold the phone, hold the door, hold the phone.
You know, some of us are. Some of us in here are old enough to remember. I see you down there. I see those old white guys. Some of us are old enough to remember when it was Republicans who were talking about freedom. It turns out now what they meant was the government should be free to invade your doctor's office.
Yes.
In Minnesota, we respect our neighbors and their personal choices that they make.
Patient doctor, no third party.
Even if we wouldn't make the same choice for ourselves, there's a golden rule. Mind your own damn business.
I'm nutting again. He's making me nut. Never has a 60-year-old bald man made me nut like this.
These guys are after my heart chanting, mind your own damn business. That feels good, so thank you. Look, that includes IVF. And this gets personal for me and my family.
Oh, God. Oh, who's doing it?
When my wife and I decided to have children, we spent years going through infertility treatments. And I remember praying every night for a call for good news. The pit in my stomach when the phone rang, and the agony when we heard that the treatments hadn't
Oh, my God.
worked.
I can't wait for the Groypers to be like, his seed was weak.
That when we welcome our daughter into the world,
They're going to be
we
even
named her Hope.
grosser and weirder, and then Americans are going to be even more negatively polarized. What is happening right now? We got a hype train going.
When Vice President and I talk about freedom, we mean the freedom to make your own health care decisions. And for our children to be free to go to school without worrying they'll be shot dead in their classrooms. By the way, as you heard, I was one of the best shots in Congress, but in Minnesota, we believe in the Second Amendment, but we also believe in common sense gun violence laws.
Oh, my God.
Vice President Harris' idea of freedom is a ticket for education to be that ticket to the middle class, not crippling debt. Air that's clean, water that's pure, communities that are safe. A place where we settle our political differences not through violence, but with our votes. And that's what this election's about. What direction will this country go in? He's not going back. Well, Donald Trump would damn sure take us backwards. Let's be clear about that. And don't believe him when he plays dumb. He knows exactly what Project 2025 will do to restrict our freedoms. To rig the economy to help the super rich. If Trump gets a chance to return, he's going to pick up exactly where he left off 4 years ago. Only this time, it will be much, much worse. Raising costs on middle-class family. He will repeal the Affordable Care Act, no doubt about it. He'll gut Social Security and Medicare. And when somebody tells you they believe him. He said he'd ban abortion across this country, and he'll do it, whether or not Congress is there or not. Donald Trump's not fighting for you or your family. He never sat at that kitchen table like the one I grew up at, wondering how we were going to pay the bills. Oh. He sat at his country club up in Mar-a-Lago, wondering how he can cut taxes for his rich friends.
Oh,
and I got to tell you, his running mate shares his dangerous and backward agenda for this country. J.D. Vance literally wrote the foreword for the architect of the Project 2025 agenda. Like all regular people I grew up with in the heartland, J.D. studied at Yale, had his career funded by Silicon Valley billionaires, and then wrote a bestseller trashing that community. Come on! That's not what middle America is. And I got to tell you, I can't wait to debate the guy. That is, if he's willing to get off the couch and show up. So, you see what I did there? Look. I got to tell you, pointing out just an observation of mine that I made. I just have to say it. You know it, you feel it. These guys are creepy, and yes, just weird as hell. That's what you see. That's what you see. So you know what's out there, so say it with me. We aren't going back. We aren't going back. We are not going back.
He made a couch comment. I missed it. I was tweeting.
So we got 91 days. My God, that's easy. We'll sleep when we're dead.
He's the method, bro. He's the method.
Over those next 91 days and every day in the White House, I'll have Vice President Harris's back. Every single day. And we'll have yours. You know how this works. We can't do it alone. We need you, each and every one of you. Go over to KAMALAHarris.com, get on board, because we need you. Freedom to make our own choices. This leader, this compassionate, careful, joyous leader believes in each and every one of you. My God, you came here tonight to sit at the very top because you love this country and you're not going back. She believes in the opportunity for every single person to join the middle class. She believes in the promise of America. We just got to fight. We just got to fight. Because as soon-to-be President Harris says, when we fight, we win. Thank you, Philadelphia. Thank you, Vice President. God bless America.
I'm just gonna say one thing. Holy fuck, dude. I'm not used to the Democratic Party being competent and making right decisions, but that's what it feels like when they actually do. I mean, this is like every single thing that I said would be the best possible scenario, and they followed through on it. Yes, I will go back to the couch clip in a second. Now, one thing I have to mention here. Is the reason why I say Kamala Harris is like, she's all right in terms of like being an orator, is because think about the difference between her and the speech that she delivered versus the way that Tim Walz was delivering his speech. Like, the reality of the matter is he's pretty fucking solid. He is naturally charismatic in a kind of goofy, endearing way. I think that he plays really well to the base. It's a great contrast. Kamala Harris is incredibly educated, obviously like represents one pathway in the American dream, coming from a family being raised by a single mother, immigrant parents, and just like and you know, becoming the vice president now, running for president. Like, that shit is really, really captivating in terms of representation. It's really captivating for a lot of people of color across the board. That is a story that a lot of people share in this country, right? On the other hand, you got Tim Walz, also coming from a working class background, literal fucking farmhand shit, from Arkansas or Nebraska. Okay. Becoming a teacher, serving the military, like, it's just, he is so authentic. He comes across very authentic, very endearing. I think that, I mean, this is a really, really fucking solid, this is a really solid ticket. Walz's home county in Nebraska is larger than Connecticut, but with only 5,500 people. Phenomenal. I think phenomenal overall. He didn't even stop the thing. He just talks and talks. Let's see what MSNBC has to say, and then we'll tune into the Copium Factory.
Running mate, vast majority of Americans saying they don't have an opinion of him because they do not know him. She taking the time today in her remarks to introduce him in detail, and then her newly announced running mate.
I will say this much, though, and this part remains true. Like, I don't think Walz ever was like, oh, yeah, I have ambitions. Like, I have higher office ambitions. As a matter of fact, someone was bringing up his one-time quote about how he'd rather eat glass than go back to DC. And I think that he was basically called into action through his legislative accomplishments. Like, Josh Shapiro, on the other hand, very ambitious. Pete Buttigieg, very ambitious. Barack Obama was also very ambitious. Barack Obama, on the other hand, was very charismatic as well, and could communicate in a way that at least seemed authentic. I think Tim Walz gives off a totally different vibe. and he was basically built in a lab to dominate American politics. He's got the best biography and the best and got policy chops. A great choice. That's why I was behind him earlier when people were talking about others. They don't have that role player come off the bench mentality. But Barack didn't debate on Fox News. Yeah. I suspect you're joking and making a joke about Pete Buttigieg. Like, it's kind of crazy that people were even thinking about Pete Buttigieg, a dude who was the mayor of South Bend, Indiana. When you got a fucking dude who was a governor, who was a congressperson, like committee chairs and shit. It's pretty crazy. Anyway, overall, Republicans are gonna be ruthless. They're gonna be weird. They're gonna talk about how, like, I've seen liberals on Twitter saying they like Walz, but they're concerned by the fact that you also like him. If someone is like negatively polarized towards liking a candidate because I like them, they have the brain capacity of a hamster. Okay? Like, that's it. That's the dumbest thing on the fucking planet. If someone is genuinely making political calculations about, like, what someone they have been negatively primed into hating thinks, it's just like, you should just go outside. You should never touch a computer. Okay? You should just not touch a computer. Also, my political instincts in terms of, like, putting together a winning fucking composition was so on the goddamn money. Those are the same exact fucking dumbass liberals who were, like, riding with Biden until the very last moment. Okay? So, you know, in terms of like putting together a successful electoral strategy, I think I'm pretty aware of what the American population is interested in. The crusties I know are already chirping about him meeting with Netanyahu. It's fine. Those people don't vote anyway. It doesn't matter. That's how great Walz is. They have the link to haters for an attack. Yeah, he plugged up a lot of holes that Kamala had that Republicans were going to attack. Well, the other side of this story that, like, a lot of people, I was actually very worried with a Shapiro pick. I was worried that Kamala Harris would probably tack to the center. It is a age-old Democratic Party instinct to tack to the center when you get attacked by the right. When they call you a radical, instead of doubling down on your proposals and being like, what do you think? You think feeding children is radical? Well, fucking, you're the radical. You're the weirdo. You know what I mean? Instead of doing that, Democrats oftentimes turn around and they hit center. They go, no, I'm not a radical. Oh my God, God forbid, don't call me a socialist. Oh my God, I'm so scared. You don't have to be a socialist. Okay? As long as you're improving the material conditions of the working class in this country, you don't have to call yourself a socialist. You don't have to say you're a socialist. Okay? That's what matters. Stick to the fucking policies, not these, like, dumbass labels. That's why whenever someone says, Hasan, you're so liberal, you're so libbed up, I'm like, sure, okay, who gives a shit? Or when people say, Hasan, you're a capitalist, you have a house, I'm like, yeah, I am. I love capitalism. Who gives a shit? Listen to what I'm saying. Don't try to fucking package me into a neat little confine that your neat little ideological bubble that you want to cultivate so you can, like, present me as a straw man that you can easily dismantle. Okay? Overall, there's still work that needs to be done. This is not like a lock. This is not an easy lock. There's a lot of momentum. Kamala Harris just doubled down on that momentum. I give the Democratic Party its roses when they do stuff like this, because I think positive influence is a good thing as well. It can't always just be chirping. It can't always be just negative. It can't always be complaints. They're already seeing that in the form of massive donations coming down, right? Like more donations than a top of the hour ad break where people gift subs to ensure that others do not see the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. Right? Because at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, All you need to do is subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free. I'll watch the couch clip in a second. Okay, calm down. I'm going to get there. I have a lot of thoughts. As I was saying, though, here's the terminal break now. As I was saying, the Republicans are going to be like, these guys are radical. These guys are radical. So the Democratic Party now has to go, what exactly is radical about feeding children? I think it's radical to offer more tax breaks to the wealthy at a time when they have seen record high profits. I think it's radical to give handouts to massive corporations that rely on the welfare state to keep their employees alive. Okay? I don't think it's radical to feed the hungry. I don't think it's radical to feed children. I don't think it's radical to expand child tax credits so that people with children have an easier time raising their children. Republicans want you to think that these ideas are radical because they've grown far too complacent with their completely incomprehensible and utterly inhumane worldview. Okay? That's it. The average American, regardless of whatever kind of like weird political associations they have, the average American is totally perceptive or totally receptive to progressive economic policies. They recognize it. They're just not used to it, but they recognize that these things help them. Okay? That's why Republicans who vote against infrastructure spending will then go back to their own hometowns and at their town halls act like they brought that money home to build that bridge. Because they're real pieces of shit who recognize that the American population at the end of the day likes to fix the fucking potholes. You know what I mean? So ultimately, the idea that like these people are terrified of radical policies, Americans are terrified of radical policies. No, the fuck they're not. No, they're not. It's just that the Democrats are actually scared. They're so personally invested in this narrative that like Americans actually despise progressive policy that they never want to run on it. They should. And that's why I really like Walz. Because Walz, make no mistake, has a very progressive agenda. A progressive agenda that the Republicans will spend a whole lot of time calling socialist. Okay? And now that Kamala is locked in with him, she has to defend those positions. And to me, that's great. That's why it's hilarious whenever these guys are trying to fucking attack him now. These people who are not completely familiar with his background. They want to attack him. What are they attacking him with? They're associating him with the most consistently popular congressperson in American history. How far left is Kamala's VP Tim Walz? Last week, Bernie Sanders specifically named him as his dream choice. Like literally, that's how completely out of whack these guys are. That they think that invoking the name of Bernie Sanders is going to be a burden. Okay? In that respect, they are no different than the MSNBC commentators. These people do not represent real America. They do not understand what the average American looks at and what the average American wants. Okay? They're completely out of whack. Like imagine thinking that a guy who has consistently held the highest approval ratings in Congress is a bad person to be associated with. The fuck do you mean? There's MAGA conservatives that will admit that they don't hate Bernie. Yeah, of course. Of course. These guys are so echo chambered up. They're huffing their own farts, and they don't realize that this kind of messaging is what delivered a bunch of L's in the 2022 midterms at a time when Americans were genuinely suffering. Okay? In the midst of negative real wage growth, Can you imagine a world in which, like, you have a decrepit old president, okay? A decrepit old president who's basically a fucking carcass. And even back then, Americans recognized that by and large. Not the media, but Americans did, right? And they still went out and voted for Democrats by large enough numbers that the red wave that was supposed to happen never actually came to fruition. Part of that was because the Republicans were so primed on anti-trans panic narratives, crime narratives, all of which fell apart. And in areas where the Democrats actually capitulated to that right-wing framing, they almost lost. Areas like New York. It's time for the Democrats to actually fucking deliver for their base. It's time for them to actually run to their base, not away from their base. That's why I'm excited about Tim Walz, sorry. Like, this guy's a perfect representation of the conservative mania. Joey Manorino, okay? Tim Walz dressed up his dog for a pride parade, and he's basically a Somalian. I won't say the rest, but I hope that dog is okay. Like, you look at a dude, like a smiling governor who's objectively popular with his fucking dog, and you go, that's a Somalian, and his dog is gay, and he had sex with his dog? You are mentally ill. I'm sorry for the ableist rhetoric here, but you are so incredibly mentally ill. You need immediate medical attention, okay? You need immediate medical intervention. Like, you've lost your dang mind. He posted this too earlier. This is Tim Walz's family. Mostly peaceful Latina says, looks normal. What's the problem here? Just sharing. We'll let others find problems if there are any. Like, they don't understand. They are so far off the deep end that they genuinely don't recognize how freakish and how off-putting they are. Okay? So if they keep to the policies and say, these guys call us radicals for what? Because we want to feed children? All they do is talk about children's genitals on a regular basis. The fuck? Who do you want? A group of sweaty losers who are constantly advocating for genital inspection day? Or you want people who want to and have successfully fed your children at schools, who want to make it easier for you to raise children in this goddamn country? That's it. That's it. For years and years, part of the reason why I love Bernie as well, for years and years, I've been saying this. Don't be dissuaded by Republican lines of attack that signal that you're like a radical freak or whatever. Explain the policies. They rely too much on the fear-mongering associated with socialism, associated with like certain aspects of democratic policies. Talk about it. The Green New Deal is a great example of this, where people will be like, well, it doesn't poll well. It's like, yeah, motherfucker, because no one talks about it like a jobs program, because that's what it is. Okay? It's jobs. It's money. It's money in your pocket. Who the fuck doesn't want a new factory to open up in a goddamn neighborhood? Ain't nobody out here is anti-factory opening up, okay? But Democrats are too weak and too cowardly and too feckless to actually openly communicate their desires for a better America. That's it. That's it. And Tim Walz is a good guy to do this with. He is. So I'm very excited. I'm excited to see what happens. Stop tacking to the center. For all of his failures, there was a guy who didn't do that. He was a genuine center-right figure his entire life. But you know who fucking didn't do that? Joe Biden. They would yell at Joe Biden every goddamn day. He'd get up on that stage and try to the best of his ability, turn around and be like, no, we're going to do rent caps. Like, he didn't give a shit. He literally was like, possibly because he was demented, but he didn't give a fuck. They put that shit on the teleprompter, and he tried to fucking read that to the best of his ability. You know what I mean? That's what you got to do. Look at these fucking idiots.
Had she had to go through the primary system, she never would have won. This would not be the ticket.
Yeah, well, I think again, this is kind of like a kind of a Maya Angelou approach to politics. Like, make us all feel like we'll light a candle, everyone will feel better, and you'll forget the fact that you're bleeding money every time you go to the grocery store, or the gas pump, and that they want to control every move you make with what kind of car you buy, what kind of washing machine you have, what kind of toilet you can buy.
Yeah, definitely. You guys are not the ones who are trying to advocate to control people's lives by fucking interfering in medical decisions, dude.
All right.
Bullshit.
He's a riot. That's the focus of tonight's angle.
God! God damn it, I can't even watch fucking Fox News up in here. I want to watch Copium, man. I want to watch Copium Brigade.
But last year, as inflation was crushing Minnesota families, this was Tim's priority.
We want every Minnesotan to grow up feeling safe, valued, protected, celebrated, and free to exist as their authentic versions of themselves. Protecting and supporting access to gender-affirming health,
gender ideology extremists,
to being a welcoming and supportive state to the community.
Thing that I like. This is another thing that I really, really like about Walz. Like, this kind of traps the Harris campaign into the position that it's like, why are you advocating against this?
Are mature enough to have their genitals mutilated by a twisted surgeon.
You're a freak.
But
you're a freak. You're a freak. You're a freak. Ain't nobody's doing that. You're a fucking freak.
That banned the barbarism.
Students who are understanding are trying to understand who they are as their gender identity is being developed. They are most at risk. We're there to protect children. We're there to help.
Watch this space. I'm telling you right now. Watch this space here. Go ahead. The more you show how normal a progressive teacher is, the more we Republicans will talk about children's jail to prove how not weird we are. I'm telling you right now, that shit is what they're going to run the table with. If the Democratic Party is not fucking cowardly and they actually actively go, why the fuck would we hurt these teenagers? Like, what the fuck's wrong with you, you freak? These are American citizens, goddammit. They were Minnesotans, and I will protect them every goddamn day of the week. Okay, I care about them a lot more than I care about your stupid ass. Every time you fucking say that, those guys are people. They are Minnesotans, they're Americans, they're neighbors. They have the same fucking dreams that you do. And running a campaign on like trying to fucking kill them when they're like a minuscule percentage of the fucking population is insane to me. And the only reason why you're hyper focusing on that shit is because you have no solution to the economic destitute conditions that Americans are subjected to. That's the narrative. Okay? That's what he means when he's talking about how weird they are. Okay? That's what I mean when I'm talking about how weird the Republican Party is.
Go down to the progressives. This is deeply disturbing, and we're going to dig into this more in a few moments. And remember, if the squad is happy and they are ecstatic that Walz is the choice, you should grab your children and watch your wall.
It's awesome. They literally are just like, look at all these black women. Look at all these black and brown women. They're fucking stoked about Walz, a white guy.
A socialist just means being a good neighbor.
Don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness. Just do the damn work.
If America hoped that Kamala Harris's running mate was going to temper her far-left instincts and maybe even reassure an anxious nation, You might remember how things looked over Memorial Day weekend 2020 in Minneapolis.
I think this is also a very stupid narrative. Oh, if Walz is the governor, this is what's going to happen. Black people are going to riot and they're going to steal your shit. Is also really fucking racist. That's number one. You have to go back to 4 years in the past to fucking point to this. Look at what has happened to Minneapolis under his watch. Again, crime panic. Black people are rioting panic. Immigrant rapists and immigrants are criminals panic. All of this is bullshit, okay? You can just very easily turn around and be like, look at the fucking recovery in this beautiful city. And that's it. That's all you gotta do.
And when I say we, Minneapolis, St. Paul, the state of Minnesota, nationally, and as we've seen over the last 24 hours, internationally. A society that does not put equity and inclusion at the center of it is certainly going to eventually come to the places where we're at.
When they were taking over and then burning parts of the liquor store, destroying a small business, was that part of the DEI, failures of the country? But his failure to lead and call in the National Guard earlier allowed neighborhoods and small businesses to burn.
My husband was asleep, and I went and woke him up. I go, you need to wake up now. I go, Town Talk's going to burn down any minute. And we sat there and watched it just melt to the ground, all our hard work.
It started with people with bats entering, people pushing on the front windows, and then hundreds of people went in and they looted, not for an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours, and then they came back the next night and the next night, 6 fires, and it's unbelievable.
Yeah, the Ingram angle was on the scene doing that reporting year.
One of the funniest parts about this is that all of that shit happened in America and Donald Trump lost the election. So what you're doing right now is quite literally going back to a shitty narrative that didn't help you win the election. So kind of feels weird to try and do that again. Like you're literally just playing Trump L's, okay? That's what you're doing right now.
It's just sad to see. Here we are 3 years later, and literally nothing has changed. The activists and some of the city council members, who are also activists themselves, considered a victory not to have police in the precinct because some of the city council don't want police to begin with.
Don't want police to begin with. But wait a second. We got to be fair tonight. What about Governor Walz's great...
Yeah, I heard her say DEIs did it. As in a substitute for black people because they're racist fucking freaks.
You've lost 40% of your force in the past 4 years. That sounds like a big problem.
It is incredible. It's not just that we lost 40% of the force. They've been facing the highest levels of crime and violence in some categories that the city has ever seen.
Walz has helped tank law enforcement in his state, and he's on his way to tanking education as well. You heard a lot tonight about his experience as a public school teacher, and that sounds lovely. But he's forgotten whatever sense he learned, and now it's all DEI all the time.
We can't find a teacher that looks like the kids they're teaching. You don't need another one that looks like me. You need somebody who's in there. All the research shows that.
All the research.
They keep showing his dubs. They keep showing his dubs.
Naturally,
it's so
with this
awesome.
loopy focus of his, Minnesota's just going in the wrong direction. In its national education ranking, it's dropped now to number 19. But let's look at the bright side. At least the boys can use the girls' bathrooms and get free tampons. Isn't he a riot? And that's the angle. Joining us now, Minnesota State Rep Walter Hudson and John Justice, Twin Cities News, fantastic talk radio host. Representative, what is your warning tonight about the type of leader Tim Walz is? Because we saw the gauzy, warm and fuzzy version tonight, those of us who were forced to watch that rally in Philadelphia.
Well, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find a more radical governor in the union. If he's not number one, he's certainly in the top 3. He certainly radically transformed Minnesota into a socialist hellscape in just the 2 short years since he's had the trifecta of Democratic majority in both the Senate and the House here in the state of Minnesota. And you saw it there, looking back to 2020, as we watch Minneapolis burn, what does he do? Does he protect the innocent? Does he reward the productive and the virtuous? No, he lectures us about equity and inclusion and tells us that we ought to just roll over and allow these rioters to express themselves, mostly peacefully. Get ready for a whole lot of that if Tim Walz becomes the vice president of the United States. I think Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are kind of the before and after picture. She has all these ideas of what she would like to see the country look like. He's actually manifested here in the state of Minnesota.
Oh, that's a great way of putting it. The Biden and Harris are just getting going. And John, you know, Minnesota is near and dear to my heart. I think this is the first summer, I don't know in how many, 10, 12 summers that I haven't yet gotten to Minnesota. But I love the state and I love Minneapolis, and I am heartbroken about the state Minneapolis has been left in part because of the radical policies, the anti-law enforcement nonsense.
Yeah, shut the fuck up. Minneapolis, just like everywhere else, while still having a higher than average crime rating in comparison to the rest of the nation, is literally lower. Crime is going down just like everywhere else. Crime is also going down in Minneapolis. Crime is going down in Minnesota across the board. Okay? Shut the fuck up. They're trying to do the same crime panic narratives, dude. It's not real. Okay? Minnesota is what the number 4 best state in the nation? Number 2 in crime and corrections, number 6 on the economy, number 7 on fiscal stability, number 9 on infrastructure, number 12 on opportunity, number 2 on natural environment, number 16 on healthcare, number 17 on education. How the fuck is Nebraska number 3 in the best states overall? This list is cooked, dude. Yeah, I don't believe this shit. Utah's number 1? Get the fuck out of here. Idaho, Iowa, Florida. Okay, nah. This list is cooked. Uncook this list and get back to me. Tim Walz was a woke high school teacher who indoctrinated students so thoroughly in the 90s that they predicted the Rwandan genocide. Oh, I heard about this story. Mr. Walz had already taught for a year in China, and he brought the world into his classroom in the form of African thumb pianos and Tibetan singing bowls. For the global geography class, he devised something far more ambitious than what the curriculum easily could have been: the identification and memorization of capitals, mountain ranges, and major rivers. It was more ambitious, too, than a unit solely on the Holocaust of the sort many states have required. The Holocaust is taught too often purely as a historical event, an anomaly, a moment in time, Mr. Walz said. Oh my God, I'm going to lose my mind. Oh my God, he's so sick. Mr. Walz said in a recent interview recalling his approach, students understood what had happened, that it was terrible, and that the people who did this were monsters. The problem is, he continued, that relieves us of responsibility. Obviously, the mastermind was sociopathic, but on the scale for it to happen, there had to be a lot of people in the country who chose to go down that path. Oh my God. Oh my God. Everything I read about this dude, even things that I did not know, is just consistently, he gets better consistently. I'm going to nut again. He's made me nut so many times. Never has a balding 60-year-old man made me nut this much. You have to make the intellectual leap to figure out reasons why. So Mr. Walz took his students, Brandon Bell, the wrestler, Beth Taylor, the cheerleader, Lene Merwin, the quiet girl, always reading some book about Queen Elizabeth, and all the other children of mechanics, secretaries, and town dentists, and assigned them to study the conditions associated with mass murder. What factors, he asked them to determine, had been present when Germans slaughtered Jews, Turks murdered Armenians, the Khmer Rouge ravaged their Cambodian countrymen. For 9 weeks through the winter and early spring school that year, through the howling blizzards and the planting of the first alfalfa on the plains, the class pored over data about economics, natural resources, and ethnic composition. They read about civil war, colonialism, and totalitarian ideology. They worked with reference books and scholarly reports long before conducting research took place instantly online. When students finished with the past, Mr. Walz gave them final exam source. He listed about a dozen current nations, Yugoslavia, Congo, some former Soviet republics among them, and asked the class as a whole to decide which was at greatest risk of sliding into genocide. Their answer was Rwanda. The evidence was the ethnic divide between the Hutus and the Tutsis. Dude, this reads like a movie. Like, this is in the New York Times. This is in the New York Times. In 2008, High School Project on Genocide was a portent of real-life events. He educated his children so thoroughly on the material conditions that lead to a genocide and the ethnic tensions that take place that his fucking high school students predicted the Rwandan genocide before it happened. This literally reads like a fucking movie, okay? If you saw this in a movie, you'd be like, really? High school students are fucking running around reading books, doing like college level analysis on like college level analysis on what's going on in the world and like predicting a fucking genocide ahead of time? Like, no shot. Their answer was Rwanda. The evidence was the ethnic divide between the Hutus and the Tutsis, the favoritism towards Tutsis shown by the Belgian colonial regime, and the previous outbreaks of tribal violence. Mr. Walz awarded high marks. Like, that is crazy. Little background on Shapiro saying Walz is a good friend. Sources familiar tell me they once attended a Springsteen concert in Jersey together. Look at that. Dude, this is the most English Phil Murphy has ever looked in my... I've never... If I had seen a photo where Phil Murphy looked like this, I mean, I would... Like, why does he look so British here? What the fuck's going on? Am I crazy? He looks like he's about to say, like, yeah, it's the fucking boss, innit? I'm Phil Murphy, yeah? Governor of New Jersey. Fucking hell. I love listening to the fucking boss, yeah? Boss man. Beto looks hot, as he always does. Who's the second one from the left? Is Beto, Tim Walz, Josh Shapiro, and Governor of New Jersey, Phil fucking Murphy, in it? Oi, lads, we're going to do a race riot today against the Muslims, yeah? Fucking hell! That's what he looks like. Is Phil British or do New Jersey and sound like that? No, he doesn't sound like that. And he normally doesn't really look like that. It's just that right now, he just happens to look like that. Anyway.
Hi, Minnesota.
One can't get enough of Tim Walz being a total dad content. Governor Tim Walz and his daughter Hope recorded a PSA video for the new hands-free law to prevent distracted driving.
Governor Walz here, along with
Hope.
We're making sure we remind all of you hands-free driving starts on the 1st of August. We want to make sure our teen drivers are not texting and...
No. I think it's actually mostly bald men.
Cut. All right, once again, Minnesotans, we're here making sure millennials are putting down the phone. And
I think it's actually adults, Dad. Like older people like you.
Cut.
Hey guys, this is Hope Walz and I'm here with my dad, Governor Walz, and we're just here talking about the new hands-free law, and I'm just gonna show him how to prop his phone up so it's not in his hand and he can still see his navigation. All right, just like this.
Cut. Hey, Minnesota, Governor Tim Walz here. What in... Governor Walz here trying to get rid of a child for anyone. On the 1st of August, Minnesota's new law is hands-free, making sure teens aren't Snapchatting.
I think it's everything, like texting, calling, like it's all hands-free, not just Snapchat, Dad.
All right, cut. One more time. Turn it down.
Why?
We're making a distracted driving video and you have the radio up too loud.
Do I think Hope is a HasanAbi head? I mean, she is a vegetarian. Maybe.
Hey, Minnesota, Governor Walz here along with Hope, who listens to the radio too loudly. Well, it's a distracted driving video we're trying to make. Okay.
You think Tim Walz is normal? He would never tell his kids to shut the fuck up about Pokemon. That's right. That's right. That means he's, of course, abnormal, whereas JD Vance is normal. Yeah, this was funny. The corn dog. I'm vegetarian. Turkey then. Turkey's meat, not in Minnesota. Turkey's special. Anyway. It's just like, oh, a breath of fresh air in some ways. It's very shocking to see.
They have imported 15 million people, and their goal is to somehow get federally legislation passed eventually that gives amnesty to, say, 2 million, 3 million, 15 million of them. And guess what? Elections are determined in this country by margins of tens of thousands.
Yeah. You guys are real freaks. Let's see what he had to say in 2006 for his radio ad.
Hi, my name is Tim Walz, and I'm running for Congress here in southern Minnesota for several important reasons. But today I'd like to tell you about one issue that's very personal to me. I am a retired command sergeant major in the Minnesota National Guard, and after years of firing artillery, I sustained severe inner ear damage. Because I have...
By the way, before people joke about this is a fucking major issue. Like, you don't even need to go to combat. This is one of the many ways in which, like, the American military fucks you up. I mean, if you're a vet or if you have veteran family members, you already fucking know this.
I have good health insurance provided through my employer. I was able to have surgery on my ear. As my ear healed, my hearing was gradually restored. One morning, several weeks after the surgery, I awoke to a sound I couldn't identify. I asked my wife what I was hearing, and she told me, Tim, that's your 4-year-old daughter, Hope. You see, Hope wakes up singing every morning, but I had never heard that sound until that day.
Jesus
I'm running
Christ.
for Congress because I believe we as a country have a moral obligation to ensure that every father can hear his daughter sing, that every citizen receives the best care our medical community has to offer. I'm Tim Walz, and I approve this message because I've heard how important healthcare is to everyone.
Oh my God. Dude, what the fuck? That shit's crazy. All right, let's hear from Bernard.
Agree that the vice president and the governor can stay focused on economic issues that benefit working people, demand that the billionaire class start paying their fair share of taxes. You know what? I think they're going to not only win, I think they have a chance to win pretty big.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I actually got a laugh out of you 2 weeks ago when I asked you about Trump's claim that Harris is more liberal than you are, and now Walz is being hit for his record that you just laid out there, a progressive one, as the governor of Minnesota. Senator Lindsey Graham tweeted earlier, Harris is feeling the burn and picks Walz. Thank you, Kamala. Governor Tim Walz is a dream for the radical left. And I wonder if his record as governor is going to be this attack line from
Bernie got
Trump.
Bernie got these new glasses on. He looks like a fuckboy. I don't know if I like it.
I don't want to give Trump's people any advice, but I would suggest if they want to do that, they should read some of the polling. If Governor Walz believes, for example, that we should cut the price of prescription drugs in this country in half to what they are around the rest of the world, over 70% of the American people believe that. You want to attack them for being radical? I'll help pay for the ad. Walz believes we should cut prescription drugs in half. Vote for Trump. I don't think so. The American people overwhelmingly believe, as the governor does, that we should raise the minimum wage to a living wage. If the Republicans want to attack Walz and Kamala Harris for wanting to raise the minimum wage, I'll help contribute to those advertisements.
Okay,
so I think this whole narrative that if you stand up for working class families, it's somehow a negative is totally absurd. It's only believed by the corporate media and the political establishment. Working people know that the time is long overdue to have a government that represented them rather than just wealthy campaign contributors.
We'll make sure the Trump campaign sees that message. Senator Sanders, thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you.
And out front next, we're going to speak to Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar, who has worked very closely with her home state's governor. How does she think he can help the attacks that he's too extreme? Plus, we're going to hear from a former...
What's Walz's takes on immigration on the border? Is he going to be able to contest any of Harris's takes? His old takes on immigration, I believe, were literally like under the Trump administration, were super fucking pro-immigrant. But now that we're living in the Biden world and we are experiencing the Democratic Party trying to make sense of like Biden's worst political instincts on immigration, you know, tacking to the right because he's always had that conservative dog in him. He's defended the border bill proposal, which is really bad. They should never talk about that. Oh my God, please. The only time you talk about immigration should literally be to point out how insanely ruthless the Trump administration is on immigration. I'm begging the Democratic Party to never either only bring up the minutia and the details in which how Donald Trump's agenda for immigration would look like. It would look like concentration camps, okay? It would look Hitlerian. Or talk about immigrants as contributors to the American economy with actual honesty, okay? Don't fucking lean into the right-wing framing, acting like immigrants are actually a matter of immigrants must be dealt with from a national security agenda, a national security compromise, that they're not. There's no data to suggest this. There's only data to show the exact opposite. Walz's father, a school administrator, died of lung cancer when Walz was 19. Walz said this moment fueled his views on healthcare access. The last week of my dad's life cost my mom a decade of going back to work to pay off hospital debt. I mean, his so that's definitely a thing. The immigration part of the agenda is like a massive weakness. And the other massive weakness is Gaza. It is so strange. This is not an issue on the back burner, especially when we're in the midst of like Lebanese and potentially Iranian retaliation on Israel. It's not going to go away, especially as Israel continues to do Israel shit as a direct consequence of Biden's administration's outward failure on mismanaging this conflict, on allowing Israel no restraints, on allowing Israel to just like lean into whatever the fuck they want to do in the most violent ways possible. In terms of Israel, neither of them, neither Kamala nor Walz, have said anything that's like outside of the norm or even remotely pro-Palestinian. They don't personally need to do, like, this is not a terrifying prospect. Okay? It's not a terrifying prospect in the way that Democrats are conditioned into thinking like anything outside of like unconditional, unlimited support to Israel is actually going to be seen as like anti-Semitism or whatever. That's not going to happen.
Questions and interacting with people like a normal politician. You have J.D. Vance, who also has really terrific ideas, but is very, very good. As you pointed out, we saw in Philadelphia today, is marvelous at answering questions and interacting with people and defending the policies that he wants to provide and get elected for to help the country.
Yeah, by the way, as that chatter is also pointing out, remember when I used to yell about Biden talking about how he expanded NATO? And how that's not going to win a single fucking voter. You don't really hear about how Biden expanded NATO any longer, do you? When people are campaigning. It's just so strange. I guess liberals were wrong on that front as well, because they're just as extremely online as like the fucking rabid right-wingers are. How come we're not talking about how Biden brought Finland and Sweden into NATO? I thought that would play so well to the Pennsylvania voters. Like, who the fuck cares about AUKUS, dude? The fuck are you talking about? People are suffering financially, okay? Ain't nobody's got time for this fucking NATO bullshit. Do you think that's the majority of mainstream Dems, the reticence to be called anti-Semitic? No. I suspect, and maybe I'm wrong on this, this is wee-woo speculation alert. One of the only immediate positive things that Joseph Robinette Brandon did in his time in office was the Afghan withdrawal. That also was the first time that mainstream media turned on him dramatically. Okay? Before then, it was all roses. Everyone was talking about how great Biden is. That was the turning point in his administration where the media started pounding him. Okay? They pounded him quite a bit. Now, notice how the Afghan withdrawal is not really a point of contention. Have you met even a Republican that would put that at the top of the reasons as to why they're not voting for Biden or the Democrats? No, of course not. Fox News tries to do it, but nobody gives a shit because Americans ultimately understand that it was a good thing that we don't have fucking military in Afghanistan any longer. Okay? Let me rephrase that. Normal Republicans, okay? You might have like insane family members who still bring that up, but that's not their top consideration. If it was, it'd be reflected in the polls. But the problem is the Democratic Party saw how much fucking anger and resentment mainstream media built against them when they did the right thing in Afghanistan, which was to withdraw after a 20-year occupation that went nowhere. And I think they fear that if they were to come out against Israel, that the media would fucking bring the hammer down. Because it requires actual political courage to be able to go against what is designed as like the permanent American policy position, foreign policy position that gets bipartisan marks, right? I think they're terrified of that. I say, take the fucking leap. You were terrified of replacing Joe Biden with Kamala Harris. Look how wonderful that worked. Americans, by and large, are relatively peace-loving people, okay? And when they're not, they're actually completely oblivious to the management of American imperialism. It is by design. No, don't cap me. If that wasn't the fucking case, Donald Trump wouldn't be constantly running on how much of a peaceful dove he is. Bro, are we serious? Democrats are Islamophobic, but that doesn't mean that they're like... Democrats are Islamophobic. That doesn't mean that they want their white cornbread children to go get fucking murdered in the Middle East so that Raytheon can have better returns. Do you understand? Ain't nobody wants their children to die in war. Oh, please. To your point, oh my God. Biden campaign strategy. Listen, Jack, Trump is a danger to democracy. Into NATO. We expanded NATO. Remember that? Because I'll always put middle class first. Harris Walz campaign strategy. Let's kill him. Like, y'all are crazy. Okay, we have a lot of respect and reverence for our military in this country. But ultimately, Americans, by and large, are not horny to fucking constantly go to war. Here is a poll. Look at this poll. Most Americans oppose sending U.S. troops to defend Israel, poll finds. Look at this poll. Suck my fucking dick, dude. We are selfish people. But in this instance, our selfish desires actually play a positive role. Okay? Americans, by and large, respond positively to pro-peace campaign rhetoric. Donald Trump literally does this on a daily basis. He's a liar, and he's lying when he says he's pro-peace. But it doesn't change the reality that he's still saying he's pro-peace. The Democrat counter to that cannot be, we're the pro-war party. We're going to fucking save NATO. We're going to fix NATO. We're going to save Israel. You can't do that, man. It makes no dang sense. It's so fucking dumb. How is not wanting to send people to a slaughter fest for no reason selfish? Americans are selfish because in order for American existence to continue as it is, in order for you to get cheap commodities, things of that nature, there's a lot of bloodshed that happens that Americans don't pay attention to. That's what I'm saying. That's why they're selfish. Do you understand? You feel me? You smell me? His angle is that countries don't want to fuck with him, but you're not wrong. No, dude. He also says, I started 0 new wars under my watch. Have you never talked to a Trump supporter, chatters? I do on a daily fucking basis almost. All right. I do here. I do online. I do offline. I watch Trump supporters on a daily basis. They constantly say, I started no new wars. Look at Biden. All wars. Ukraine. Biden did Ukraine. Now, obviously, it's not entirely Biden. You are a Trump supporter. Yes, I am a Trump supporter. You got me. Like, some of you are so fucking stupid. And the only thing that, like, you think is your saving grace is that you're not like a Republican. That's it. Okay? You look down upon Republicans, but you're just as fucking stupid. Like, straight up. What are we doing here, man? Some of you, not all of you. I'm just saying, like, a lot of liberals see themselves as significantly more intelligent than the average Republican, But then they just have like the same cultish mentality. It makes no dang sense. Anyway, let's continue. Literally says you. What? Kind of ironic coming from a pro-Hamas advocate. Yeah, Hamas is the lesser evil, bitch boy. Okay? Killing U.S. soldiers and native Afghans equals the right thing. Yep. Democrats are anti-Semitic. You're a moron, Hasan Lamau. Why do we need to go to war when the Biden-Harris administration is bringing the war to us through our southern border? Yeah, dude, the war is in your fucking doorstep. 12 million Guatemalan migrants are literally knocking on your door right now. They're going to come in and rape your daughter or your girlfriend or your mother. You probably don't have any of those things. You're a fucking loser. Dumb bitch. Kind of ironic from a pro-Hamas advocate. Yeah, dude, Hamas is a lesser evil. Like, what the fuck? Yes, they are significantly, despite the atrocities of October 7, they are significantly less violent than the Israeli government is. Like, there's numbers on the board to prove that reality. You can fucking chirp till the cows come home, but it is the goddamn truth, okay? Also, I love that back in 2019, Destiny fan, by the way, 100%. You give too much attention to uneducated cucks yelling out trigger phases, I'll be your mod. How did you become the uneducated cuck yelling out trigger phases over the course of 5 years? Are you back in here because you actually want to finally, know what is supposed to happen? Are you tired of always being wrong because you just verbatim repeat what your favorite intellectual giant debate lord is telling you? Is that why you finally came back? Because you're like, you know what? I actually don't want to be wrong all the time because I keep repeating the things that I hear from my favorite intellectual debate pervert. So now I came back here because it seems like he was right. Literally says you, he says. You still riding with Biden over there? Are y'all going to write Biden in for your campaign? Anyway, listen. Yeah. Are the debate lords still saying that Biden should stay in and that Israel isn't doing war crimes? Probably. I don't know. I don't fucking watch that shit. Yes. Walz did make a couch joke, which I'm going to get to in a second. Yeah, rub it in. Can't get over the fact that literally less than 3 weeks ago, the Democrats' plan was to have a man who can't talk or stay awake be the nominee. It was such a fun time when Joe Biden would be like, my running mate, Vladimir Putin, loves to ban abortion. And then everyone would be like, I don't think this is going to work, guys. And then 1,000 people would yell at you on here that you were an idiot who loved Trump, lol. Yeah. Remember that? It's so weird. It's so strange.
Minnesotans.
Here's my goat. Former Minnesota Governor Jesse Ventura endorsed Tim Walz
Former
recently.
Governor Jesse Ventura here. As an independent statesman, I don't believe in the major political parties. Since leaving office, I've rarely endorsed a candidate for office in Minnesota of any political persuasion.
That's that dude right there.
But this election is too important. That's why I'm endorsing Governor Tim Walz for re-election.
That's my fucking goat right there, dude. Jesse the Body Ventura.
Tim has shown through the
23-point swing for Kamala among independents. What the fuck? Harris is now winning independents, something Biden was not doing. Harris is up 9 points with independents. She was down 14 points with them last month. How are Kamala and Walz looking as a duo? ecstatic. It's fucking electric, okay? It's a great composition. It's phenomenal. It's great. My hope is that Walz's constituents and the DNC pressure campaign that will inevitably happen will cause the Democrats to finally tackle the Israel issue on partisan grounds. Okay? That's maybe it's too much hopium. Maybe it's too much hopium, and it probably is. But I do think personally that this is what needs to happen going forward. Israel keeps bringing us into shit that they cause over and over again. Now you got fucking 4,000 Marines swimming around in waters that they shouldn't be swimming around in. Ain't nobody fucking wants that, okay? That's crazy. As I showed you, the majority of Americans oppose sending U.S. troops to defend Israel, poll finds. But that's precisely what's happening currently. Okay? Like beyond the utterly immoral, attitude that all American politicians display as they keep reiterating their undying loyalty to this apartheid genocide state that has now officially become an international pariah due to its own actions, by the way, nothing but its own actions. Especially when the Democratic Party, currently in power, has a wonderful opportunity to put an end to this all and look like fucking heroes at the end of the day. It's one phone call, chat. You don't understand. When I say it's one phone call, like, I cannot stress this enough. It literally is one phone call. Say it with me. No more weapons until ceasefire. 5 fucking words, okay? That's it. It stops tomorrow. That's it. Pick up the phone and say, you do not get a single additional weapons transfer until you get to the fucking table, this time with Yahya Sinwar, who apparently is now going to be leading Hamas because Israel killed the principal negotiator in charge of the hostage release agreement. Netanyahu loves that prospect. Doesn't matter who is at the chart, who is leading that Hamas ticket. Okay? One phone call. That's it. One phone call. That's all it would take, which is so disastrous that they have refused to do this when there is literally an argument to be made to do this from a pro-American State Department agenda. Like, that's what's crazy about it. When I say this, everybody says, Hasan, you're a fucking radical socialist piece of shit. You're Islamist fundamentalist. You love Hamas. Your name is Hasan, HamasAbi, blah, blah, blah. But, like, there is an argument to be made to restrain Israel from a pro-American imperialism point of view. Do you understand? Haaretz agrees with me, but they have since October 7, and it doesn't really fucking matter because, you know, they will still say it is anti-Semitic. Israel's on the verge of a regional war. Its people are stuck in their homes, expecting a regional attack and pinning their defense on alliances that Netanyahu's Israel does not do enough to preserve and even deliberately jeopardizes. It's true. It's true. The thing is, Netanyahu loves Donald Trump. Like, it's not a secret. Israelis love Donald Trump more than they love Biden. And they definitely like Biden more than they like Benjamin Netanyahu. So the reality of the matter is, Israel will not be enticed into pulling back on their genocidal ambition. The bear hug strategy has not worked. The carrot has not worked. It's time for the stick. Okay? That's it. One stick. Light dab of the stick. Even the mere threat of the stick will stop this shit dead in its goddamn tracks. Okay? That's it. That's it. And it's wild that, like, they're not doing it. It's wild that the Democratic Party is not doing it. The bear hug strategy does work. It's bipartisan. No. I don't even think unconditional loyalty and support to Israel is a bipartisan thing any longer. More than 50% of the Democratic Party's caucuses in both the Senate and the House did not attend the fucking Netanyahu speech delivered to Congress when Chuck Schumer was one of the primary people inviting him to go speak. Okay? Those numbers have actually literally gone up since the last time. Last time he did this shit, the Republicans alone invited him to Congress to shit on Barack Obama. Okay? And there were still more Democrats there. They did not attend because of the guy. They support Israel. Okay, but the argument I'm making is still also somewhat in support of Israel too. Because if it goes down like this, Israel is already collapsing. What are we talking about? Their economy is underwater. Their people are fucking terrified of retaliation. They're doing pro-rape like January 6s, dude. What are we talking about? That's not a normal country. That's a country that is already completely collapsed. Okay? It is a hollowed out nation. It is a failed state, brother. The moment that you have motherfuckers that are doing pro-rape riots, okay? Yeah, I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, B'Tselem just published a report with over 60 testimonies of the most horrific abuse. Yeah. If the Democrats, what the fuck is a pro-rape riot? Crazy? I know. It's crazy. What's also crazy is you didn't even fucking hear about it because nobody in the Western media actually covered it. Like, they barely covered it. And when they did, they couched it under discontent occurring about the abuse of one Palestinian. That wasn't what the fuck was going on, okay? It was openly a pro-rape riot. Israeli prisoners in the Sdei Teiman concentration camp, okay, where random Palestinians from Gaza are apprehended and then released after a couple weeks, were being mass tortured. Some of those tortures, some of those horrific conditions have now been detailed by B'Tselem. Those torturous conditions were promoted by people in the governing party from the Jewish Power Party, like Itamar Ben-Gvir, Smotrich, and the like. Because there is currently an active ICC investigation into Benjamin Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant, and an ICJ investigation into Israel's actions in general, an ICJ investigation that gave a preliminary decision on Israel being an apartheid state and falsely occupying territories that it should not be occupying. That happened a couple weeks ago. And because the ICC's investigations require Israel to put up a complementarity shield, which dictates that the Israeli government has its own internal processes to look into war crimes that their own soldiers are doing. so that the ICC can't step in, the International Criminal Court can't step in and do it for them. The Israeli government prosecutors went after 9 Israeli soldiers in the Sde Taman prison camp, this concentration camp, for the crime of what? The crime of brutally, anally raping a Palestinian so horrifically with a cattle prod that he had to be hospitalized. This is one of many instances of this kind of horrific abuse. Benjamin Netanyahu's own party, Likud, in an emergency meeting that they held for the Knesset, okay? Oh, he died? I didn't even know he had died. Now he has died. Okay. Benjamin Netanyahu's own Knesset party member stood up on an emergency meeting held, okay, and said, Israeli soldiers have the right to rape Palestinian prisoners. That's what he said. This is not a joke. This is not a meme. He just verbatim said it, okay? He did. He fucking said it. Then riots ensued. Riots that were accompanied by seated members of the Knesset egging the riots on. These riots were not because of the horrifying conditions. These riots were not a consequence of the horrifying conditions of the Sde Taman facility that even the New York Times had written about. They were pro-rape riots. These guys were rioting outside of the prison and outside of the fucking military facility where these soldiers were being held, these rapist soldiers were being held, to free them because they believed that these soldiers had a right to rape Palestinians. You think that's a normal country? You think that normal shit's going on over there? It's not. It's not normal. Okay? It's insane. Just because, you know, Americans are completely oblivious to this fucking reality does not change the reality. All the weaponized sexual assault on October 7 propaganda has been really quiet for a while. No, they'll chirp again. That's another thing. They talked about mass serialized weaponized rape on October 7. Not a single ounce of proof was given for that. There was one verifiable act of sexual harm that was done to a hostage. Completely unacceptable. Okay? Completely unacceptable, of course. Having said that, on the other end, there are actual instances that point to serialized rape occurring on Palestinian detainees by Israeli prison guards. Verifiable. But only one side has been presented as the rapist, bloodthirsty monsters in this entire process. That side oftentimes is the voiceless side. Time Without an Ovo, our Israeli correspondent in the chat, says, B'Tselem just published a report with over 60 testimonies of horrific abuse in Israel's prison system, not just Sde Taman. I've read many horrific things in my life, but I read these 120 pages and wasn't sure to scream, cry, or throw up. Here's just some of the things that mentioned at the tip of the iceberg. Electrocution in the neck, unleashing dogs, stun grenades, repeated beatings in the genitals, anal rape using a carrot, metal batons, broken ribs, blood everywhere, beaten for 30 minutes until they pass out, then again when they wake up, beaten by 20 soldiers before a court hearing, then beaten on the way back after their testimony, sleep deprivation, starvation, no light for months, amputation, death, horror. B'Tselem, for those of you who don't know, is an Israeli human rights organization. These are testimonies coming from Israeli prisons, not just Sde Taman, which is a concentration camp. So understand, the report is called Welcome to Hell. Yeah, understand something. They're doing Nazi shit, okay? And we are complicit in them doing Nazi shit. Straight up. Every moment that we allow them to continue doing Nazi shit, we are complicit. So the fact that like the American government, the fact that the Kamala Harris campaign, the fact that the Biden administration can just kind of like skirt along and be like, well, we got the momentum on our side. We're good. We don't have to deal with this is wrong. Okay. It's not only morally repugnant behavior to just hand wave this aside and think that it's going to go away, but it's also foolish. It's stupid. It's not going to fucking go away, man. It's not. Okay. Hundreds of millions, if not billions of people in that fucking region know what is going on. They see it. They see it every fucking day in front of their TVs. Okay? Hitching our wagon to this fucking double suicide pact with this genocidal, monstrous, reactionary piece of shit who is literally a Trump supporter, by the way. Like, he went to Mar-a-Lago to personally meet with Donald Trump. And these fucking dumbass Republicans, or I mean, these dumbass Democrats won't fucking hit this on partisan grounds. Bro, it's not shut your dumbass up, bro. You're so annoying. How do you have 50,000 viewers? I don't know either. Maybe because I serve 3-minute ad breaks at the top of the hour so well and people are like waiting on it. They're like, shit, that's crazy. But thank you for participating. Doge to the moon. Posting, spamming XQC emos in the chat. Bro, stick around. I'm going to unban you. I mean, you are going to see a 3-minute ad break right now, but I'm going to unban you. Okay? I mean, here's one thing you could have listened to me on, and maybe you wouldn't be in dire financial situations. Cryptocurrency. Don't let the libs see this clip. They're going to say you're morally grandstanding like every other person that criticized the Harris campaign for not trying to end this genocide. There's also a massive electoral benefit to it. Okay? Now, can it happen? Can it happen? I don't know. Biden is a very annoying old ass man who is a curmudgeon and is very spiteful and is also a genuine die-in-the-wool rabid Zionist, like way more aggro than the average person. Okay? So he might just tank it deliberately because he doesn't give a fuck. You are delusional if you ever think the Dems or Republicans is ever not going to side with Israel. Yeah, man, I know. But people used to say that I'm delusional for siding with Palestinians for the past 10 years. And look where we're at now. There is a majority opinion on the matter in the Western world. Do you understand? That is literally unheard of. So things do change. People can actually recognize the genuine wrongs that this genocidal apartheid state has conducted. Okay? We have the capacity to think. We have this like horse blinder attitude when it comes to like unimaginable cruelty happening. You quiet delusional on a lot of other subjects too. Okay, hit me with some of these delusional. Hit me with what I'm delusional about. You call me delusional, but maybe that's because you have no capacity to fucking dream of a better future for yourself and fellow Americans and fellow people all around the world. You know what I mean? You have been with Sleepy Joe. Huh? Bro, if you think I'm pro Sleepy Joe Brandon, or I've been with Sleepy Joe Brandon, I don't think I'm the delusional party here. Unless you think I fucked him, in which case, yeah, I mean, I didn't know it was going to come out like that. But yeah, I did. I did clap his cheeks. Yeah, I hit that. You don't like, nobody likes someone who's a tattletale. Nobody likes when you fucking flex about who you slept with. But yeah, I did. I slept with Joe Biden. Jill was kind of jelly. It's fine. Whose hog was bigger? He's got a big one. I mean, you've seen Hunter Biden's hog. You've seen Joe Biden's brother's hog. Obviously, he's got a fat one too. Why else do you guys think he's having such a shitty debate performance? I kept him up the whole night, dude. Blew his goddamn back walls out. You think there was nothing wrong with Joe 2 years ago? Chat, show him the fucking tweet. Show him the tweet from 2020 or 2019. One of you guys has it. I've been saying Joe Biden is fucking... There you go. April 14, 2020. One truly wild thing that we haven't really talked about is Biden's stated interest in being a single-term president. Like, we're just going to throw away our incumbent advantage because Joe's going to be a vegetable by the end of his presidency. Truly incredible stuff. Now, I don't know if you know math, but that's 2 years before you said that you falsely claimed that I didn't think anything was wrong with Joe Biden. Will this change your weird assumptions of me? Or do you think that I magically decided that there was nothing wrong with Joe 2 years after that tweet somehow, even though his mental faculties worsened? It's okay. Someone's liberal parents are captivated. I would not have pickled Tim Walz. I take that back. I like him. Pickled. Speak up, chatter. What happened? It's all good. Look, I don't fault you, nor do I fault anybody else for being wrong about what people think I believe, because there's a lot of people. When you're in politics, there's a lot of people who fucking hate you and smear you falsely, okay? And I suspect that you've been got in that situation. Maybe someone just lied to you. Maybe you saw a clip that was clipped out of context, right? And it led you astray. Having said that, however, you can make up your own mind. You're an independent thinker. Same goes for those who also have these false notions. I see it all the time. I see it all the time from a lot of people that say in the comments of TikToks where I am clipped. I think you are wrong, mate, but how can you... What? But how you act on your stream says enough? Wait, what? Bro, I just showed you that you were wrong, that I've been incredibly critical of Joe Biden forever ago. What? That's your reaction? Oh, man. Yeah, he just doesn't like you. Yeah, I guess that's what it is. It's funny that a lot of people that just simply are primed into hating another person are primed due to false notions of that person. And when they're met with the reality, they still are like, yeah, instead of changing my opinion about you, and maybe even thinking critically about the places that have informed me and led me astray, I'm gonna fucking go ahead and continue hating. It's all good. I still want you to get healthcare. I still want you to get free education, It's all good, brother. You haven't addressed Tim Walz being a cutie patootie. It's clear you haven't gotten over your love for Brandon. No, I love Tim Walz. He is a cutie patootie. POV, HasanAbi kept a gray name as a pet. Yeah. It's not hate, it's your lack of facing common sense. Is it for me? Whenever someone comes in with this position, get ready to hear some of the most unhinged shit. Bro, what do you mean? You literally thought that I was like pro Joe Biden. I showed you that I wasn't pro Joe Biden from even before you thought I was pro Joe Biden. You then turned around and you're saying that like, this is the literal title of your vid before he dropped out. Biden needs to drop out. Yeah. Like, that's crazy to me. Anyway, vibes will shift, I think. It's embarrassing how many people get manipulated and then get mad for that being pointed out. They double down. This was a major issue when I worked in securities arbitration. People who get scammed hate people to show them that they've been scammed. Oftentimes they will go back to the scammer over even their own families. Yeah, I don't know how to deal with that. I'm going to be honest. I don't know. I don't know what to do in that situation. The thing is, one common feeling that a lot of people had after voting for Donald Trump was that things actually didn't change for the better in their lives. Now, you might make similar argument for Joe Biden too, and I'm right there with you. But a lot of people thought, oh, Trump is president now. We're going to fucking dominate like all the people that I hate. And that domination of all the people that you hate, whether it be like trans people or gay people or libtards or whatever, like humiliating them didn't actually dramatically improve your life at all. As a matter of fact, it made your life still pretty shitty. Right? And I don't think a lot of people recognize that. They forgot about it in the 4 years of the Biden administration. And I think that people are like desperately trying to go back to that. You shouldn't feel embarrassed that you were wrong, chatter. Like, it's okay. A lot of us are wrong many times throughout our lives, myself included, okay? But you're not, like, the best thing to do in that situation is not to, like, double down and fucking lean into our worst instincts or, like, go back to the same groups that manipulated us. The best thing is to just think for yourself. Be an independent thinker, you know? Yeah, even LeBron takes L's. Not a lot, but sometimes. Anyway. The poll was conducted online from June 21st till July 1st, before Haniya's assassination and the subsequent Iranian threat. There are plenty of people in this community that used to also fucking despise me under similar reasons and have changed their minds because they came to their own conclusions after watching. And I think that you know, the capacity is there for all of you. And it's not even just about like changing their minds on me, but changing your worldview is good enough. I'll take that.
Sixing everything Walz has done.
Yeah, good to be with you, Jesse. I mean, I think it's a cynical pick on the one hand. I think that all those superficial characteristics that you were just describing are the things that probably appeal to Kamala Harris. I mean, she's really, like people have said, she's not really running on an agenda It's all about image. The problem is that when you dig into these big controversies, the unwillingness to call it the National Guard for 3 days after Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, like this kind of shit is just, you know, it's not going to work. Save me from the alt-right pipeline. I actually hated you for your old One Piece takes. Like my old ones before I started watching One Piece and fell in love with it. Is that what you mean? Harris was struck by Walz offering he didn't want to run for president. Advisor Cedric Richmond on how it was received. Look, I'm not concerned by my image or my approval rating. I'm going to stay in this moment, be your VP, run through walls, and fight. Dude, goddamn. The blue walls, how a low-key Midwestern governor shot to the top to be Harris' VP pick. Exactly what I said. This motherfucker was not...
Vice President Harris has made it...
This motherfucker was not trying to be president or VP at all, okay? He was just doing his damn thing. Anyway. He doesn't use a teleprompter. The Minnesota governor said he doesn't even have one, in fact. So if he was to pick, Walz said Harris' team would have to get him a teleprompter and teach him how to use it. My goat. I was an absolute Israel dick rider, but after watching documentaries about the West Bank and Gaza, I changed my mind. You kind of helped me with that? Hell yeah. That's what I'm here for. Virtually, listen. You guys need to understand something. You're not going to agree with every single thing that I say. Okay? I'm a former Crowder watcher that's been converted by you and mostly Ethan. You're not going to agree with everything I say. Okay? There's going to be plenty you don't agree with. But just be open-minded. Okay? That's it. That's all I ask. If you have the capacity to be charitable and be open-minded, you might recognize that a lot of your positions that you held on to prior, maybe you held on to due to fear. Minnesota Jewish leaders highlight VP pick Tim Walz's commitment to community in Israel. I mean, this is a Jerusalem Post article. I'm sorry. This is wish casting in the opposite direction. If the Harris-Walz ticket wins the White House, Steve Hunegs, executive director of the JCRC, said he expects Walz to approach Israel policy by stressing the importance of the U.S.-Israel relationship. Right now, every single person is either going, he went and talked to CARE, Council for American Islam Relations. So he's like Somali. He's a Somalian. Okay. Secretly. He's a Somalian Muslim Islam fundamentalist. Or that he is going to be like unconditionally committed to Israel. Obviously, the commitment to Israel part, Somali, not Somalian. Sorry. No, they're calling him a Somalian. I'm saying Somali if I were to reference him, but people that fucking say he's Somali don't say that. They keep calling him Somalian. Anyway. I voted for Trump in 2020, was banned from your channel for saying you were dick riding Democrats, and now 4 years later you have changed my opinion on so many matters. I feel so much better about who I am today. Hell yeah. It's called growth, man. I'm happy for you. I'm proud of you. Anyway. I was so uneducated on Israel before October 7, and you really helped me better assess what's going on so much that I have started reading Rashid Khalidi. Fuck yeah. I won't fault you for former opinions that you had, previous positions that you held. The goal is to change people's minds. Okay? On the other side of the pipeline, I've always been a leftist, and a lot of clips made you out to be further right than you actually were. I thought you were some annoying rich centrist, but through Ethan is Online, I realized your positions are literally so close to mine and came here to get more political education, especially after October 7. You kept me informed and helped me understand the world better. Yeah, I have haters on every fucking side of the American political spectrum. I got annoying anarchists, okay, MAGA communists, people who present themselves as like radical vanguardists that despise me as well. I got liberals who hate me, claim that I'm right wing. I got right wingers who hate me, claim that I'm liberal. I think ultimately, you know, I haven't changed course, changed trajectory. My positions are firmly grounded within reason and also within just empirical evidence. You should go and meet him here at the Minnesota State Fair, August 22nd. I'm going to meet him in the at the DNC, I hope. I'm trying. I would love to link up with him and Sean Fain, squad members. You haven't had red-pilled fake edits forever, though. I came here as a conservative who just was born in the Midwest, unexposed to shit. Since I was showing Ben Shapiro, then I watched you and agree way more with how you explain things and debunk lies. Hell yeah, the veil. Doesn't the hate ever get too much? Fuck no. The hate sucks. There's nothing you could do about it, though. It's a constant. I'm used to it. I've been getting it from when I was a much smaller content creator at the Young Turks, okay? For me, it doesn't matter because ultimately, for all of the hate that I receive from outside groups that are just like working every angle they possibly can to disparage me, I still have an amazing community, a community that can be unimaginably impactful in moments that matter. Okay? That's why I keep doing this shit. I love this shit. That's it. I relied on this community throughout COVID. You know, this was my support system. That's why I have a reverse parasocial relationship with my own community as well. And I still, you know, I believe in the work. I believe in what we do here. I believe in changing people's minds. I think I have a fairly tolerant approach to politics, although I do have my heated moments. But you guys are the reason why I do what I do every day. Yep, here you go. Your positions have not changed. Yeah, talking to Jewish Current's senior editor, Noah Cohen, about Israel's controversial nation-state bill. This is from a Facebook stream that I did all the way back in 2018. Holy shit, 2018, dude. 6 whole years ago, baby. What the fuck? Yeah, this would not have happened if not for Uncommitted. In his defense, Shapiro's backers pointed to his public condemnation of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and concerns about the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. But some Democratic lawmakers and donors privately expressed concerns to people around Harris that Shapiro's position on Israel and the pro-Palestinian movement risked alienating voters who had sworn off Biden but were willing to give Harris a fresh look. Don't pick a Jew isn't the win you think it is. It's so funny because Adin Ross is Jewish himself, but of course, like, immediately, automatically, everyone is literally like, oh, dude, you're fucking anti-Josh Shapiro or you're anti-Zionist. Oh, that must mean you're not Jewish. Like, the funniest thing, and I see this with like Sam Cedar, especially, my real uncle, Uncle Sam, my goat. Like, people will constantly be like, yeah, look at how anti-Semitic the Democratic Party is. And he'll be like, news to me. What's going on here? What? He'll be like, yeah, people don't want Josh Shapiro because he's Jewish. Like, no, man. No. Yeah. It's the silly state of affairs. Walz on being in the pocket of organized labor. Oh, this is another one. Someone said once, Walz is in the pocket of organized labor, and I said, that's a damn lie. I am the pocket.
I remember, some of you remember this, I had an opponent who thought this was a real zinger when we were going at it. He said, Governor Walz is in the pocket of organized labor. And I said, that is a damn lie. I am the pocket. Look, seeing folks here, and I heard Senator Klobuchar make note of this. It was 40 years ago this week that Vice President Walter Mondale broke that glass ceiling and picked your...
By the way, Austin Show just texted me and he said, I used to think that capitulating to the center was a good idea and the right move. I understand now why Dems have been losers for so long. Bro, this is big stuff, okay? You got centrist libs turning around and being like, hey, maybe we should lean into good policies, sound policies that actually help people. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's the method. Good. Do it. Forgive me if you've already talked about this, but I think it's worth mentioning. What is this? Tim Walz's model of masculinity, one of wholesome... What is that? This person fucking blocked me. One of wholesome, benevolent cheerfulness offers a really stark contrast of the boorish domination of Trump and spine-chilling creepiness of Vance. They also aren't masculine. Like, Donald Trump is zesty as fuck, okay? They don't even fit the stereotype of, like, what masculinity is supposed to be. Their own stereotypes. Because in American politics and in America in general, in the Western world in general, people basically say masculinity is just confidence, okay? That's what it is. That's what they can characterize it as, no matter whatever the fuck they want to characterize it as, but ultimately they're talking about confidence, okay? That's literally what it is. This doesn't mean that that's a masculine trait automatically. Like, you can be feminine and be confident, obviously. But that is what they're talking about when they talk about being alpha. And the reality of the matter is, like, a guy like JD Vance is oozing with insecurity. A guy like Donald Trump is oozing with insecurity. He might be narcissistic enough to, like, shield that side of himself, but you can see it when he talks about age-old grievances that he holds on to, that he carries everywhere with himself. Like Graydon Carter, that sissy Graydon Carter that didn't invite him to one fucking Vanity Fair party. You know? These guys simply say that they are. And something that you always have to remember is, if you have to say it, you ain't it, okay? If you have to constantly say it, then you're not it. That's why it's so funny when these motherfuckers are like, yo, this guy, Hasan, you are so soy. Unlike my favorite commentator, Ben Shapiro. It's like, come on, dude. Sure. Okay. To an Israeli who genuinely doesn't know, how would you sum up Walz's position on Israel more generally and with respect to this war specifically? I think he's pro-Israel in the same exact way that the average Democrat has been historically, but he has interesting blips in his foreign policy. In the House, Walz played a significant... This is from... Ida now works at Just Foreign Policy. I did not know that. She's a comms director and policy advisor for Just Foreign Policy. She is a journalist at The Nation, used to write for The Intercept as well. Ida is a wonderful person. Love her. Here's a thread on Tim Walz's foreign policy record. In the House, Walz played a significant role in the pushing back against the new war in Syria during both the major pushes for U.S. involvement in 2013 and 2016. He was also a strong voice in defending Congress's war powers. Walz helped lead a larger group of House Democrats to urge Obama to not go to war in Syria, which was critical to undermining pressure that was building on Obama to wage a war he didn't want to fight. The Walz-Conyers molten letter calling on the Obama admin to continue pursuing a diplomatic solution was right after the 50 State Department officials came out urging for war. To get a sense of just how pro-war the narrative had become, check out the hit piece that politicals Nahal Tusi did on the latter. House Dems bag Obama on Syria despite bloodshed. Walz pushing back against the new war in Syria in 2013. We have to challenge the administration, he said. If we're being true to who we are, it is about the constitutional responsibility of the House It should not matter who is the occupant of the White House. After 12 years of war, the American public has every right to weigh in and expect their views be represented in Congress, Walz said. Walz co-sponsored all of the Yemen War Powers resolutions and even co-sponsors bills opposing the U.S.-backed coup in Honduras. On Cuba, Walz opposed aspects of Trump's policy, calling it short-sighted and misguided. He focused on opening markets for agricultural trade to benefit both Minnesota farmers and the Cuban people. Yeah. He was a supporter of legislation to allow our systems of credit to create markets for our farmers in Cuba so we can export. Walz on war powers. On the 16th anniversary of the 2001 AUMF passage, we're reminded it's Congress' duty to hashtag vote on war. Hashtag endless war is not sustainable. Time to debate and vote. Walz also was an advocate for the Iran deal in 2015. Okay? Former Secretary of State Colin Powell, Iran agreement, a good deal with very vigorous verification. None of our options are gone. Foreign policy is much better than most U.S. governors. Yeah, I mean, this wasn't when he was a governor, Chatter. He also was in Congress as well. Is pushing the Dems hate Jews narrative a legitimate line of attack for the Republicans to take a win a significant amount of orders? Why are they pushing so hard? They're flailing. That's why he went on Adin Ross's stream. The Republican Party is flailing. They are looking for new avenues because anyone that was tuned into the fucking television during the 4 years of the Trump presidency has already made up their minds on Donald Trump, whether they are definitely ride or die and lock the fuck in for Donald Trump, or they will never vote for Donald Trump ever. Okay? So for that reason, they're looking at new angles. They're looking at new avenues, new demographics that they previously had not been able to capture. One of those demographics are people who were too young to like make a real assessment of the Trump administration and remember how they felt under the Trump administration. That's young voters. Now, is this actually a successful method for the Republican Party? I don't think so. Even with how much right-wing manosphere-style content has dominated the fucking brains and the Andrew Tate style orbiters, and Andrew Tate himself has dominated the fucking brains of young boys in this country, I still don't think Gen Z is like as invested in the Republican Party as the Republican Party thinks it might be. Okay? So that's one. The other one is the black vote. Okay? Specifically, the black male vote. The Trump campaign has made significant leeway with every male voter in every demographic. It's not just like black men, even though the black men vote is significantly smaller margins than every other non-college educated voter base. But across the board, the Trump administration plays really well to non-college educated men in this country. Okay? Across the board. With white men, it's a massive disparity. With Latino men, it's a pretty sizable disparity. And with black men, it is actually historically much higher than ever before. This has caused the Trump administration, in my opinion, to falsely think that they can make leeway and put a dent in the black vote in general. It's not going to happen. It's a stronghold for the Democratic Party, partially because the Republican Party has a very hard time not doing white supremacist rhetoric in a way that black people immediately recognize. Okay? Why you following think tank actors? Perhaps because I know them personally, and I've known them since before they were working at think tanks, including not Leeway, Headway. Sorry, you're right, and also. Yeah, I know them in the real world, and they're great journalists. So, anytime Donald Trump says some weird shit about black people, anytime he defends police, anytime he says something like Kamala Harris is not a real black woman, or that maybe the police were doing all right with the Sonia Massey murder, which was gruesome and horrific, of course. Anytime any Republican anywhere around the country says something like Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate, every black and brown person immediately perks up. Okay, they hear that because they've heard that their whole lives. Affirmative action pick, CRT, woke, DEI, the N-word, all of that. Okay, it's just another reminder of the exact same shit that right-wingers have said about them. Okay, they know what it means. So you can't do that while also simultaneously try to win over people of color to your side. Okay? Trump says she's Indian. Come on. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Trump is like, she's not black, she's Indian. She's both. Like, that's ridiculous. Trump literally will look at a black woman dead ass and say, you turned black. Okay? It's ridiculous. Important to note that a lot of the DEI shit is rooted in insecurity. A guy doesn't get the job or scholarship, immediately has to find an external reason to defend their ego. Yeah, I know. So yeah, I think ultimately these are all really silly attack points. Meet Tim Walz, Harris' VP, progressive favorite with mainstream views on Israel and Iran. Walz voiced opposition to the Iraq War and traveled to Israel and Syria while in Congress and has sought to address division over pro-Palestinian protests in the Democratic Party as governor of Minnesota. Walz has expressed support for Israel throughout his career while advocating for more aid to the Palestinians and more recently, a ceasefire in Gaza and a two-state solution. In an April interview with a local PBS affiliate, Walz described both Hamas' October 7 attack on Israel and the situation in Gaza as intolerable. A two-state solution and a workable solution has to be there, he told the Twin Cities PBS. The United States needs to continue to push for that, and we need to make sure that humanitarian aid is getting there. Walz called for a ceasefire in Gaza in a March interview with the Minnesota Public Radio. That is outflanking a lot of other Democrats too, by the way. I certainly call for a ceasefire. It has to be a working ceasefire, he said. I've asked for these humanitarian pauses to get folks out. I want this thing to end. I don't want a ceasefire to last for a week or something like that. We need a permanent solution. Walz ordered Minnesota's flags to be flown at half-mast after October 7 and denounced the attack in a meeting with members of the state's Jewish community. What was evident on Saturday morning was the absolute lack of humanity, the terrorism, and the barbarism, he told attendees at Beth El Synagogue on October 10. Walz praised the U.S. President Joe Biden in his October trip to Israel in efforts to secure more aid for Palestinians in Gaza. The vast majority of Palestinians are not Hamas, and Hamas does not represent the Palestinian people, said Walz in a post on X upon Biden's return. We cannot let terrorists like Hamas win. The governor traveled to Israel and the Palestinian territories in 2009, met Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, spoke at AIPAC in 2010. As governor, Walz expressed concerns about pro-Palestinian protests at U.S. universities. In the same interview with the Twin Cities PBS, he said students need to be able to express opinions, but added that Jewish students must be able to feel safe. When Jewish students are telling us they feel unsafe, we need to believe them. And I do believe them, he said. Walz has demonstrated empathy with pro-Palestinian voters in the Democratic Party. In the March interview with Minnesota Public Radio, he praised Minnesotans who voted uncommitted as civically engaged. Some Democratic voters wrote uncommitted on their ballots in the Democratic Party presidential primary in opposition to Biden's support for Israel. This is also another one of the reasons why I was also a firm defender of the uncommitted vote and a firm supporter of it. That is how you get people to pay attention, and some people did. I'm willing to bet that that dynamic possibly changed his attitude a little bit as well. Okay? I asked you a couple months ago if you'd vote for Biden, and you gave me shit for it. No, I said I was not going to ever vote for Joe Biden. And now I don't have to. People are frustrated, but it bodes well for me that they're actively engaged to go out and cast this vote and ask for change. So the one hopium moment that I have, like I said, is that the Democrats will wake the fuck up. And it's also shit like this. In 2019, Tim Walz attended a Care Minnesota meeting. Hate and Islamophobia have no place in Minnesota. When our Muslim communities thrive, Minnesota thrives. Thank you, Care Minnesota and Choose Metro, for putting on this event. Jordan Chattel quote tweeted this and said, the Dem ticket is reportedly swapping out Josh Shapiro with the governor who is beholden to CARE, the infamous U.S.-based Hamas front group. Last week, a top CARE official publicly mourned Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh's death, declaring that his martyrdom is not in vain. So you have to understand that, to me, and the big Somali population in Minnesota, to me, and Walz's association and consistent defense of the Somali population in his state cause a little bit of hopium for me. Okay? A little bit of hopium. Just a bit. I don't know. I don't fucking know. CARE is the Committee for American Islamic Relations. Yes, it's a civil rights group for Muslims in this country. And of course, for that reason, they're constantly fucking routinely called terrorist supporters by some of the most bloodless sociopaths you've ever seen in your life. But yeah, Walz is great for many different reasons. I've talked about it quite extensively. You know? Minnesota Governor Tim Walz will be the Democratic VP candidate alongside Kamala Harris. Walz forged a reputation as governor who makes good policy happen. Last year, signed a law guaranteeing free breakfast and lunch for all Minnesota students. This beautiful video came as a consequence of that as well.
It is now.
I love this video. I love this video so much. I'm sorry. It's beautiful. Last year, Walz signed a law enacting paid family and medical leave, giving workers up to 20 weeks off. Paid family and medical leave seemed like a pipe dream for 10 years, he said. It seemed like, why can other people have this and we can't? Last year, Walz also approved the nation's broadest right to repair law, allowing independent shops and owners of phones, laptops, and other electronic devices to more easily repair products without relying on corporations like Apple and Google. Walz signed into law a financial aid program giving free college tuition to students whose families made less than $80K a year. The law had such an impact that North Dakota State University, fearing competition, began offering the same incentive. Under Walz, Minnesota banned non-compete agreements and captive audience meetings and significantly expanded leverage for workers in meatpacking plants, warehouses, schools, and more. For example, the law that created the nation's first standards board for nursing home workers. This year, that board voted to set a minimum wage of more than $23 an hour starting in 2027. In May, Walz signed a bill banning junk fees. I think just giving transparency, giving some honesty about how these things are done, lets people make better informed decisions, which is better for their bottom line, he said. Walz signed a law legalizing recreational weed in Minnesota and expunging the records of people convicted for misdemeanor possession. Can you imagine being like going up to Kamala Harris and having her defend his position and then accidentally allowing or accidentally landing on one of the best possible fucking federal agenda items that you could ever get for the Democratic Party? This would literally mean like balls to the wall, 50 state landslide victory. You will win Florida with this. You will win Ohio with this. You'll win Mississippi with that. Okay? At a time when most U.S. is struggling to retain nurses, Walz signed a pair of laws last year that invested tens of millions into recruiting nurses and expanded the state's loan forgiveness program for nurses. He also had something that was a little bit bad in terms of dealing with nurses. I believe, what was it with the Mayo Clinic? He did something that wasn't that great. If I remember correctly, I think he gave them like a little bit of an allowance to strike break with traveling nurses. This might literally be the one that we're... Mayo Clinic got an exception in this one. Walz also tackled the problem of hospital monopoly, signing a law that requires all potential mergers to be in the public interest and granting new powers to the state attorney general to investigate mergers. In 2020, with the help of a divided legislature, Walz pushed for and signed the Alex Smith Insulin Affordability Act. The law capped insulin prices at $35. More recently, he signed a law creating a prescription drug affordability board to rein in out-of-control drug costs more broadly. In June, the state began monitoring hundreds of drugs for price transparency, better inform patients and policymakers. After the Democrat, Farmer, and Labor won control of both the legislative chambers. That's the other part that we don't really talk about. But in Minnesota, it's not the Democratic Party. Did you guys know that? Democratic Farmer Labor Party. That's why it's called the DFL, which is super fucking sick, in my opinion. Very, very cool name. Something that we should be pushing more. Yeah, DFL. After the DFL won control of both legislative chambers in 2022, one of the first laws Walz signed was mandated 100% carbon-free electricity by 2040. Walz called it an essential investment in our future that will continue to pay off for generations. Walz issued an order eliminating 4-year degree requirements for most state jobs. By removing these requirements, we're expanding opportunities for people to enter the workforce, choose state service, and build good-paying, family-sustaining careers. After vetoing a bill setting minimum pay and benefits for rideshare drivers last year, Walz and legislators struck a deal with drivers and rideshare firms in May. The MULDA president, Minnesota Uber Lyft Drivers Association president, Aid Ali, told MPU that Walz did a wonderful job and endorsed them for VP. So much to consider here in terms of momentum, but this part I think is a bright shining light.
We've been focusing on.
Republicans will use this as an attack ad, but I think this is so reasonable. It actually blows my mind that he even said this. Didn't Sean Fain say Walz was one of his 2 top picks? Yes, Sean Fain, much like HasanAbi, said that he really likes Bashir as his top pick, but he also really likes Walz, which is fine. That's what I said as well. But I always also said I would love a Walz pick.
We've been focusing on, and I lived in China, and as I said, I've been there about 30 times, but if someone tells you they're an expert on China, they're probably not telling you the truth, because it's a complex country. But it's critically important for us. I don't fall into the category that China necessarily needs to be an adversarial relationship. I totally disagree. We've been focusing on, and
Like, think about that, bro. He literally fucking grew up. He went to China. He taught in China. MAGA War Room is using this as like a negative. They're fucking saying that this is an attack. Republicans literally are like, they just look at like, they look at what is like objectively good and they go, I hate this.
Alrighty, so we have now seen.
Oh my God, he's so sweaty. Oh my God, I can't wait to react to this. Anyway, here, I wanted to show you this fucking piece of shit.
Do you think it was a little risky, though, Van, that she didn't go with Shapiro to kind of lock down Pennsylvania? I mean, yes, David Challing was saying earlier, just because you pick him as your running mate doesn't mean you automatically win Pennsylvania. But I got to think it would have helped just a little bit.
Hey, listen, the conservatives, the right wing, the Republicans, they were chewing their fingernails down to the knuckle because they were afraid of a Josh Shapiro. They were afraid of a Mark Kelly. They're not as afraid of this new governor.
They're wrong. They're wrong. It's because they also falsely believe what the Democratic Party has internalized, which is that Americans will be scared. Americans will be scared of someone who's like, yeah, no, I want to feed children, actually. Like, shut the fuck up. Stop talking about children's genitals. We want to feed children, okay? We don't want to do penis inspection day at school. You fucking gross losers. You goddamn freaks. We want to actually feed them because we know, as data has shown time and time again, that if children are hungry, they don't get educated. If children are full, they get better results. And better results in school mean a better workforce for America. A better workforce for America, a more educated workforce for America, means America continues dominating. Okay? That's it. That's it. That's the message. That's the method. No ands, ifs, or buts. Keep talking about fucking kitty litter at schools, you freaks. You fucking sickos. You goddamn perverts constantly thinking about children's genitals. The fuck is wrong with you? Anyway. Oh. Sorry for getting riled up. I just know what this dumbass is about to say. He pissed me off so much with this
They
take.
think they can define him. So here's the challenge you've got in this party. And you know, people don't want to talk about it. We got to talk about it. On the one hand, you have a lot of young people who are concerned about Gaza. You have a lot of Muslims and Arabs and others. They have not felt seen by the Biden administration. You start hearing that genocide joke. That was building. That was building. And so those folks needed to have a candidate that they could feel comfortable with. This helps them in that regard. But you also have anti-Semitism that has gotten marbled into this party. You can be for the Palestinians without being an anti-Jewish bigot, but there are some anti-Jewish bigots out there, and there's some disquiet now, and they're
Point to one. Point to a single, like, actual real progressive. These guys say Bernie bros are the bigots, right? Like, everyone that is anti-genocide of Palestinians, every single, like, Democratic Party person that, like, was active, every single one of those people was also ride or die for Bernard Sanders. Get the fuck out of here.
has to be how much of what just happened is caving into some of these darker parts in the party. So that's going to have to.
Yeah, the Democratic Party is taking their learning their lessons from Nicolas Fuentes, you know, the anti-Zionist progressive Nicolas Fuentes. Like, no, he's a Nazi, brother. He's a fucking Nazi. This narrative is so goddamn cooked. Once again, I reiterate my position. I have to remind people that Israel last week had a pro-rape January 6th. Israel last week had a pro-rape January 6th movement. Pro-rape. They tried to forcibly free Israeli prison guards because they were prosecuted, they were detained for raping a Palestinian prisoner to death. Now, he died in the hospital. There were active Israeli politicians at the pro-rape protests. There were Israeli politicians in the parliament, in the Israeli Knesset, that said Israelis are allowed, Israeli guards are allowed to rape Palestinians. Okay? Saying that that shit is fucked up is not anti-Semitic. Saying that that shit is fucked up is normal and good. Trying to defend against any kind of criticism of Israel by calling everybody and anybody anti-Semites is unironically anti-Semitic. Okay? That's what's anti-Semitic. It's fucking insane.
To get worked out. It's going to have to get talked through.
Anyway, so that's good stuff. Van Jones saying Kamala Harris picking Walz was her caving into some of the darker parts of the party in terms of appeasing anti-Jewish bigots. These guys are so fucking stupid because Republicans are anti-Semitic, but they're pro-Israel. If Democrats also then capitulate to that fucking framing that being anti-Israel means you're anti-Semitic, then you're basically like, you never can ever shit on Republicans for their open outward anti-Semitism ever again. They can always just turn around and say, what are you talking about? You guys are like pro-Hamas. You're anti-Semitic. They're so dumb. Yes, I know. Van Jones used to be a Marxist. Van Jones used to be in Marxist reading groups, but would not actually read it. Yes, he was not only in Marxist reading groups, I believe he called himself a Maoist third worldist, as a matter of fact. Now look at him. Kirsten Sinema as well. Yeah, Netanyahu doing what he loves to do, helping the militant wing of Hamas consolidate power. Hamas has announced it is named as Gaza leader Yahya Sinwar to succeed Ismail Haniyeh, who was assassinated in Tehran last week as the head of its political bureau. Genuinely, what happened to him? You think what changed? Genuinely, what happened to him? He's a fucking piece of shit. He's a careerist charlatan. Guys, there is not a single instance where anyone in this country, in the Western world, has ever tacked left as a grift. There is no avenue. There is no way to make money doing that. That's why all of these supposedly communist guys became MAGA communists. They went right wing. Okay? I'm the only motherfucker out here making money at the top of the hour, serving 3-minute ad breaks, and still is able to maintain their ideological posture. Okay? That's it. That's why everybody points to me and goes, look at this guy. He's grifting. Because you can't be fucking successful or rich and be a fucking leftist at the same goddamn time. Okay? I like Van. I think you're misunderstanding him. Oh, shut up. I'm already serving the 3-minute ad break. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. It is also the subscriptions that I have that allow me to be steadfast and never actually fucking capitulate to anything. No ads, no nothing. Okay? Like, people take sponsorships that they normally wouldn't want to take, even if they don't fucking like the product. Why do they do that? Because they want to make money. Yeah, with support from viewers like you. Exactly. But every single person in the history of like any leftist movement has almost always tacked right, because that's the fucking avenue to make money. Okay? Didn't you just do a SeatGeek sponsorship for the pod? Yes. Trust me, it is a democratic decision, not my decision. Okay? That's what happens when you have a cooperative corporation. Other people might want to do ads and you just roll with it. I only watch channels who love their sponsors, like Boy Boy. Yeah. Walz is the one time Dems acted like China, where a peasant can rise to higher positions by serving the countryside competently. Dude, I've been thinking about that as well. It's a real Xi Jinping story. I don't want to talk about that too much because I don't want to give Republicans ammo. Not that Xi Jinping was a peasant, but he did serve the countryside dutifully and competently in order to rise up through the ranks of the party. But like, low key, there are parallels that I recognize. Okay. So she wins the Jewish vote, then hopefully, since you said the vast majority of Jewish Americans are pro-Palestinian, should be a landslide since they're promising everything it did in Minnesota. Wait, what? I didn't say the majority of Jewish Americans are pro-Palestinian. I said the majority of Jewish Americans our age are pro-Palestinian by the same margins as every other group in the country. Also, yeah, our age, motherfucker, under 35, 18 to 35. I'm still in that demographic pocket, okay? Suck my dick. Also, Jewish Americans is like a hilarious constituency to fucking hyper focus on because it's like it's negligible. Barely? Yeah, you're 40, okay? So there you go. You're JD Vance's age, Central Committee. Don't give me that barely. I'm still fucking 33. Just turned 33. Anyway. Demos 18 to 34. No, it's 18 to 35, I thought, but it doesn't matter. I'm still in it. Anyway. Them sunspots don't look 35. Huh? Sunspots? I got freckles, bro. What do you mean? Do I have to zoom in on my face? I got white hairs. That's about it. That reveal my age. Guys, let him feel like he still belongs. Yeah, okay, shut up. Also, I do love this. That's a pretty nice house for a socialist. My favorite line of attack. Anyway, there was more. Oh, here.
But we can get out there, reach out, make the case. And for one thing, don't ever shy away from our progressive values. One person's socialism is another person's neighborliness. But we can get.
According to 30% of Jewish Americans as a whole think Israel's doing a genocide, according to the Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs.
Booster in the whole country for unlimited refugee resettlement. That means under the Harris-Walz plan, they're going to turn the entire Midwest into Mogadishu. That's their plan. That's their policy. I don't think there's a market for that in the United States of America. He is the biggest booster in the whole country.
Dude, like I'm telling you right now, he is such a gross little freak. He is such a cretin, dude. Like, straight up. Oh, by the way, like one of the worst Nazis in the Trump administration, who also happens to be Jewish. Okay? So don't ever fucking tell me that that is ridiculous or crazy to say. All right? Like, he, straight up, a Nazi, by his own admission, like his favorite works that he has revealed are literally anti-Semitic Nazi works, okay? That's not me just saying that, okay? That's him saying that. Straight up played. He's Jewish. He literally does the secure a future for our children shit. Yes. Yes. From California, from the Pacific Palisades, Stephen Miller. Literally the pivotal, like the figurehead for all of the most right-wing, white nativist, anti-immigrant bills written by the Trump administration, was written by this man. Yes, he is from, I believe he's from Pacific Palisades, but I think he might be from Santa Monica as well. Like, he's from that area. Like, one of the nicest places that you can grow up in. Stephen Miller in the camp of the Saints, a white nationalist reference. Yup. Last week, Southern Poverty Law Center detailed leaks emails in which Miller encouraged far-right website Breitbart to promote white supremacist ideas. In one message, Miller references a book of fiction. Someone should point out the parallels to Camp of the Saints. Camp of the Saints is a 1973 French novel by Jean Raspail that has become a key inspiration within the white nationalist circles. It portrays a dystopia, or perhaps an apocalypse, a flotilla of South Asian people who invade France and effectively overthrow Western society. Like, he's like, yo, my favorite novel is this Nazi novel. It's so sick. Yes, he wrote all the signature Trump anti-immigrant bills. Anyway. I don't know what to make of it, but this shit always brings me back to the negotiations Netanyahu held with Hamas in 2018. Back then, Hamas offered Israel a long-term ceasefire, aka Hudna, in return for easing certain aspects of the blockade. Yahya Sinwar personally sent a note to Bibi in Hebrew, written in perfect handwriting, saying 2 words, calculated risk. I'm not being conspiratorial or anything, but it's very interesting to think about everything that led up to this point. Tucker's writers' comments on the right-wing forums were so crazy too. Yeah, there was a while when these guys thought like, oh, dude, we can just go wild with our fucking rhetoric. I'm posting the Waltz house thing. I have to. Prediction is 100% correct, and transvestigators are reaching unbelievable levels of brain rot. Dylan Mulvaney is double trans now. Yeah. Hold on. I just posted this. Apparently, they're also, who haven't the right transvestigated in this past week? They transvestigated a cisgender woman. They transvestigated a cisgender woman for not fulfilling their role or what their expectations of what women are supposed to look like, apparently. They transvestigated Kyle Rittenhouse for coming out against Donald Trump, only to immediately back down. Okay. They are transvestigating Andrew Tate, apparently. I saw that. Does anyone have that? Does anyone have that link? Someone sent me this fucking link. But apparently now, transvestigators have reverse transvestigated Dylan Mulvaney to conclude that she must have been born a woman, forcibly transitioned to male as a kid, then transitioned into female into adulthood. I guess she forgot to wear her fake penis. I told everyone about this a while back. It's all of them. If they're on stage, they are part of the inverted show. She blocked me for calling her a transformer. Dude, this is one of my best locks, okay? As someone who understands this shit, I'm telling you, it literally stems from the reality that gender is a social construct. So, of course, inevitably, anyone and everyone could be trans. You never know, okay? Because gender is not binary, and it is certainly not tacked to your biological markers in the way that people think it is. That's why so many of the transvestigators themselves oftentimes have a lot of male traits. Like TERFs themselves literally also do not fit the narrow standards that they think gender expression looks like. That's it. It's not even projection. It is an unwillingness to recognize reality. That's why so many fucking people, when they go down this like weird right-wing rabbit hole, inevitably start assuming anyone and everyone can be trans, because anyone and everyone could be trans technically, which is why being normal about it is perhaps the best way to go, which is to not assume at all. Andrew Tate, his brother and parents are hereditary transgenders. There are no non-transgenders there. They're all modeled by gender hormones from puberty. That's why this creature has a vagina between its legs. If you don't understand anything about this topic, start studying it. Someone needs to hawk Tua all over the person who made this thing. Ew, Ian Miles wrong. Baphomet pose. Are you awake yet? That's a male skull. A red Kabbalah string. I can't tell if someone made this as a meme or if they just like legitimately are that insane. I think a reason a lot of TERFs seemingly have similar traits, maybe because one of their biggest fears is being mistaken for a trans person because they don't fit society's standard of femininity. So rather than fighting to break down that standard, they try to make an outgroup to demonize and separate themselves from. It goes without saying, but this is a genuine mental illness. Yes, it is. Transphobia is a mental illness, okay? That's it. Straight up. It's so nutty. But anyway, here it is. Transvestigators reverse transvestigated Dylan Mulvaney to conclude she must have been born a woman, forcibly transitioned to male as a kid, then transitioned to female into adulthood. Anyone and everyone, baby. Oh, breaking news.
For the journalists, even the hostile ones.
The couch fucker is on Fox.
Donald Trump does it nearly every single day.
Let's go.
Of course, I'm willing to do it. And it really should shame the media, Sean, that Kamala Harris, who is the most liberal presidential candidate that we've ever had in this country, refuses to answer basic questions about her record. Why did she support a ban on fracking? Why did she support defunding the police? Why does she want to ship American manufacturing jobs to China? Why is she the border czar at a time of historic border crisis? The fact that the media is letting her coast without answering a single question is really disgraceful. And the fact that Kamala Harris is willing to have this thing handed to her without actually persuading the American voters is really scandalous and shows she should never be president.
The media has no shame. I declared in 2007 and 2008 that journalism is dead. You talked about Tim Walz and his record as a joke, and that he also, Kamala Harris bent the knee to the pro-Hamas wing of her party. Explain.
Well, we know that the people who were considered were Josh Shapiro, Mark Kelly, and this guy, Tim Walz. And we know that Josh Shapiro in particular was attacked mercilessly from the far left for being Jewish, for not being anti-Israel enough. And of course, he ran away from his own positions. But the fact that you're letting anti-Semites within the Democrat Party drive so much of the conversation and so much of the decision-making for Kamala Harris is a really worrying sign, Sean. You have to ask yourself, who does Kamala Harris answer to? Does she answer to the American people, or does she answer to the far left of her own party? On issue after issue, from opening the border to supporting higher grocery prices on American, she has bent the knee to the far left of the party, and this decision, selecting Tim Walz, is another sign that she doesn't care what the American people think. She is only in this to obey the far left radicals within.
Yeah, no, the far left radicals that are like regular American doctors, nurses, plumbers, living in the far left radical dystopia of Minnesota, dude. Do you hear yourself? Do you fucking hear yourself, dude? The far left communists of Minnesota.
I really have to wonder if they even bothered to vet her. I want to go a little deeper. I want to go to the comments because I think they were pretty profound. And that's from Van Jones, who said, but you have anti-Semitism that has gotten marbled into this party. You can be for the Palestinians without being an anti-Jewish bigot, but there are anti-Jewish bigots out there. He's talking about his own party, the Democratic Party.
Yeah, they're using Van Jones's statements against the entirety of the Democratic Party. Congratulations, Van.
Just happened.
You did it again, dumbass. You did it again, Van.
He's talking.
Keep crying that Joe Biden had to fucking resign, Van.
We saw what happened. I think one of the worst.
Democrats need to take notice of this, okay? Hey, Democrats. Hey, stupid-ass Democrats out there. Remember this, okay? These guys have no principles. They will use anything and everything against the party, okay? It's so stupid.
That, to me, is surrendering in the war against radical Islamic terrorism. But Kamala Harris, we now know, said that we should be courageous and never use that term. Well, then who attacked us on 9/11? You served in Iraq. Who attacked us on who attacked Israel on October 7th?
Yeah, it's exactly right, Sean. And look, you don't have to judge my words. Just actually pay attention to what the Democrats said about Josh Shapiro. Numerous grassroots activists, numerous leaders within the Democrat Party said you shouldn't choose this guy because he's Jewish. I take them at their word. That's face value, and that is ridiculous for any American political party. Obviously, you know, I don't care ultimately who Kamala Harris selects, but I don't want the vice presidential nomination of any party being determined by whether you have the right ethnic background. It's profoundly anti-American. And to your point, Sean, it goes to the heart of their terrible policy. These are guys who invited weakness. These are guys who invited the attack on Israel. These are people who invited every single anti-American despot all over the world to get richer and more powerful because of their policies. And now that our allies and ourselves are under threat, they're doing absolutely nothing about it. Here, we talked about the media not asking Kamala Harris questions, Sean. Here's a question I'd like to ask Kamala Harris. If Joe Biden can't do the job, and clearly he can't, who's actually in charge of the United States government right now? Is it you? And if you're not doing something, why not?
She sponsored Medicare for All bill that would eliminate all private health care. Kamala Harris did. She sponsored the Green New Deal. The U.S. Senate said she would use the filibuster to pass the Green New Deal. No restrictions at all on abortion. And Walz said one person's socialism is another person's neighborliness.
It's so funny. Yeah, people's ethnic background definitely doesn't matter to the Republican Party, which is why Ann Coulter said straight to the face of Vivek Ramaswamy, I would never vote for you because you're Indian.
Well, it would destroy the innovation economy, Sean, because so much of the actual technological innovation in our economy is based in unrealized gains. But more importantly, these guys want to destroy the American energy sector, which would make us more reliant on China for the goods that we need. They want to open the American southern border. And like you said, Not only does she want Medicare for all, she doesn't even care if you're a citizen, Sean. Kamala Harris has supported giving Medicare and Social Security benefits to illegal aliens. So the question for the American people is, do you want to bankrupt Social Security and Medicare by giving it to illegal aliens? Because if so, Kamala Harris is your person. If you want to preserve Social Security so that we don't throw a generation of elderly Americans into poverty, then Donald Trump is your candidate. And it's very simple, issue after issue. Do you want an open border? If no, Donald Trump is your guy. Do you want American government to protect American citizens? If you do, then clearly you got to back Donald Trump. Do you want a tax policy that promotes American workers and promotes building things in the United States of America? If so, you've got to vote for Donald Trump. Sean, it's really not complicated. On policy after policy, Kamala Harris is far to the left of even Joe Biden. She's governed that way, and she would do even worse if the American people give her promotion.
So both support the idea that it shouldn't be criminal to enter our country illegally. They both support sanctuary cities and states. They both support taxpayer dollars being used to support the cost of education, health care, and housing for illegal immigrants. And here's the problem, J.D. We've got 11 million unvetted Biden-Harris illegal immigrants. They're coming from a lot of countries that are our top geopolitical foes, but also we're catching all these people, as the congressional report pointed out this week, that have terror ties. 99 of them they released into the country. That tells me that's a real clear present danger to our country right now, that it's a matter of when, not if, we're going to get hit again. Do you agree with that?
I do, unfortunately, Sean. I mean, look, Borders Are Kamala Harris has handwritten an invitation to every illegal alien and every terrorist across the world coming through our southern border. It's wide open. They stopped deportations on day one. They tried to give amnesty to millions of people on day one. Kamala Harris, like you said, wants to decriminalize illegal aliens and then give them health care at taxpayer expense once they actually get here. That invites millions of people into our country who shouldn't be here, Sean. And you asked about Iran earlier. One of the things that reduces our leverage to respond to Iran is that we know there are Iranian-backed terrorists who are in this country right now. There's no way that they couldn't be here with over 10 million people coming in.
Yeah, it's not even like 12 million Guatemalan migrants that are like primed and ready to do stab attacks. It's also 10 million Iranian migrants.
Benefits. One final point on this, Sean. When I talk to Americans, one of the biggest concerns I hear is, why are housing costs so...
This motherfucker talks about Iranians and shit. Meanwhile, he's got more fucking eyeliner on than the average Taliban soldier, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
Number two, Kamala Harris has supported higher interest rates, which makes mortgages totally...
He's just jealous of their swag, dude.
These policies make ordinary Americans suffer. Of course, we haven't even talked about the fentanyl crisis. On issue after issue, she's putting the interests of illegal aliens above American citizens. We've got to stop Kamala Harris, Sean, and the only way to do that is to support Donald Trump at the ballot box.
You know, Kamala said it's the cost of democracy, the higher cost of energy because of their radical energy policies. Both are against fracking and drilling, et cetera. And these mandates that they're putting out regarding, quote, climate change initiatives, that to me would be America unilaterally, economically disarming, and literally will be run over by the rest of the world because they're not going to put the same restrictions on their economies.
It's exactly right, Sean. In the name of clean energy, they want us to buy energy from tin-pot dictators all over the world. But of course, those dictators have much dirtier economies than the United States of America. If you care about the environment, but also if you care about American jobs and American national security, you want us to develop American energy. You want us, as Trump says, to drill, baby, drill, and become energy dominant again. There are so many reasons to reject their energy policy, Sean. And another one is that you cannot manufacture anything in the United States of America without low-cost power. When Kamala Harris says she wants to ban fracking, what she's really saying is that she wants to ban manufacturing in Pennsylvania and Michigan because you're not going to be able to make anything in America if China and Russia control all the energy assets. It's totally insane that we've gotten to a place as a country where Kamala Harris can call openly for eliminating America's energy sector and destroying the American manufacturing economy. But that's where we are, Sean. And of course, the American people are not going to vote for this so long as they know how radical she is. And this is why the media needs to do its job. I know they're liberal, Sean. I know they're biased. I know a lot of them are, frankly, DNC propagandists, but the media has to ask Kamala Harris questions. 16 days, Sean, since she sat for a real media interview. Are we going to get to the end of the election without anybody asking her questions? If so, it's disgraceful.
It is exactly the same strategy that Joe used in 2020. It's the hide in the basement strategy.
Exactly right.
Let me ask you a last question. You know, there was a lot made out of January 6th, and we learned a lot more. We learned that they never, for example, that they had actionable intelligence leading up to that. We learned there were 5 people in the Oval Office days before January 6th. I interviewed 4 of the 5. And that all are on record saying that Donald Trump wanted to call up the Guard. In writing, the Muriel Bowser, the mayor of D.C., said no. I don't want to get back into that. How is it there was no attention paid to the fact that there were 574 riots, as I mentioned, dozens of dead Americans, billions in property damage, thousands of injured cops? Where's Liz Cheney when you need her? Because that sounds like insurrection.
Dude. Honestly, dude, this is great. Have Trump like go visit fucking Adin Ross or whatever. Meanwhile, the entirety of like the regular media is covering the momentum building on the Harris, on the Kamala Harris Tim Walz ticket. It's great. Things are looking so good for the Trump campaign. Holy shit. Polls are going to start showing like 10% majorities at this point if they keep this shit up.
I want that approach taken nationwide.
All right, Senator Vance, we appreciate your time tonight. I know you've had a busy day. You've been out traveling. I know you'll be on the road pretty much every day.
Donald Trump is now going to go and get interviewed by Elon Musk, dude. What are we doing? What are we fucking doing, dude? What, dude? The Republicans are so insane. They're so stupid, dude. What the fuck? Why the fuck are other streamers saying you want Kamala on your channel? Like, who cares? Wait, what? Who are the other streamers saying I want Kamala on my channel? I do want Walz on my channel. I'd interview Kamala. I don't think they would be down to do that, but wait, I watched some GTA people on Kick and they said you do. Wait, what? You watched some GTA people on Kick? That's a string of sentences I did not think I would hear from someone. Why is Hutch always talking shit? Because he's just wrong. That's it. He's just wrong as fuck. And instead of, are you talking about Buddha? That's my goat, dude. What the fuck? He's not just some GTA streamer on Kick. What the fuck? Wow, Adin Ross interview yesterday exploded, but in a very positive way. Platform set an all-time record by far with over 100 million views and hits. Bro, why are you hyping up Adin Ross? You were the president. Like, he's doing a fucking he's doing a favor to Adin Ross. Wow. Congrats to Adin and his wonderful mother, father, family who I had the pleasure to meet. Thank you, Barron Trump, for the introduction to your friend Adin. Young people are the future of America. No, those numbers are really big stuff. Hey, yo, this shit. Nah, it's got 21,000 likes, which is still not a lot, but. Oh, this was another good one. What are the chances that crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of the U.S., whose presidency was unconstitutionally stolen by KAMALA, Barack Hussein Obama, crazy Nancy Pelosi, shifty Adam Schiff, crying Chuck Schumer, and others on the lunatic left, crashes the Democratic National Convention and tries to take back the nomination, beginning with challenging me to another debate? Oh my God, bro. He's going crazy. Dude, he's going crazy. Bro's writing Wattpad shit. Oh, he's losing it, dude. No, this is when you're definitely having a normal one and not when you're losing your dang mind. He feels that he made a historically tragic mistake by handing over the U.S. presidency, a coup, to the people in the world he most hates, and he wants it back now. He's like, bro, please. Hey, guys, it'd be really cool if you guys went back to the old ticket. Wouldn't it be cool if you guys just kind of went back to the old ticket? Like, that was pretty cool. Things looked really good for me. Things looked really good for me back then. Could we just go back to that? Things were great. Oh my God. Why were they pushing so hard for Biden to drop out if it helped Dems in the long run? I mean, I don't think they were pushing for Biden to drop out. I think they were just like shitting on Biden a lot to make him weaker, but they didn't actually want him to drop out. That's why they threatened to sue. That's why they threatened to sue the Democratic Party for taking Biden off the ticket and kept saying it's a coup. Also, I love that he highlighted Hussein. He hit the caps lock on the Hussein Obama. Like, when he says it out loud, he at least has plausible deniability, right? But when he fucking puts the caps lock on, like, everybody knows what you're doing, dog. Oh, God, here's another charisma suck.
Week or so because of Hurricane Debbie. How are things on the ground?
We're doing well, Sean. I was a Category 1.
6 people died, dude. What do you mean you're doing well? You're not doing well.
Minimal as we get.
You're doing the opposite of well, Ron.
So we are
Your state is sinking underwater, Ron. Your state is underwater, Ron. Due to what? Something that your government refuses to acknowledge as real, which is climate change, Ron.
And I think to myself, you have a vapid San Francisco Democrat leading the ticket, and now they put in this guy Walz, who's basically an Ilhan Omar-style, very leftist Democrat from Minnesota, has the most liberal record of any.
Expect Ron to hit the Groyper post
Is that what the
immediately.
American people want? The San Francisco experience where homeless are defecating in public on the sidewalks, the Minnesota experience where cities are burning down, and Governor Walz was derelict in his duties to sit back and allow those cities to burn. Kamala Harris was egging it on, and she even raised money to bail people out. So yes, a Harris-Walz ticket is Make America Burn Again. But I watched his speech, Sean, and this guy's a shyster. I mean, he's saying these things. He claims, oh, leave your neighbors alone. It's none of your business. This is the guy that set up a snitch line during COVID for neighbors to inform if somebody was violating his draconian COVID restrictions. He claims people should be able to make whatever healthcare decision they want, yet he, as governor, mandated the experimental COVID-19 jab. And then he says Republicans are weird, yet this is the governor who put tampons in the boys' bathroom throughout Minnesota.
He's hitting all the lines. Dude, terrible instincts. Terrible instincts. He saw this on Twitter. He's repeating everything he saw on Twitter. This is why you lost, dumbass.
Make America burn again.
This is why you were a non-starter, you dumbass. You saw everything on Twitter and you're repeating it on Sean Hannity. You're so bad at politics. Fucking resign. Actually, don't resign. I mean, resign, because there are people that I think are great in the state of Florida. Moist Critical lives there and stuff. Your Rage lives there. So, resign. But also, oh my God, you're so bad at politics. How are you so bad?
Not to say radical Islamic terrorism, that to me is dangerous. And that's who they are. If there's anything surprising about today, and you tell me if I'm wrong, it's the fact that she chose a
He literally saw shit on Twitter and verbatim is copying those takes. Like, he's getting his He's getting his talking points from Ian Miles Chong, man. It's such a, like, it is such a devastatingly bad way to approach politics. Like, I cannot stress this enough, okay? I can't stress this enough.
Talking about will get pissed off.
It would be akin to, like, Kamala Harris running around being like, America KKK is a white supremacist nation that must be destroyed, permanent first world genocide, to, like, I'm JD Pond, permanent first world genocide. Like, if like, a Democrat was running on, like, lines that they took from dudes with hammer and sickles in their fucking descriptions on Twitter, okay? It's just, like, so unimaginable. It's so beyond the pale. You know what I mean? Fuck. Dog, I love you. Please put on captions. They can't.
I think since he's been governor, they rank in the top 10 states for population loss on net. Florida is the #1 state for population gain on net. But here's the, I think.
If I was a Republican, what would I say in their shoes? Easy, bro. Easy. Okay. Immigrants are a major problem in this country. Okay. Immigrants are a major problem in this country, and the American people have had enough. That's why 60% of Americans want mass deportations. We have to do that. It would be an awesome policy. Also, beyond that, we want tax cuts. Americans in the Democratic Party want to stop you from prospering, from thriving, from receiving a better future for your children that you want to protect. Okay? That's why we are the party of deregulation that gets in the way of innovation. That's why we're the party of tax cuts that will allow your wallet to hurt less. Under the Democratic leadership, your wallet screams bloody murder every goddamn day. And the Democrats turn around, and because they're out of touch elitists, and because they're in the pocket of the fucking wealthy, they turn around and say, oh, this is fine. We're going to do more of this. We're going to do more of this. Okay? That's it. None of this other shit. You're fucking stupid for running any number of different things. Like, why are they still parading this loser around? I thought they don't like the people who lose. Bro, stop spoiling the next segment. I'm just saying, it's like so dumb to be like, Kamala Harris is actually just an Indian woman who's lying about being black, is like one of the worst things that I could ever comprehend that you would run with as a policy, as a platform, okay? Republicans do one thing and they're very good at it, which is lying about like what the actual problems are. Recognizing that there is a lot of anger and resentment in the American population and then redirecting that anger into causes that they can mobilize around. That's it. Okay? What is this tampon thing? They push for a proposal to put tampons in public restrooms, in public schools. That's it. And I think a part of that proposal was to put tampons in like pads and shit, like menstrual supplements, even into boys' rooms as well. I'm not even entirely sure if they push for that. Doesn't even fucking matter to me if they did push for that, by the way. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous to yell about. Also, why are they showing butts on fucking Fox News and ads? Oh, it's a hemorrhoid cream. Dems are acting like Republicans and Republicans are acting like extremists. Not even. Dems are not even necessarily acting like Republicans. It's actually because it was worded so they would have put tampons in single bathrooms as well. So saying something like all genders or something. That's it. Okay, there you go. What is this? One of the first things he does in public light as the VP pig is give finger guns to his security detail. 400 electoral votes. Okay, we need to, like, this is a little bit too much, okay? I know everyone's joking about it, but it's still not. What's your argument about that, or is it not worth the argument? Yeah, I don't give a shit. My argument is I don't care. I don't care if they're, like, in the men's restrooms as well. What the fuck? Like, why would that in any way, shape, or form harm you? Okay. It might, in the off chance, like help one trans man, maybe, probably not. It is like a statistical, like statistically speaking, one, trans men exist, but like I suspect that they're probably not getting, depending on what, depending on where they're at in their gender confirmation, they probably aren't going to need it regardless. Okay. But having said that, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter because I'm not a fucking freak. If I saw fucking tampons in the men's room, it would not even disrupt my day for this much, okay? Like, who gives a shit? Maybe you have a female companion that might need it, okay? And you get it from the men's room. That's it. Like, that's it. Who the fuck cares? It's just so stupid. Most useful in all school bathrooms, decent at staunching the blood from a gunshot wound. Yeah, there's that aspect too. I mean, that's literally what the kitty litter was used for. Kitty litter is in classrooms, in some classrooms. You want to know why? For gunshot wounds. Okay? Not because there's like trans kitty cats at school or some shit that Joe Rogan came up with. Yeah, it's to stop gunshot wounds. It's a part of the fucking first aid kit. Yeah. The fuck? Anyway, I thought it was for vomit in the bathroom. Yeah. There are some gender neutral restrooms in Portland and we love it. Dude, every bathroom in your house is a gender neutral bathroom. Every bathroom inside of an airplane is a gender neutral bathroom. There are so many. Ronald Reagan's grave is a gender neutral bathroom. There are gender neutral bathrooms all around us at all times, okay? The idea that this is a new phenomena is entirely made up of it's entirely made up in the minds of the Republican Party, okay? It's so fucking stupid. The fact that we're having this conversation as though it's like a new thing and it's very scary shows how far right-wing discourse goes, okay? Most bathrooms are gender neutral bathrooms in a fucking pinch when you need to shit, okay? You need to shit. The men's room is broken. What are you going to do? Not shit? That's a gender neutral bathroom now, dog. Sorry. The fuck? Yeah, no, I'm going to shit myself. Like, no, I'm going to take a fucking shit. That's not stopping me. I see the fucking handicap sign outside of a bathroom. You think I'm stopping? Fuck no. If I need this shit, I need this shit. Okay? All of a sudden, that bathroom's for everybody, including myself. Okay? Don't let Republicans dominate this fucking weirdo narrative, dude. God damn. That's just not true. There were always binary bathroom options. They took away 48% of bathrooms to force the woke mind virus. I stopped at a gas station today and the toilet was gender neutral, so I chose to shit in my pants in my car like a damn man. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah. Remember the fucking rant that I just went on with bathrooms. Next time somebody tries to fucking chirp you about bathrooms, okay? There's freak shit, like actual freak shit. It's so strange. You have to shit yourself, otherwise you'd be a groomer P word. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous. Anyway, where the fuck were we? Okay, I'm gonna talk about Democrats endorse Ted Cruz over public safety and border concerns. That's awesome. Congratulations. Governor Tim Walz is a Mountain Dew boy, just like me. Last thing Josh Shapiro saw. McDonald's CEO says Muslims Gaza boycott hurt quarterly sales. Fire. Should have thought about that before feeding the IDF. Okay. We still got hella fucking Walz coverage, but I want to hear what Ben has to say. He made the sweatiest Walz clip.
The debut of Minnesota Governor Tim Walz on the national stage, and we saw Kamala Harris introduce him. So obviously, very, very high energy event. Kamala Harris is bringing out gigantic crowds. Democrats are, in fact, enthused. They brought out Josh Shapiro for a little bit of a consolation run. He yelled a bit.
I don't get it. Like, why is he writing for Josh Shapiro? Why is he wet? That's my first question. My first question is, why is he wet? Second question is, oh my God, how much makeup does he normally use? I'm just noticing a lot of lines on his face now when he's not in the regular setting that he's in. And last but not least, why the fuck are these guys acting like they, one, really love Joe Biden and were mad that he was swapped out, and two, really love Josh Shapiro and are mad that the Democrats didn't go with Josh Shapiro? There is no better example. There is no better example that the Dems did a good thing again than all of the Republicans collectively being like, well, I sure think you guys are anti-Semitic for not going with Josh Shapiro.
And his voice broke, and he talks a little bit about being Jewish, which gave Democrats cover to ignore the fact that the explicit reason they did not pick him is because he's a Jew. And then Kamala Harris did an entire speech in which she really didn't talk about politics very much.
It's so funny. It's like, are they going to be like, yeah, that's why they didn't like Bernie Sanders? Is that what they're going to say next? Like, the Democrats actually rat fuck Bernie? My favorite thing that I already see happening on the timeline is Republicans who are the best at cry bullying turning around. You know what? Let me finish this Ben Shapiro video and then we'll get to the couch fucking joke that Tim Walz made. Okay? Because they're mad. Okay? Obviously, Republicans are always mad, but they're extra mad now. But we're going to get to that in a second.
It was just mostly about unity. She actually tried to channel Barack Obama / 2008, circa 2008. She was talking about red states and blue states. She was talking about how she was going to govern for all Americans. And then she gave you the background on Tim Walz. And apparently, according to Kamala Harris, the relevant stuff about Tim Walz is not that he presided over the burning down of Minneapolis and, in his own words, abjectly failed to stop that from happening. It's not that he's praised socialism. It's not that he's blown out the budget to the tune of a 40% increase in the last year. It's not that he has presided over extraordinary fraud in the state of Minnesota. Of course, you wouldn't expect her to say any of those things. It's that.
Hey, to the chatter who said, where's that fucking chatter? Hey guys, don't repeat misinformation. Don't repeat misinformation. I don't think cat litter is for first aid. Source check at HasanAbi. Please check your source regarding cat litter as first aid. It's used for bathroom during lockdowns. Okay? Yes, it is also for, It's during an active shooting situation. Okay? So that people can use the restroom potentially in an active shooting situation. It's during school shootings. It's also for cleanup. The point is, it's not for cats. It's not for trans cats. Trans cat students or whatever the fuck. Which is not even a real thing anyway. What? As a Polish person, I hold you all accountable. If you don't go to the polls and make it right, expect a backstab from a silent assassin. There's a world situation holding in this. What the fuck? What are the Polish people gonna do, bro? If you guys get Trump to be, president, expect a backstab. Throws kitty litter under the car. It's because my car identifies as a cat, not because of an oil spill. Hey, by the way, remember when I told you guys that like the fucking freak the freak was gonna get owned? Where is it? Valentina Gomez, the lady who said the f-slur is getting cumstered in the Missouri Secretary of State primaries. Even though Cori Bush is looking pretty bad as well. Wow, she locked down a whole 14,000 votes, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I have stood up to pedophiles, groomers, and corrupt politicians, but this hasn't come without a price. They have tried to kill my father, poison my dogs, and destroy me. But I'm still standing because I have God and the American people by my side. I don't ask for money. I'd rather you go buy food and bullets for your family. I simply ask you to come out and vote for me on August 6th. So fuck these gay pedophiles in our government. Let's save America.
Like, why does she have to do all of this to fucking lose by unimaginable margins in the Republican primary for the Secretary of State in Missouri? She kept fucking screaming the f-slur and all this shit. Like, I told y'all. I fucking told y'all, man. I was like, there's no shot. Like, normal Republicans are not going to look at this and go, that's my candidate. This is for the internet, okay? There is a difference, even in a place like Missouri. There is a fucking difference between what gets a lot of clicks online from some of the grossest losers you've ever fucking heard of, that you don't even want to imagine their existence and how gruesome those conditions are. Those living conditions must be dog shit. Versus like a normal guy who's a fucking car mechanic. Okay? The bus driver test remains absolute. Okay? The bus driver test. Still 15K agreed? Bro, you're crazy. You're fucking crazy. Like, that means nothing. What is the bus driver test? I joke about this all the time. If there's like some fucking weirdo online drama, I always urge chatters to imagine themselves trying to describe whatever the fuck you're talking about to a bus driver, okay, in under 60 seconds. Can you explain whatever kind of extremely online shit that's going on to a bus driver? It is basically poison for the terminally online. Or rather, not poison, but you know, the solution. It's like medicine. Okay? Bro, I'm a bus driver and 99% of your examples never work because I'm chronically online and I'm subscribed to you and I'm missing the ads at the top of the hour. Fuck you. Why? That's... Fuck! Fuck you and your bus. Okay? I can't. That's a one-off. That's not a two-parter. That's valid. Cleared. Actually cleared. Actually fucking cleared. He's safe. Safe. Anyway, here's the 3-minute ad break now. It's coming to you. Now, like I said, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime. You already know what it is, baby. Not even a bus driver? Fucking lied. He lied. Stolen valor. Anyway, let's get back to Ben.
If you go back far enough, he was a high school football coach. And don't you know, he's a teacher and a high school football. He's basically Mr. Feeney, but more athletic. He's like Ed Asner, avuncular, moderate, just one of the boys. You know, a guy who can crack a beer and can shoot a rifle, but is also really, really in favor of gun control and transing the kids. That's basically the pitch.
Bro, he's mad that Walz is too good.
In favor of Tim Walz. So she does this routine. These rallies are incredibly well choreographed. I will say that. They are very well choreographed. She calls for a chant, and a chant goes up. First Democratic rally I've seen for a while where people start actually cheering USA. And why are they cheering USA? Because she says, what an amazing country this is. What an incredible country where a person like me...
I like that Ben Shapiro is mad that, like, America is a country where, like, you can be middle class, like, single, like, born into a single mother family, like, raised by a single mom, and like one day run for president as like a black Indian woman. And that is like the reason why Ben doesn't like America. It's the one thing he hates about America. He's like, I wish America wouldn't allow those sorts of things. So he's just like upset. Okay.
Middle class person, or Tim Walz, middle class person, can become the president and vice president of the United States. Now, I agree with that, but she doesn't agree with that. She believes that America is systemically racist. So does Tim Walz. Tim Walz said back in 2000.
You know, those two things can still coexist, right? Like, systemic racism can still exist, and people from marginalized backgrounds can still thrive in the country. It's like some of the best aspects of America and some of the worst aspects of America. That's also the reason why you love America, because of the second thing. You love America because of systemic racism that you routinely deny even exists. And you get paid a lot of money to do that denial.
2020, that he believes that those riots were a reflection of the great evil that America represented. And yet here they are doing the unity routine. And that's what is so false about all of this, is this idea that these folks are real reminders of what brings us together, that what they are really interested in more than anything else is governing for all Americans. They are radically to the left. This is why the Trump campaign has a moral obligation to remind the American people that these people are radically to the left.
I need Ben Shapiro to explain to me how policies such as policies such as paid family leave and medical leave, and policies such as free breakfast and lunch programs for all school children in public schools are actually somehow magically harming Republicans. Like, is he claiming that these policies actually are written in a way where, like, if you're like a Republican, if you're like a Ben Shapiro viewer as a school kid, you don't get the free lunch? Is that what he's saying? Like, what is this argument? Like, oh, these radical policies. It's like, point to the policies, Ben. Tell me why it's bad. Because they never talk about it.
Okay, so that's all the intro to Tim Walz. Then Tim Walz gets up, and he's quite good. I mean, let's just be frank about this. Tim Walz gives a speech, and the speech is avuncular, and it's charming. He's smiling the whole time. He doesn't look uncomfortable smiling.
Decision Desk calls Wesley Bell winning the Democratic primary for the U.S. House of Missouri and 1st Congressional District. Another W for AIPAC. Even though last time this happened, last time I think, Corey, if I'm not mistaken, it might be too early still. But we'll see. Let's continue with Ben, and we'll get back to that.
He attacks J.D. Vance. He attacks Donald Trump, of course. The lowest point of the speech is his attempt to signal to his base that he'll take the gloves off with J.D. Vance. He makes some sort of dumb joke about J.D. Vance getting up off the couch, which is supposed to be a joke about a meme that was going around the internet about a false passage that...
He's against free
lunch.
So
Ben Shapiro is school...
that kids from hunger. Wouldn't it make sense to strengthen food stamps and have school lunch be free since some kids are in school lunch debt? Well, I mean, if you are... School lunches are not going to solve the problem of child hunger at any serious level. If there is a problem of children actually...
That's wrong. That is literally wrong. You're just wrong. Okay? You're so wrong. Oh my God. Oh, that's awesome. I love these fucking sociopathic, bloodless monsters genuinely advocate against policies that virtually every Republican in the fucking state are on board with.
Starving. That is a child endangerment scenario to which CPS needs to be called. If you're talking about like actual child starvation, the truth is it does not take that much.
Like, yeah, if you're poor, if you're broke as fuck, okay, and you rely on government subsidies of any kind, including but not limited to like having the government take care of 2 fucking meals for your child, then Child Protective Services has to come in and kidnap your child. Please, dude. This is what I always mean. This is why it's so good when you actually do progressive economic policies, because these fucking bloodless monsters, these bloodless sociopathic monsters have to explain their worldview. And when they do that, you can just literally fucking show the world what they think. Okay? You can show the world what they think. No Republican with a child who's going to fucking school is going to hear that and go, yeah, no, I actually think that's a good idea. Okay? I'm telling you, that's weirdo behavior, dog. That's weirdo behavior. Don't let them run the fucking table on issues that they have already successfully captured the American audience on. Force them to openly explain away their psychopathic, bloodthirsty, bloodless, soulless, sociopathic worldview.
Much money to feed a child. I know I have 3 of them. You should be feeding your child before you feed yourself. It's that simple. There's a much deeper problem at work than school lunches if kids are legitimately starving.
That is uniquely psychotic.
Kyle, this hair is crazy. Anyway. Bro, that's great. That's great. That's his policy, dude. That's his policy solution. Hey, parents, we're going to kidnap your fucking children, dude. Small government, by the way. I love small government. Hey, man, are you too broke? Are you broke? Do you not have a fucking multi-gorillion dollar media company like I do, where I just chirp about dumb shit all day? Then you should fucking have your children be kidnapped. Great take, man. Great fucking take, man. That's awesome, dude. Thank you. Let's continue with Ben Shapiro. I want to see what else he has to say, because he's like really, let me tell you, from the people that brought to you, Barack Obama is a Muslim Kenyan terrorist, okay? And basically ran with that, by the way, and voted for a guy who repeated those insane racist conspiracies, is going to be the cry bullying, okay? Oh my God. I love the cry bullying coming from the Republican Party. They, on a daily basis, lie about everything. Their policy positions are built on top of hysterical lies, oftentimes racist, vitriolic sentiment. Okay? Hysterically racist, vitriolic sentiment. But then beyond that, they also lie about all manner of different things. This is the party that said Paul Pelosi was gay lovers with David DePipe, okay, who broke into Nancy Pelosi's house and tried to fucking kill Paul Pelosi and kidnap him. They very much ran with that, okay? They did. Now, they might have been right on that. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop doing that. I'm going to stop saying that David DePipe and Paul Pelosi were in a gay relationship. I'm going to stop doing that, okay? But like these guys who regularly lie all the fucking time about every single thing, now they're going to turn around and be like, JD Vance never fucked the couch, and it's really messed up that Tim Walz actually brought up the couch thing.
It doesn't exist in Hillbilly Elegy. Supposedly, J.D. Vance having some sort of sexual relationship with the couch is really stupid, but it's become a Democrat meme, and now you've got the vice presidential contender who's actually throwing that out there in public. Wink, nod. He even stopped and said, "You can see what I'm doing there." And that's the.
Here's the video, by the way. Let's roll the clip.
I got to tell you, I can't wait to debate the guy. That is, if he's willing to get off the couch and show up. So, you see what I did there?
He's such a dad, bro. That is such a dude. He has the vibes. Sorry, it puts a smile on my face because it's like a lot of old head HasanAbi fans know I love that classic like dad joke. I love classic dad jokes because of that Applebee's TikTok. Yeah, like the fucking. I guess they let anybody in here. Like he had that locked in the chamber, dude. You can tell. Look at his face. He had that locked in the fucking chamber. Okay. Now, before you go, I guess Democrats are also running with fucking. I guess Democrats are running with the fucking Twitter memes as well. So the Democrats are using Twitter talking points too. No, dog. He knows JD Vance didn't fuck a couch. Okay. He's joking. There's a difference between that and then some dude seriously being like, he's a Somali. He genuinely changed the flag of Minnesota to look like the Somali flag. What the fuck are you saying? Anyway, yeah, he's the crypto Somali VP. Like, you understand that there's a difference between him being like, see what I did there? Like a double entendre, also known as a joke, versus Republicans being like, Kamala Harris is literally not black. She chose. When I wrote, it's different. I am a leftist, but you're pushing me to the right. I love these kinds of people. You are rudderless, okay? You are devoid of a spine. If a Twitch streamer has the capacity for you to shake your worldview down to the goddamn core, then you probably weren't on the left, okay? But I know you're not. You're already fucking acting like you are. Yeah. Oh man, you're forcing me to be a fucking real Nazi here, man. It's really crazy. Dang it. Turning into a real Nazi over here. You're forcing my hand, dude. Anyway, let's continue. So that's what he was chirping about. And it is pretty funny. It is pretty funny that these guys will turn around and be like, I can't believe that they're making fun. I can't believe that they are saying these really mean things about JD Vance. How dare they? Right? And I saw a couple tweets on the timeline of them being like absolutely nutty about this shit. Hold on, I'm going to pull it right now. Let me see. Hold on. Here it is. Here's number one from the Majority Report. Slandering someone based on a shitpost is indeed propagating misinformation and is very bad behavior. And this is very bad story. Instead of Republicans are complaining story, if I made a concerted effort. And this guy turned around and did. I've seen the video. At Tim Walz fucks the top of the standard issue orange traffic cone. Raw dog. Crazy thing about it, he's like freely suspended over top of it. The base of the cone is supporting all of his weight. Doesn't make any sense, but it's impressive. Yes, he was trying to make a joke. This is a conservative man attempting to make a joke. What is this? Anyway, here's you slandering someone based on a shitpost. Meet Dee Dee Duffy, a preschool teacher in Cape Coral, Florida. She says teaches her students that if they don't like their parents, they can find another family. She also teaches them to be gay. Yeah. Like this right here goes from coworker conversations. This right here goes from coworker conversations to like, oh, ew, we got to avoid this guy at the place of business. Possibly an HR violation. Okay? You know what I'm talking about? That's one of my favorite fucking TikTok TikTok popularized sentiments is like, oh, this is a coworker type song. Or this is, I love that. Because it's such a immediate. This turns into not a coworker take, but instead an HR violation very quickly. Anyway, yeah, coworker ass take. Found out about the hawk tool from my find out about hawk tool from my coworker. Yes. TikTok invented water cooler conversation. Obviously, that's why I said TikTok popularized. Water cooler conversation has always been like a meta, obviously in workplaces, but TikTok popularized it in the sentiment. Oh, this is like a coworker type conversation. Something that like your older coworkers will bring up to you at the water cooler. I think that tweet is an obvious joke. Yes, it is an obvious attempt at a joke. Okay? It is an obvious attempt at a joke, but they're being weird as fuck about it. They're not doing a good job. Okay? What is this? I'm an Animation Guild member and I work on Invisibles. We start negotiations with the studios on Monday. We have a rally to kick in Burbank. Could you tell your chat? Would you like to join us? We would love the support that you gave them last summer. animationguild.org/rally 2024. Protect animation work status. There's animation workers, and also on top of that, there's the Screen Actor Guild thing with video games as well. I know there's a lot going on. But okay, let's get back to this for a second. The other thing that Osita actually put forward pretty well was this. So this is slandering someone based on a shitpost, indeed propagating misinformation and really bad behavior, and it would be a this is very bad story instead of Republicans are complaining story. If I made a concerted effort to go on TV and imply Governor Walz fucked a traffic cone, right? My coworker asked me to tell her about Adin Ross after he interviewed Trump and was worried because her son watches him, Lamau. That's awesome. I hope you sufficiently educated your coworker. Bro, that kid is getting grounded. Anyway. So, yes, I know that you're a prude who can't take a joke if you point out that telling lies about a public figure fucking inanimate objects is bad and juvenile, and it's such a fun trick because the public figure can't defend against it without elevating it and debasing themselves. All the misinformation reporters can go fuck traffic cones. So she said that, and Osita quote tweeted and said, exactly zero interest in hearing from people who spent the last 15 years on TV shows aimed at convincing old people Democrats are going to do Sharia law about this joke. Sorry. I'll be fully willing to reconsider the propriety of the couch joke if it leads to a terrorist attack on Congress, as they're trying to certify an election. I'm not unreasonable. The right should be thanking Jesus every single day that the Democratic Party is run by people whose idea of responding in kind to years of fully unhinged and depraved Republican rhetoric and misinformation is a goofy little meme, and the word weird couldn't be me. Yeah, meanwhile, Stephen Miller is saying, under the Harris-Walz plan, they're going to turn the entire Midwest into Mogadishu. So that is a perfect representation of like how unimaginably unhinged the right is on a daily fucking basis. This is exactly like when they tried to turn around and say that calling Trump Hitler is the reason why he got shot by a registered Republican, mind you. Okay? Like what are we doing? Democrats are pussies. I wish they would be more aggressive in their fucking language, dude. What are you talking about? Okay? So is JD's fault? First of all, yes, it is his fault. You want to know why? Because he's a charismaless asshole who is a careerist, soulless piece of shit and a blood boy to Peter Thiel, who got $10 million from Peter Thiel and now is stuck on a ticket where after years and years of trying to retriangulate to the worst fucking groypers online to like really beef up his bona fides in terms of like how much of a Republican he is now getting his comeuppance. So yes, I think people saying he fucked the couch, well, knowing he never really fucked the couch, is perfectly fucking valid. We are talking about the Republican Party who didn't just make memes, actively ran on the lie that Ilhan Omar fucked her brother. Okay? What are we talking about? There are still tons of Republicans who literally believe that. So no, I don't give a shit about the couch fucking. I think the Democrats should do more of it. Okay? They're so incredibly fucking racist. And yeah, the reason the couch fucker thing worked was because it was an organic shit post with no strings attached. It was just purely for shits and giggles. They can't just take that fallout and turn it around. It's too transparent. Exactly. They still call Michelle Obama a man. Still. Anyway. But they are the number one cry bullies. And Ben Shapiro is doing that right now because he's such a little gross little piece of shit.
The whole idea here. Meanwhile, don't worry, he's bringing Americans together. Now, at no point were the challenges that actually face the country ever brought up. The challenges, apparently, according to Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, the big challenges are that Obamacare might get repealed. That's like the big challenge. The big challenge is that Donald Trump might ban abortion, which, of course, he has said he is not going to do and has no interest in doing.
Yeah, that's crazy because, like, Donald Trump has always been so honest about his policy positions. And so is the Republican Party famously, which is why every single Supreme Court of the United States justice appointment that Donald Trump made actively lied to the entire American population. And the Congressional Senate, the Senate Judiciary Committee, when they claimed that they would not overturn Roe v. Wade and that it was a super precedent. Okay? That's right. They did that. They lied about that. So why the fuck would anybody ever believe them? Oh my God.
At no point was there any talk about fixing the economy. Apparently, the big threat to the economy is the Donald Trump tax cuts, according to Tim Walz. And if those tax cuts were to continue, people might be able to keep more of their own money. And that is a serious, serious problem. Meanwhile, you have Kamala Harris out there. No mention of the fact the Middle East is on.
Once again, hit this line every time. Republicans hit this line. I know that I said that like this is what the Republicans should be running on actively. When someone asked me like, how would you advise the Republican Party? And the counter to it is perfect, which is you want corporations to get more tax cuts? Are you out of your fucking mind? You give the working poor $5 off, and then you let the fucking billionaires run the table. The amount of their like real income that they're being taxed on at the end of the year is like 0.3%. Okay? The average American's real income that is being taxed at the end of the year is like 37%. Okay? It's fucking abysmal how little the wealthy pay taxes. Shut the fuck up.
On fire, no mention of foreign policy, no mention of exactly why the Biden administration seems to have taken the side of Iran in the Middle East. None of that, of course. No serious dealing with issues. And that is the theme of this campaign. In the end, that's the theme of this campaign. Ignore everything. Ignore all of the activities of the Biden campaign and the Biden-Harris administration. Ignore all of it. Ignore Tim Walz's tenure as governor. Ignore all of it. They are casting a TV show. And in this TV show, you have the very charming Kamala Harris, who apparently is filled with joy. That's the other thing that we learned.
That's another great take. He's seething so hard. He's like actually mad that they look good, that they're telegenic, and that he's stuck with Donald Trump. Okay? That's great, man. Yeah, he's just don't watch it if it's just a TV show, big dog.
Here. So you got the words unity and you got a lot of joy. According to Tim Walz, Kamala Harris is not weird. Right? That crazy laughter, that stuff, not weird. That's joy. The weird dancing and the strange motions, that's not weird. That's joy.
Okay, give me the clip, chat. Adin Ross with Donald Trump. Come on. I know you have it. I know you have it dialed in, okay? Remember, Kamala Harris is weird because she laughs a lot and she dances, right? But Donald Trump, on the other hand, very normal. That's why when he went on Adin Ross's kick stream on the pedophilia platform, okay, and then did this.
Well, you could already see the.
Did all this shit. That was very normal.
System where we did.
Yeah, and right now they don't have that.
No, we're not going to drive anywhere.
Okay, come on. This is everything but the actual dance. Please show me the dance. The funniest part about this is that like Adin Ross looks exactly like young conservatives now. Like when he put this fit on, he looked exactly like the YAF boys, you know, the Young Americans for Freedom boys that you see. Like the most annoying person at every college campus. Like he turned into that instantly. He looks like such a little groiper, dude. Holy shit. Not weird. Not weird, man. Very normal. You need the original video with no music. Steak ad, by the way. Yeah. What is this? Trump is never beating the weird allegations.
Baby bro.
This is Adin Ross's best friend.
No, he's not naked. Get him naked. I want to see him naked.
Bro, please don't even show me this shit. Like, this dude is so disgusting. Okay, I don't want to see anything from that dude.
If you wanted to, like...
I don't want to see anything from that dude. It's just like everything is criminal. Okay.
Joy, and if you don't understand that it's joy, it's because you don't understand joy. Okay. So again, all of this is pablum. It's crap. It's insulting crap for people who actually follow politics. But what I fear is that most Americans do not follow politics. And this is why, once again, it is incumbent on the Trump campaign to remind Americans of who these people are. Nobody has ever heard of Tim Walz. They don't know that he presided over the burning down of Minneapolis. They do not understand that Tim Walz, who had people chanting, "Mind your own business," at this rally, literally forced everyone to close their business in the state of Minnesota during the pandemic. He was one of the worst lockdown governors in America. It's up to Donald Trump and team to remind people of that. The media are not going to do it.
It's just odd because he's like seemingly very popular. Like Ben doesn't seem to think so, but like the people in his own state do think that. Like they think he's popular. They like him. So I don't really understand. Like, how about you mind your own fucking business, bitch? What do you mean? The fuck do you mean?
And as much...
Yeah, people sure do know who Tim Walz is now. Tim Walz's first favorably numbers are plus 13 for the record. Like, after he got unveiled, I believe the campaign also personally fucking dumped another 10 million. Do all these talking head idiots actually believe all these lies, or are they all just grifters? Ben is a bit column A, column B. Like, I think he believes some of the lies. And I think that he also is you know, lying despite the fact that he doesn't believe it. He's seen as a kind of moderate, just normal in Minnesota. Yeah, because like a lot of the policies he's pushed for and signed into law are not like insane things. They're good things that everybody likes.
Much as conservatives like I will complain that the media are not doing their job. Of course they're not doing their job. Because what we think their job is, you know, to do journalism, is not what they think their job is, which is to provide cover for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz long enough that they enter the White House. So let's not make a mistake about this. The Tim Walz pick, it's going to have a lot of vulnerabilities that Trump can attack, but Trump has to do the attacking. There's certainly enthusiasm. There's certainly talent on the left side of the aisle. People forget that Kamala Harris on the stump can be quite good. We've seen so many clips of her being a weirdo that it's easy to forget that she actually got ahead in politics by being pretty good on the stump, at least from 2019 on or so. She hasn't met the road yet. The rubber has not met the road. She's not been asked a tough question. But Republicans are going to have to do that. I don't want to open my YouTube and see 100 Kamala Harris, Tim Walz ads. The Trump campaign needs to be dumping hundreds of millions of dollars into introducing the Harris Walz.
How the fuck do you not have, dude, why is he so sweaty? He's so wet and mad. It's weird. What is this? Minnesota woman nails why people like
Tim Walz
Walz?
was selected as the VP pick, and I've been predicting this for weeks, but let me tell you why it's making me really emotional. After getting to know Tim Walz for the last few weeks, I have realized something, and it's very profound. He represents the dad that a lot of liberal women lost. A lot of us had moderate to conservative, educated, sensible fathers that we lost to Rush Limbaugh, that we lost.
I mean, God, I hate narratives like this. It's just like I get what she's saying. To each their own, you know. It's just like some of those things is like, you know, maybe it should be kept in the draft, you know. That's all I'm saying. Okay, I'm just saying that. But so people are not very aware of Tim Walz, which is why Fox News immediately started dumping a shitload into hitting him and being like, "Oh, he is a fucking rabid socialist, whatever, radical, blah 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 blah." Okay, which is precisely the reason why the Democrats should immediately tout his really, really, really progressive record. And a lot of the narrative around Tim Walz by you know, educating Americans on his background. That's it. The problem with the comparison between Tim Walz and JD Vance is that JD Vance, people do know him and they fucking hate him. In February, 55% of Minnesota voters gave Walz a positive approval rating, while 39% said they disapproved of him. Okay? 55% positive approval rating, 39% disapproval rating for Tim Walz. Okay? That is objectively better than JD Vance. Whose approval rating is underwater by 24 points. Frame his policy as what it actually is and drag the right towards the real center? Yes. Let's finish this off.
Team, the radical duo, the bail out the rioters from prison candidate and the governor who didn't want to put them in prison in the first place. They need to introduce that team to the American people, because if the only team the American people see is the team that was at that rally, that's very good news for Democrats.
Zionists are fleeing the Dem Party, eh? They're not. Like, they're just not. This is Batya Sargon. Get the fuck out of here. My fellow American Jews, it's time to have a little self... Like, you saw Batya Ungar Sargon tweet, my fellow American Jews, it's time to have a little self-respect and walk away from a party that's telling your children they can't be vice president because the anti-Semites in the party must not be upset. Like, are you insane? It's got 1,000 likes. No, dude. Ridiculous. Like, it's complete silliness, okay? Anyway, the anti-Semitism narratives are so silly. Like, you're talking about a person retweeting Babylon being concern trolling. Here's Bulwark Online, White House correspondent. The J.D. Vance couch thing is totally invented and arguably slanderous shitpost, and I'm gobsmacked that the guy I've been hearing all day is Mr. Midwest Decency would pull it out at his introductory rally. Like, it isn't a mean but directionally accurate jab of some real quality in Vance. It's just like, you're just, you're pearl clutching. Suck my dick. Good. Democrats should keep that up. Maybe not the couch fucking jokes all that much, but like the weird narratives and everything like that. They play well. They play real goddamn well, in my opinion. Good. Let them fucking mold. Let them cope. Let them fucking seethe. Okay? Hit dog holler. I agree. All right. On that note, though, I'm tired. I'm going to end it here. I love you all. The NC's coming up. She's going to get heated. Obviously, we are going to do a massive copium hogwash session tomorrow. Massive copium hogwash session tomorrow. Very excited for that. Okay. Half day, another half day. We'll talk about Cori Bush as well. Tomorrow. Might have been another AIPAC victory, unfortunately. But I love you all. And I'll see you tomorrow, all right? Peace, everybody. Bye-bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sad in discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in a line. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.